The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The Kings of Chess are holding court at the 2026 Sinquefield Cup in St. Louis. Grand Chess Tour leader Fabiano Caruana isn't resting on his laurels, grabbing the only win of the day to jump into clear first. Day 2 of thrilling chess, coming up next.
Welcome back to day 2 of the 2026 Sinquefield Cup, held here at the St. Louis Chess Club. We had an absolutely brilliant start to the event. Not a lot of decisive games, but one Fabiano Caruana managed to get a crucial victory and take the lead in the tournament. It's going to be a barn burner of a round with everybody trying to catch with the leader. What will happen? Let's go to the studio and find out with Yasser, Maurice, and Peter.
10 of the world's best chess gladiators are in St. Louis, the capital of chess, in the United States, fighting for big prizes and critical Grand Chess Tour points. Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the Sinquefield Cup. It is a big day ahead for many of the players, as one player has already taken the lead. He is the reigning Grand Chess Tour champion, Fabiano Caruana, and they know if he starts putting together wins, he could run away with it. Who'll catch him? The action starts right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of the 2026 Sinquefield Cup. I'm Yasser, and I am with a team of all-star chess commentators. Maurice, we had a very nice start.
Well, we had a nice start on the broadcast, but one player had a real nice start, and that's Fabiano Caruana, and now he's leading the tournament by himself, and that's dangerous when you hear that, because he's a great front runner, so watch out.
Exactly. And Cristian, we have some nice chasers too.
Absolutely. We had a slower start, but not for the lack of trying, because everybody was trying to get victories, and we're going to see some big matchups in today's round.
Exactly. And Peter, great fights.
Yeah, I really enjoyed round 1. There was only one decisive game, but there were very intricate games elsewhere. Javokhir Sindarov, who is, I guess, maybe the hottest player on the circuit, they came very close to winning a very intricate game against Levon Aronian yesterday. More of the same, please.
And tell us about the standings.
Let's take a look. So far, the standings are perfectly understandable. We only had one decisive game yesterday, as we're waiting for the illustration of that to appear on screen. Fabiano in clear first after round 1, which is somewhat unusual. Jorden van Foreest, who is going to be playing a second game in a row with black today, bringing up the rear, and everybody else is on 50%.
Big challenge for Jorden. Tell us about the format for this year's Sinquefield Cup.
The format is a 10-player round robin, which means 9 rounds of all-play, classical chess. The time control is 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, and then 30 minutes for the rest of the game, with a 30-second increment beginning from move 1. Draw offers are absolutely not allowed, and we have a classical scoring system in place.
And our schedule.
The schedule is, we began yesterday. Yesterday will now be beautifully grayed out on the graphic. 4 more rounds before the rest day on Saturday, and then 4 final rounds starting from Sunday the 16th, with potential playoffs on both the 19th for the Sinquefield Cup, and a rare occasion, but not an impossible occasion, separate GCT playoffs, if necessary, on the 20th. Coverage begins at noon Central every day.
Wonderful. And Maurice, it seems to me like our tournament leader is in a familiar position. Fabi in top place.
Yes, indeed, and it's dangerous when Fabi's in the lead, because when he finds that form, good luck catching him. And let's take a look, as you'll see that it matters who wins early in chess tournaments. Right here we see Fabiano Caruana, the sole winner from yesterday. He played a fantastic game. against Jorden van Foreest. The opening was a little bit suspect in terms of his opponent's speed of preparation, but it didn't matter. Fabi went into a 38-minute thing and showed just how deep he is, blew his opponent basically off the board. And why is it so important to win early? Well, let's take a look in this tournament, the history of what happens when people win early. This is the first round in 6 of the 12 tournaments. Leading or co-leading from the very beginning ended up having already 50% success. That's a lot considering there are 8 more rounds you could possibly take the lead. Most of the time in the beginning, it is the right place to be. So we will see if anyone else will be able to catch Fabi. And you better be trying to catch him because this guy knows how to run away with tournaments. Just look what he did in 2014 when he won that Sinquefield Cup. He won the first 7 games in a row, including one against Magnus Carlsen. Look at that average tournament rating, 2802. He had one of the greatest tournament performances in the history of chess, maybe the greatest one, in fact. 8.5 out of 10 was his final score. And this guy, like I said, he is all about confidence. When you see Fabi not so sure of himself, he won't necessarily put up a big score, but when he is in the groove, forget about it. He could clock win after win after win. His opponents don't want to see that start right now, or else they'll be looking back at his dust as he runs away with it.
Absolutely. And Cristian, your take on the chasers?
Well, of course, Fabiano is in the lead, but there's a lot of players chasing him. And in fact, 2 of the hottest players in the Grand Chess Tour circuit, but I would say the World Chess circuit, is Praggnanandhaa and Sindarov, and they are facing each other in today's round. And this is the matchup that we've seen for the past many years, despite their young age. Take a look at their lifetime matchup score. 6 victories for Pragg, 4 losses, and 6 draws. But 2 of those losses came at the most important point in their careers, during the Candidates tournament when Sindarov won back-to-back games. After that, it felt like some pressure fell off his shoulders, Praggnanandhaa's shoulders, and he started winning event after event. He won in Norway, then he defeated Sindarov in Bucharest, and then he won here in St. Louis just a few days ago. So definitely one of the hottest players on the market right now, but he is facing Sindarov, and we know these 2 players don't really like to make a lot of draws. They're both very enterprising players. They're coming up with very exciting opening ideas, and it doesn't matter who's with black, who's with white. They're winning back-to-back games all the time, so definitely we're going to see a clash of ideas in the opening phase, but also I think we're going to see a decisive result in this one.
Wow, thank you, Cristian. So many decisive games and so young. Peter, tell us about the pairings for this round 2, just about to begin.
And Cristian did highlight the game I'm, I think, looking forward to the most. This is a game between Pragg and Javokhir there, you see. But apart from that, we have Anish Giri with the white pieces against Fabi, Levon Aronian playing white against Vincent Keymer, MVL is white against Sevian. Also a very relevant game because MVL needs to get a move on, and a white game against a wild card, even though Sevian obviously is a very strong player, is an important first step potentially. And Wesley playing white against Jorden, who has not had a particularly good day yesterday, you have to say.
Yeah, to get the 2 blacks in a row, that is tough. Of course, alongside our broadcast, the Cairns Cup is going with the Sinquefield Cup, and we will feature some bonus coverage of that event that is, again, simultaneously taking place alongside the Sinquefield Cup. And, of course, these players are fighting incredibly hard for big prize money, Peter.
Grand Chess Tour has always been a very well-paid series of tournaments, but it's even better this year. The usual $350,000 for the placements in the Sinquefield Cup, as you can see on your screen. 100 large for the first place, with 13 points if you win it outright and 12 GCT points if you tie for first, all the way down to 10 grand for the 10th place. But from this year, there's also this additional bonus pool of $125,000, which needs some explanation. So there is an additional graphic for that, a very helpful graphic you will see on your screen right now. This is basically a pool of money which will be divided by players who win games of classical chess to incentivize people to play more decisively, to play in a more fighting manner. Not that this particular group of players need much incitement. And it works like this. If this number will be divided by the total number of wins, and this will be sort of the prize for one win. And if you win more than one game, obviously you get that money multiplied by the number of wins you achieve. And as an example, in Romania, when this was in place, Vincent Keymer, who won 3 games, got, I think, an additional $35,000 in prize money. So very, very nice bonus on top.
Thank you, Peter. As we take a look at from the playing hall, that was the arbiter Chris Bird, who is about to announce the start of the round.
And I think we have a very, very illustrious person ringing the bell today.
Do we?
Do we?
Do we?
We'll find out soon enough.
When you hear it, go ahead and start like the clock, please. Matt, you can do as the other.
That is not what I expected.
Matt Seaback, he is the Chief Experience Officer? Chief Experience Officer.
Of course, St. Louis, the city of St. Louis finds events like this to be very important to the image of the city. So people
Experience St. Louis, and he oversees.
Yes, exactly. So
nice.
you have things like the soccer team, or
Right.
people know St. Louis for baseball.
Right.
We know it for chess. There are those who know it for soccer, and many other things happening, of course, in the city itself. But the games are afoot. It's chess we're talking about now.
All right.
And we're going to be focused on Prague and Sindarov, I
I
believe.
think we'll begin with this, yeah. And I'm trying to remember what happened in their game in the candidates in terms of openings. There was a piece sacrifice very early on from Sindarov, but yeah, I think it was the same Queen's Gambit declined, which began quietly enough, and then by move 15 there was absolute chaos on the board. And Prague was, quote-unquote, objectively better, but was, I think, convincingly outplayed in that game. It was, I think, a very, very crucial game in terms of the development of that tournament, because I think they played in round 3 and they were both on +1. And at that point, their path diverged very decisively. Sindarov went on to much greater things, and Prague had a very forgettable tournament on Cyprus.
Bishop E7, I've always connected that with the Armenian school of chess. That the Armenian grandmasters enjoyed playing that particular move order. And the best I could find against it was what Prague has come up with, which was to capture on D5, Bishop F4, and E3, trying quickly to play the move Bishop to D3, which, interestingly, Javokhir prevents and allows Queen B3.
Yeah, this is a very modern way of treating this, because if we go back to the position after CD5, E5, Bishop F4, people used to play C6 here,
routinely.
so that after E3, Bishop F5, you're not as worried about Queen B3, because D5 is not hanging, it's been protected by the pawn on 6, and you can quite safely play Queen B6 here.
Right.
There's a bunch of theory, of course, here. G4 is an important move.
Exactly.
I think Karpov and Kasparov discussed this a bunch in their matches in the mid-80s.
Right.
And even earlier than that, this was a very topical position. But Knight F6, E3, and now I think both Bishop F5 and Bishop G4 have become very kind of modern ways of dealing with the same idea. Queen B3 has to be critical. And now that B7 is hanging, you definitely don't want to play Bishop F5, C8.
Right.
You pretty much never in these structures want to play B7, B6.
Right.
So the response you're expecting is the move Knight C6 here.
Right.
Trying to lure the queen to B7 and then play Knight B4 and play against the misplaced queen on B7. And also, obviously, the fork on C2 is an important resource. But Prague already declined to even play Queen B3, so we can shelve this discussion maybe for a later moment.
H3.
Telegraphing the idea of playing G4. I think that is the main idea.
So if you could just go back a moment before the move Bishop F5, and you were saying that Bishop G4 is also a move.
I believe so.
That
Oops, no, not. Hang on a second. That is not what I want. Yeah. Okay, I may have been wrong about this particular move order.
Because I was going to say now it would be I'd play F3 with the tempo. So H3 in the position. Oh my goodness. And is this going to lead to that great battle that we have in mind for these two? By the way, Bishop E7 seemed to have surprised Pragg. At least he's assessing his files in his mind. I think H3 is the first time I'm seeing a surprise from Javokhir.
Yeah, I think knowing the way people approach opening preparation these days, I would be shocked if he's never seen this before. And yeah, he just needed to kind of refocus a little bit, because people do look at most logical moves that exist in every single position.
C7, C6. And how do these players match up head-to-head? Well, we saw what Cristian told us, and this is remarkable. How do two 20-year-olds...
First of all, but the thing is, they began playing in juniors. The first two games, I think, where I saw this in front of my screen when we were covering this in the candidates, I think they began playing in the under 10s.
Under 10s?
Yeah, they are of exactly the same generation. And interestingly, this is now not really a storyline anymore, but Javokhir actually kind of volunteered this information when he came to our studio after beating Pragg with black in the candidates. He did himself bring up the point that he used to have a really poor record against Pragg. I think he lost his first 4 games against Pragg. Oof. But it's now much more level, in particular because of the 2 victories he's had against Praggnanandhaa in the candidates this year. And
those were 2 huge victories. I'm just trying to imagine the under 10-year-old championship in 2016. You know, like those kids must have been vicious. I mean, amazing. All right, we're going to keep an eye on this one, and Maurice, I'm going to toss it to you and what's happening in some of the other matches.
I'm fascinated by the game between Maxime and Sam Sevian, not because it's such a dynamic position. In fact, it looks like a boring English. I only say that because it's Yasser Seirawan. I was definitely trolling my good buddy Yasser. How dare I say something like that about the English?
I got tasered there.
I only meant to tease folks. Yasser was a fabulous proponent of the English many years ago and collected a lot of rent money because of this opening. But Maxime is not. He's not one of those guys who plays the English regularly. In fact, he's an E4, E5 player. I mean, E4 player mainly. Right. We saw him yesterday say, Grunfeld, no, let's put it on the side a little bit, play something else. Today, E4, 1E4, as he always does, we're putting that on the side. He said he had a month before this event, which to him is a lot of time. A month to pick up new openings entirely. That really speaks to the modern age when people prepare with engines. I heard Hikaru say, give me 2 or 3 days, I can learn an opening.
Wow.
Days? Just insane. Well, here we see Maxime deciding to go somewhere else, and I'm sure Sam may have been slightly surprised at the beginning, but he's continuing down his own theoretical path. Both of them very comfortable on the clock at the moment.
And how do they match up head-to-head in their history? Here it comes.
Very few games, only one in fact, and that has been a draw.
And that's probably here.
Yeah.
That's probably in some event here in St. Louis. I don't remember if Sam played him in the Sinquefield Cup one of the years.
Might have been.
As a wild card, but I would say I would guess that it was here.
Yeah. Drill down a little bit on this one for me, Peter, because I must say Bishop F5 is a bit off.
I wanted to start a little bit earlier because I think one thing to remark upon here is that people used to automatically play either A3 B4 in this position or let's say D3 Bishop B3, and B3 Bishop B2 is something that people have begun doing more seriously, I think, quite recently. I mean, it always existed. You always try pretty much any and every way to develop here, but it definitely wasn't fashionable to do it. But it is more fashionable now, and the speed with which Sam played Bishop F5 here means that I think indicates that he's looked at this as well. Because I think your autopilot way to develop for black here would be something like Bishop B6 followed by F6.
And queen
which is
d7.
not bad.
Right.
But maybe the difference with your normal positions is with the bishop on b2 here, I think we're much happier to play d4 with the intention of meeting e takes d4 with knight b5,
Right.
winning this pawn back and actually getting a sort of the ideal position for this line.
Right.
And bishop f5 is an indication that maybe black wants to do something about it. We're probably not quite as ready to play d4, although it's playable here, but the difference is, let's say in this position, black has the move bishop f5 to e4, which aims eventually to trade this bishop for this bishop, which will defang the white strategic concepts quite a bit. And if you play rook c1 to prepare for it for a little bit, you have to contend with the idea of playing e5, e4, which will drive the knight back to e1. Black can, for instance, play bishop f6, follow it up with rook e8, and white is a bit pressed backwards. You have the move d2, d3 here, but black has a number of seemingly decent replies to it, including a very, very concrete move, knight b6, d5.
Whoa.
And honestly, I wouldn't have gone this deep if not for the fact that Sam so far has basically accumulated time on the clock, which makes me think it's not impossible that he actually has something like this in mind if MVL plays rook c1.
Remarkable move, knight d5. And Cristian, what has caught your eye in round 2?
Well, what caught my eyes is quite easily one of the most important games of the round, and that is the battle between two of the most prepared players, well-prepared players in the Grand Chess Tour. And of course, I'm talking about Anish, Giri with the white pieces facing Fabiano, Caruana, the current leader. And these two have been battling for so many years. We most recently remember the games that they fought at the Grand Chess Tour, but also at the Candidates. And in fact, Anish won that mini-match, 1.5 to 1/2 in the Candidates. So definitely Fabi trying to counter that in this one. But right now we're having a Rogozin on the board, and that signals the fact that Fabi wants to play something that he's very accustomed to and something that he knows very well. But we know that Anish has some very incredible tricks in his bag, especially in this opening. And recently, in this position, he played the move queen to a4 against Gukesh in 2023 at the Tata Steel. And take a look at how that game played out. Sorry, it was e3 in that one. Rook to c1, c5, castle, take on d4. This is very theoretical stuff. a3, take on d4, rook to d8. And at this point, rook to c2 was the big idea that Anish came up with. And in fact, that allowed him to get quite an easy point in this game against Gukesh 2023. This was a crucial game. Take a look at all this crazy stuff happening against the Black King. Knight to g5, take on g5, and a piece sacrifice followed by a rook sacrifice later on e6 as well. But we do have some more moves in our current game right now. Let's take a look at that and see what his choice was for this game. Anish's choice was for this game, and it wasn't e3, it was the third most common move, and that is queen to b3 after queen to a4 and e3. c5, take on d5, and now we have some simplifications happening in the position. Take, castle. This is what we have right now. If we go to the Explore tab at the current position, let me just make sure we get that. Castle. Right now, we don't have as many games. In fact, we only have 3 games in this position. One of them with e3, the other one with long castle, and the other one with knight to d4. And in fact, I'm very curious to see what Anish has prepared for us today, because again, he knew exactly what Fabi will be going for, and we know that he have something in his bag right now. This one is going to be a crucial game that we're going to be following for the remainder of the day.
Thank you, Cristian. If you don't mind, Peter, pull up the game between Wesley and Jorden and Foreest.
This is where I wanted to go next.
Oh,
so
good,
thank you very
because
much. Yeah.
in my mind, knight b5 is a terrifying piece sacrifice.
Yeah, and weirdly, even though I have played Grunfeld for the vast majority of my life, there was a period in my life where I played this particular kind of a Chebanenko adjacent line with the black pieces. So I actually know some old theory about this, not particularly relevant, but some kind of out-of-date theory. And this line is quite risky for a number of reasons. But one of them absolutely is the move Queen B3.
Right.
To which Black, by this point, is more or less obliged to play B7, B5. Rook A7 exists, but it's kind of awkward. And now after C5, there is a kind of a fork in the road because A2, A4 is a massive strategic threat that needs to be addressed. I actually used to prefer playing Knight BD7 here with the intention of meeting A4 with an immediate pawn sacrifice of B4 and then Rook B8, Queen A3, A5. And you get a kind of a strange position where seemingly White has just a healthy extra pawn. But the Queen A3 is very out of place. You want to play E7, E5. Perhaps the bishop gets developed to G7. And the engine currently is saying that White is borderline winning, but I think in practice, in particular, if White is not expecting this is not unplayable. But A5 is another very important way, of course, of treating the threat of A2, A4, because now we are ready to meet A4 with B4, and if this happens, Black is instantly probably better.
Right.
But as Yasser is correctly saying, some sort of a sacrifice on the queen side now needs to be watched for constantly. Knight E5, G6 is the current position. And you absolutely have to consider both Knight B5 and Bishop B5.
Let's start
if
with
Knight
Knight
B5, I think A4 is very important here. And then if you go back, you will not, and actually Knight B5 has been played, so we will be watching the two players go down this route. I expect Jorden to not begin thinking just yet, and I think, A4 already blitzed out. You have to know this. Because if you don't know what you're doing here, you might be busted by move 15.
Right, you just get blitzed. And how do these two players match up in their head-to-heads?
Let's take a look at that for a second. Interestingly, no decisive games yet, and Jorden very much holding his own against the elder statesman of the pair, so to speak.
Exactly, and in those matchups, Wesley would, of course, been the rating favorite. So Jorden having a good tussle. A4, well, let's go. Queen B4.
Queen B4, and interestingly, now the engine says we are not accepting the piece sacrifice. It goes Knight F to D7 here.
Which, of course, I
And this is actually a version of what I was talking about. We are once again sacrificing this B pawn 4 activity in the center. Knight takes D7, for instance, we go Knight takes D7, Knight C3, and in some order, I guess it comes to the same. We play, for instance, Bishop G7, Knight takes A4, and E7, E5. We're now 2 down. But the pressure against the white center, and the white king is still some moves away from being safe. And no, this is very, very sharp. And in fact, the only thing that makes any sense to the engine is immediate B2, B3.
Wow.
If you don't play B2, B3 here, my admittedly slightly, online cloud engine, not the strongest engine in the world, says if you play, let's say, Bishop B2, which looks very, very natural, you're already slightly worse after castles.
Castle.
Let's say castle. I think the problem is probably E4, E4. Yeah, that's not... Queen E7 is even stronger because now we're combining E takes D4 ideas with ideas of Rook F B8 and your knight on A4 and the queen on B4 and very, very awkward squares.
And now we understand why B2, B3 at the start is the
And the machine suggests B3 to follow it up with Bishop B2, trying to kind of forego development in the center, forego the safety of the king for the time being, to make sure that the center doesn't collapse.
Right.
And after, for instance, Queen H4, we shouldn't really go down that road too deeply because we need to... Wesley, first of all, has options.
Right.
And secondly, this is maybe concentrating on one game a bit too much before they actually get there. But this is a fantastic game in progress. I really like what they're...
If you don't mind, from the current position on board, I think a lot of our audience, after the move Queen B4, they would ask, why can't you take the knight?
That's a very good question. But after Bishop takes B5, it becomes very, very awkward because whatever you put on D7, you get met by C5, C6, and you have to return the piece immediately. Let's say Knight BD7, C6, and you would like to play Knight takes E5 here, but regrettably both D5 and... No, D5, Queen C7 is not that great, but C7, unfortunately, is pretty strong. Discover check costing you a queen, and the game is done. The best you have, supposedly, is Bishop D7, after which both Knight takes E7 and the immediate C6 are pretty strong. Let's say Knight takes C6.
It feels
and you
like
take
another pawn sacrifice.
But this one, I think White will be able to stabilize a lot more easily because there's no misplaced Knight on A4.
Makes sense.
White is in a lot more controllable situation.
Wow. Well, I mean, that whole pawn sacrifice, nice stuff. Thank you, Peter, and I like the history as well as you took us down that road that you liked. Maurice.
I think it's critical to note Wesley's reaction to this because Jorden, they started off with 90 minutes on the clock. But if we look at the time now, Jorden has got 1:33.22. He's blitzing out his preparation.
Right.
Wesley, on the other hand, who we know is a great theoretician and well-prepared player, he's already down to 1:17. Now, he's not dangerous times, but this reminds me very much of what happened yesterday with Maxime and Anish. A player with black says, hey, you want a pawn? You can have it. I'm ready to sacrifice.
Right.
I might even sacrifice two. I'm whipping out my preparation, much the way he did against Fabi, by the way. Yesterday, Jorden whipped out his preparation. It did not end well for him. But every single move, he showed, I am prepared, and Wesley's looking once, twice, three times. I got to make sure I'm not walking completely into some sucker punch. Now Jorden seems to have paused, even though we know for sure he knows the next move. There's not a maybe. The queen had to move somewhere, and B4 is the logical square backing up that knight. So the preparation, and there it is, of course, he's just kind of hesitating there, surprisingly.
He knows what he's doing.
He knows exactly what he plans to do, and which, of course, is the best move, engine approved. So this is a beautiful moment, this preparation. How far does it go? How much does Wesley actually, in fact, know? And it's a gamesmanship, right, at the moment.
Right.
I know my opponent has this studied, clean, maybe was even on his computer screen before the round, and here I am walking into a snake pit. One blunder could cost you the game, but as Fabi showed yesterday, which I thought was really professional of him, he said, I knew the best move, Queen B5, but I didn't know what to do afterwards, so I went on my own. 38-minute think, 10 moves later, he's got a completely dominant position. So it's not all about preparation. Let's see how Wesley handles the challenge that Fabi was able to deal with yesterday.
Thank you, Maurice. And I didn't realize you were a Lionel Richie fan, by the way. Sorry, Pete.
One thing I wanted to add is I agree with everything Maurice just said. I will just say that Fabi's position was a lot more controllable. It was a quieter position with equal material, a lot less messy. It was still pretty messy, as we've seen in the game, but here already Wesley did win what seems like an important pawn on the queen side.
Crucial.
Yeah, but it's going to be very difficult to steer it towards safety. You might be better, but it's not that easy to make sure you're not worse, and this is, I think, a crucial difference between what's happening today and what was happening yesterday. I really liked what Fabi did yesterday, as Maurice also alluded to, this idea of sort of knowing what the first line is and thinking, okay, today I know less about it than my opponent, and I would like to play something else. But I think the position afforded him a lot more freedom in that respect, because let's say if we follow down the line I was showing before, if you get to this position with knight on a4, already at least my screen is suggesting there's really no dodging the first line if you don't want to be worse.
And that's
and that requires either knowledge of or a very, very deep understanding of the position of the board.
Yes, and to me, the biggest lesson from yesterday was Fabi's reaction. Somebody could say, well, the engine said the best move is Queen B5. And Fabi said, I don't care about all that information.
Right.
I need to play for myself. But this game, to me, definitely more resembles Anish versus MVL. Opening prep by black involving a sacrifice of material where your king gets stuck in the center of the board and you're not sure what's going on. Anish yesterday said, no, thank you. I don't want this pawn.
Right.
You can keep it.
Right.
I'm just going to play with control of the position, and it ended up being a pretty staid draw in the end. Wesley has said, I'm taking the pawn, and as you rightly pointed out, Peter, this could get wild.
Yeah.
And if this gets wild and you have not properly prepared, we've been talking for a long time, Wesley hasn't moved. Wesley sacked a piece, dared knew his opponent wouldn't be capturing it, but now his opponent played a quick move, kind of pretended he didn't know what the next move was. Yeah, right. He knew exactly the move, and Wesley's thinking, do I try to control this? How do I bail? Somebody give me an exit ramp somewhere, please.
I'm not sure one's available easily anymore. That's the problem for him. I think you have to accept that you are now in a very messy position where maybe you're better long term, but you will have to solve some very serious problems on your own over the board. And I am leaning towards if he knew the follow-up, he would have played it already. Because this is a kind of a position where you really, really want all the time you can have on the clock, because you will probably be in time trouble by move 30. And the 10 minutes you burnt on move 8, you will find it hard to justify it to yourself if you actually knew the answer and you decided to double and triple check for some reason.
On his move 9, 10, and 11 right now, Peter. And the other problem, as we stated, Jordan's not just playing off instinct.
No.
He's got reams of preparation. He's got a 3,700 engines that say, this is how you play the best moves. And if you screw up, this is how you die.
Right, bam.
So Wesley is in that boat at the moment. And boy, the next few moves will be critical. And that's why we see him pausing so much.
And let's see a snapshot of the Dutchman, Jorden van Foreest, playing for the first time as a full tour participant.
27 years old, a very nice, clean 2700 URS, two-time Dutch chess champion, of course, and has had a breakout here, I want to say, in a past couple of years, year and a half. He has a very decent record recently and a very deserved new player on the tour.
Welcome, Jorden. As he starts this Sinquefield Cup with 2 blacks, there's one game that we haven't touched on. Let's go to the game between Levon Aronian and Vincent Keymer. It's kind of hard to talk about Levon as a wild card player because, as you mentioned several times, Peter, he's been such a stalwart for the Grand Chess Tour. And pick it up from the opening. What do we have?
Well, it's just a pure reti, which you don't see this often these days, but Levon gave Vincent an option of playing a kind of a clean Catalan type position or playing g5, g4 on move 3, and Vincent said, thank you.
I'll take the space.
I'll take the space, bishop g2, knight c6, castles bishop c5, which I think is a kind of a fashionable way of treating these types of positions, not putting the pawn on c5, but developing the bishop to that square and engaging in the fight for the dark squares this way. Levon went with b3, bishop a3, and we have this position currently on the board where white will eventually begin expanding on the queen side. I don't think you can stop b3, b4 from happening forever. Okay. But you also don't need, I think, to necessarily be worried about it all that much. You can do something like rook e8, let's say, b4, and maybe even something like h7, h6, because we're not that worried about b4, b5. If white plays b4, b5, even knight b8, with the idea of rerouting it towards the very, very pleasant c5 square later on. Yes, white managed to gain some space, but our center is very solid. And if we do manage to play knight e7, knight c5, eventually we might even start pushing for some e5, e4 breaks. Right. But it's a very interesting, very complex position with a lot of play left.
And how, Peter, do these two players match up in their head-to-head?
Let's take a look.
Whoa!
Clean slate for Levon.
I did not see that coming. I was expecting something like 3 draws and maybe a single victory between them. 3 wins for Levon.
Quite surprising for me as well. Yeah. Obviously, there is a massive generational gap between them. But
I like Viktor Korchnoy's idea of beating them while they're young. And before it gets away from us, let's just go back to the game between Prague and Javokhir, because they've both been playing at pretty good speed.
But now there's a pause,
Yeah, Prague has taken a lot of space on the king side, and he's basically said, I'm making a claim on your f5 square.
And after I show you just quickly to show the viewers how we got here, c6, g4, bishop can go to pretty much any square here. Even bishop e4, although it looks a bit awkward, is sometimes played in these types of positions.
Just to provoke f3.
Yeah, but Javokhir says, go on, gain all the space you want. And up to here, I looked briefly, and there's only one game that reached the position after bishop d3 and bd7, but it's a very prominent game between Parham Maksudlu and Alexander Grishuk. I suspect probably online somewhere, but a game between two extremely strong players, which I think Parham ended up winning. And after knight g2, Javokhir is finally thinking. I think Grishuk in that game chose to develop his pieces by playing knight b6 and then bishop d6. Maybe not in this exact position, but this is the kind of a setup he went for. Right. I noticed that on my screen, the engine often suggests that this knight actually belongs on e6, not b6, which also seems quite logical. And another slightly Grishuk-adjacent story I want to tell about this structure is I was Alexander's second for the candidates matches in Kazan in 2011. And these types of structures were part of a prep for white in some lines of the QGD. And I remember the first time I saw this on my screen, I was trying to figure out what I thought about this. I thought this has to be clearly better for white, because the white knight will, in a couple of moves' time, will be on f5, and it will be completely unchallengeable.
Right.
There is no way black ever plays g7, g6, because it destroys the king side. There's probably also a king on g8 at some point by that. So you can't play g6.
Right.
And my, I think, heavily Rui Lopez infused childhood tells me that if you get the knight to f5, you're kind of...
It's a good thing.
Halfway there to winning the game.
Right.
The engines, even in 2011, were unbelievably unimpressed by this. And they were saying that because you already got the pawn all the way up to h5, there is no realistic way to open the g file, because g4, g5 can always be covered. Let's just introduce some moves into the mix. So okay, g5 here is playable, but some kind of a position like this. Let's say on the knight f5, and you play rook e8. Yeah. Right. And these types of positions, okay, here once again I blundered bishop takes h6 and I'm losing. But if we assume I didn't blunder bishop takes h6, let's say castles, bishop f8, yeah. Right. He was not that unhappy about even those types of positions.
Visually, it looks good.
Visually, it looks borderline winning for white.
Right.
And actually, this particular version, I guess I blew so much time on doing not very important things that white is better. But generally speaking, it's shockingly playable for black, even if white achieves these types of seemingly ideal setups. So that was quite surprising to me at the time, and it seems like I'm not alone.
Javokhir, of course, our challenger to the world champion, yesterday had a fantastic game with Levon Aronian and a nice interview afterwards. Got some sound bites from yesterday's interview with Javokhir.
All right, well, it was definitely a great effort on your side. You must not feel badly about the result. You seem, actually you were laughing at the end with Levon.
Yeah, okay, we're playing every day, I mean, not every day, with Levon, like maybe day after day, we're playing like card games a lot with him, and I mean, we are discussing about everything, and like, you know, in this tournament, like in St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, I played 4 games against Levon, and 4 games I was like, I mean, here maybe I'm just like, somewhere I'm very good, but other games completely winning, and we played all games draw, and yeah, it's crazy. I mean, with Levon, it's Levon, my every game was going crazy. That's why we are smiling. So,
one last question for you. You have a situation where you're fighting for the finals of the Grand Chess Tour, and you probably have to score a good result. Any of that on your mind as early as round 1?
Like in. Yeah, you know, I mean, I'm not thinking about this. Everything is like, it's a very long tournament, and I know like everything can happen. So I'm just focusing my every game. So I'm not thinking about these other things like to qualify or no. So I mean, of course, if I qualify, I will be very happy. But like everyone can, I mean, play a very good tournament. So. We'll see, but I'm not thinking about all of this.
All right, that's our job.
Our job indeed. We think about it a lot. I'm sure he does too. Cristian, over to you as you take a deeper look at Fabi's position.
Absolutely, and before we go into that, I just want to say I like the fact that Sindarov is well established at the elite level. through his chess, but also through his friendships that he's been developing with top chess players like Levon Aronian. Now, going to this game between Anish and Fabiano, it seems like Anish is taking a page from the Nakamura book. And Nakamura has said that generally whenever he approaches games against Fabi, he's striving for a simple position with a long-lasting, very small advantage. And that's exactly what Anish is doing in this game as well. And in fact, I'm really struggling to find very clean ways in which black in this position after the move knight to d4, which was Anish's choice. We were discussing about this the last time I talked to you about this game. After knight to d4, it's not that easy to get this pawn from c5, the extra pawn that white has established after the opening moves. Knight to d4, bishop to e6 seems to be the best move by the engine, but it's such a difficult decision to make because in this position, first of all, I have so many ways in which I can continue as white. One simple way would be rook to b1, knight to d7, and now after c6 and knight takes c6, you might be wondering, hey, how do I attack that knight on c6? I would love to put one of the rooks on the c file and target the pawn on c3 and the knight on c6. The problem is whenever you do that, I get the double attack with knight e7. So what you have to do in this position is to play the simple king to h8. From afar, this is not easy to understand. This is not an easy decision. So bishop to e6, and that also might not be the only problem in the position. I'm seeing some much sharper lines after bishop to e6, starting with the move f4, trying to basically stop. And we do have a move. I believe he has played knight to d7. Knight to d7. That is just simply the most natural move in the position. Knight to d7 immediately targeting the pawn on c5. The problem is right now I'm expecting a quick c6 to come from Anish. I don't think he's going to decide to defend this pawn with a move knight to b3. Just c6, take, take. And at this point, again, it's not that easy to get that pawn from c3 off the board and reestablish the material balance. For example, rook to e8, e3, and now it seems like you need to play the move rook to e6. This is not easy stuff. And if you don't go like this, you're just going to be suffering for the remainder of the game. So there's easy ways for black to go wrong, and it's very clear right now. We're seeing by the time expenditure that Fabi has been caught in the opening phase, and Anish is going to be enjoying a small, minuscule advantage out of the opening for long term in this one. What do you guys think?
Yeah, it's strange that Fabi, who's super well prepared, has gone into this variation, Cristian, just as you've been describing, where he's going to be fighting for material equality.
But the problem is, whenever you look at this with the engines, and especially with strong engines, 5 moves probably say 0-0-0.
Right.
That is the problem, right?
But as a human being.
Exactly, exactly. Then you don't play it over the board, you don't play any training games, and you're playing this position, and you end up starting to understand that it's not as easy to solve the puzzle over the board.
Exactly.
And
thank you, Cristian.
On my screen, it's not even zeros after 97. I'm a bit surprised by this because bishop f6, queen b3 is not new.
No.
And
No.
My assumption, and honestly, I am not in any way, shape, or form a Rogozin specialist. I dabbled in my life a little bit, but my knowledge is extremely superficial. But this had never really had the reputation of being in any way dangerous.
Right.
But I'm looking at this, and while Fabi was thinking about 97, I thought, okay, so what attracts me? Like, what feels to me like a comfortable way to equalize out of here? I am not entirely sure.
It's not easy to find it, even with the engine. It's not easy to find a clear way to get that pawn back.
Why isn't this more popular?
Well, that's going to be a question that our current leader is going to have to solve for himself. I would just like to go quickly to you, Maurice.
Yes, I just wanted to talk about the women's tournament for a moment, the Cairns Cup. It is transpiring as we speak. 10 of the greatest women's players in the world are playing, including one 16-year-old Alice Lee. And don't think this young lady has just been invited because, you know, she's one of the U.S. players up and coming. She is dangerous. They just played Speed Chess World Championship online, and she took down everyone. And I mean everyone was playing in that event, including Hu Yifan, the second highest rated female player in history. Alice went through them all and came out the champion. And guess what she did so far? Yesterday, she took down former women's world champion Alexandra Kostyniuk in their first game in the event. So she is co-leading at the moment with Tan Zhang Yi and Divya Deshmukh, who the latter, she's playing at the moment. And they're in early stages there. So definitely an exciting event and an early watch for the youngster. Her compatriot, Carissa Yip, did not fare very well yesterday, losing her game, in fact, to the Chinese star. But Alice at 16, tied for first. We talked about starting strong.
Right.
Everyone here that is there playing in the event, they know. We don't know how good this girl is. When they're young, you never know how good they are. They could be their rating. They could be 100 rating points above their rating and climbing. And just because of how she showed her medal at that online Blitz tournament, everybody's looking at her twice, 3 times and saying, we know this is an up-and-coming champion we're staring at right now.
Absolutely. Thank you for that coverage, by the way. I wanted to ask you, Peter, Wesley went into a good pause and came up with a move.
I think he is trying to control it a little bit, but not in the best way. Yeah, after knight fd7, he did take on d7 as expected, but now your knight is hanging. You can't keep it on d5 anymore.
Of course, I'm going to play knight c3.
Yeah, and it feels like knight c3 is a lot more natural, sort of regardless. I guess his argument here would be he wants to preserve the option for the queen to retreat along this diagonal, because with the knight on c3, if you give black time to play something like bishop, let's say bishop g7 first, and then I want to castle and perhaps develop the queen somewhere, and the queen on b4 could become vulnerable to ideas of rook fb8. So he's giving the queen sort of more of a retreat option along the b4 d2 diagonal. But the engine severely dislikes this. Thinks he's already worse, because this is sort of the ideal scenario for black. After knight c3, at least you're going to be 2 down, or 2 up in white's case.
Right.
Here, your damage is limited. Your a4 is now completely safe. Bishop g7, queen e7, castles. White is struggling to actually finish development. If you play bishop e2, bishop g7, castles, your moves are now very difficult to make. Black wants to play queen h4, continue increasing pressure against the pawn on d4.
Rook b8.
Let's say you play something like queen d2, we go queen h4. You have to protect the pawn on d4 somehow. If you play rook d1, white goes e4, rook fe8. This is looking
I'm
like...
not happy.
Yeah, like knight f8 e6 or even rook e4 in some cases. And if you lose the pawn on d4, which is really not difficult to imagine at all in this situation, your entire position might collapse. So very, very good targeted opening prep by Jorden. And today feels like his opponent did not manage to kind of mitigate that by dodging it at the earliest opportunity. And this is very promising for the young Dutchman.
Very hard to catch Wesley in the opening.
Remember what we said about Anish and MVL yesterday with the black pieces. MVL essayed a pawn sacrifice. Anish said, no, thank you.
No, thank you.
We're going into quieter waters. This is the kind of thing that can happen to you when you decide, okay, I'm grabbing it, let's go. You better know what you're doing, because otherwise you end up in this kind of dodgy situation. And it's important for the Grand Chess Tour standings, because Wesley currently is in 3rd place.
Right.
He's got a nice spot at 3rd place, looking to get to the finals. Last year, he was a half a point out. Prague nipped him, passed him, and took over that position, and Wesley missed the Final Four. He doesn't want that to happen at this event for sure, but hey, a loss to the lowest person in the totem pole, that's not going to fare well in the overall standings, as Javokhir and Keymer are chasing him right now and saying, yes, go get him. That is definitely something Wesley will have to watch out for. If we could pull up the standings, actually.
I was going to say.
That would definitely put this in perspective, the critical nature of getting as many points as possible early on, and not losing, certainly, as a great player he is, but he could start spiraling if he loses his confidence, especially here he is in 3rd place, 2.5 points ahead of Keymer, 3 points ahead of Sindarov. But it's critical points. Either one of those two players gets a good score,
Right.
and you end up with 4 or 5 points. You might just miss out completely after having a great situation after 2 tournaments, not so bad after 3. This game, it sounds like it's early, but it could be huge in the end. A lot of money at stake in the finals.
Could be very, very relevant to our final standings. And with a 2.5 point buffer ahead of Vincent, he generally isn't doing that badly, but yeah, he is running significant risks today.
And Queen D2 on the board.
As expected, he does want to bring the Queen back. Now, interestingly, there is a massive difference between Queen E7 and Bishop G7 here. My screen is suggesting that it's important to begin with Queen E7. Let's try and figure out why. If you begin with Bishop G7, that gives White time to play Bishop D3. Okay, that's actually a solid explanation. It allows White
The Queen is
an opportunity
badly on D2.
An opportunity to at least unload some of those poor pieces. Black is still not worse.
No.
Despite being a pawn down. But it's very important to trade off the bishop on f5 because that allows White to play knight c2 later.
Right.
And in this, because of that, if you begin with Queen e7 and White goes Bishop d3, now we can go e takes d5, Bishop takes f5, oops, not Bishop e4, of course.
Oops.
That would be a bit of a boo-boo. Bishop f5, gf5, and the reason we played Queen e7 is specifically so that White cannot recapture with the pawn because of rules of chess, regrettably. And if you take with the Queen, Black has rook g8,
C5
and then c5 falls. Black's structure is not great to look at, but Black's pieces, on the other hand, are fantastic. And the engine actually prefers this a great deal for Black.
Right.
And now the question becomes, does Jorden know? He's reaching for Bishop g7, it seems like. That would be inaccurate.
So the most accurate move is Queen e7. He is hesitating. Well, think about how many files he will have to memorize, and just hoping that he was going to catch Wesley. Let's just pause our analysis for a moment to say that recently there's been a new world championship, the University Teams Championships. Missouri sent 2 schools to those University Team Championships, and one of them, the St. Louis University, made it to the finals and scored 2nd place.
Absolutely, and coached by the legendary Vara Kobian. I like the usage of that particular adjective. Very
nice,
very appropriate there. And congrats to Slew Chess for
their success.
Very solid result.
Fantastic World University Team Championships, and VAR, of course, has won the United States Chess Federation's Coach of the Year award for the fantastic results that they've been having in the University Championships. The women's won the gold, and the open team won the silver. So congratulations to St. Louis University on all your successes. Come and we'll help you celebrate on your return.
Bishop g7 did come in the game between Wesley and Jorden,
and Bishop
which is we
now.
may have oversold the risk. The risk Wesley was allowing.
And guess what? Instantly
Insta
came
Bishop d3. I think with a large sigh of relief.
Yeah, like that's.
Yeah, and interestingly, even if you don't play Queen e7 straight away, beginning with e takes d4, and Bishop g7 was stronger than the immediate Bishop g7, perhaps because of Bishop d3 here. You have the option of Queen e7 check, which at least maybe forces White to abandon the castling king side. Okay. But Queen e7 was stronger than all of those things. And now after Bishop g7, Bishop d3, Wesley is back on a lot less shaky ground. He's still not better, as I mentioned, despite being a pawn up. This is still not an advantage in any way. Black has a solid compensation even if you take on d3, and there is also Queen g5 here.
Queen g5.
Which
that's a bit of a surprise.
Asks for perhaps some concessions.
So
I thought I thought maybe even g takes f5 was playable, but the engine doesn't agree with that. Says f4 is strong.
Okay.
I thought the initial idea was to go g takes f5, and if you kind of ignore it and castle, I do win the pawn back, and maybe that was an achievement of some sort. But f4 exists.
Gotcha. And Maurice, what's caught your eye in early parts of round 2?
Well, the players are so well prepared, and even when they're not, they come up with good solutions to neutralize advantages.
Like we just saw there.
But I'm definitely fascinated by Maxime's game just because he has decided to go for something that maybe is outside of his normal comfort zone. And it's so important. You know, I a lot of times bring up students of mine, and one student in particular who, she'll know who she is. I'm recommending play some different openings. Don't sit on what you play all the time and keep doing it, especially when you're young. Learn different structures. Don't become a prison of the systems that you learned as a kid, because then you get locked in, you don't learn as much, you don't feel new ideas, new formations, and then you're trapped, and that's it. You don't have that variety. And then later, when people are preparing for you also, they know what you're going to play, and they just know this is what is coming.
You're a target.
Watching MVL shift after all these years, I was thinking the same thing for him many years ago. It's always been Najdorf, it's always been Grunfeld, always been 1E4, game after game after game, forever. Got to switch up, bro. Well, now he decided, you know, I'm in my mid-30s now. My rating's down. I can have a little fun. Yeah, maybe learn some stuff and play something different. And he's doing a great job of it right now. You see his pawn sitting there on A5. This E-pawn looks advanced, but could become a target later. An interesting idea is after the move knight to D5, knight to C2, very natural move. Let's make a rook E8. There's a move like rook A4 after you put your pawn on A5, giving a little room to say, look, your pawn is quite advanced. Be careful how this game proceeds, as this pawn could become a target. Black is still perfectly fine in the position, but it's more to think about as the potential in position starts to grow. This is your non-traditional, I would say, Yaz, I would defer to you, from my eyes, a non-traditional approach to the English. You normally don't see this kind of setup, and I'm glad you're confirming that. But usually that kind of thing happens when someone who's not totally familiar with a position or hasn't played the same pet ideas year after year after year, decides to play an opening, and then he starts coming up with fresh approaches. And you say, what, we could do that too? Why didn't you come over to the dark side a long time ago, man? Because you just see it differently as an E4 player maybe, or just new eyes, he comes up with new ideas. He might think, am I doing everything right? And you'll go, it ain't bad. And he's doing it right now, showing us interesting, nuanced, varied ideas in the English.
Thank you, Maurice. I've never thought of the English as being on the dark side of the openings, but I like what he's done so far. And Cristian, what do you have for us?
Well, speaking of that game, sure, for MVL this is new, but if you would ask me which one is the pet opening for Sam Sevian, I would say the English with the black pieces. I've seen him neutralize Fabiano Caruana in US Championships games. I've seen him win those type of positions with the black pieces against 2650s, 2700s. So definitely these are the type of positions that Sam Sevian really understands. Now, going to, I would say, the marquee matchup of today, the fight between Pragg and Sindarov. First, I want to take a look at their progress over the years, because this is absolutely fascinating, the way they progressed at pretty much the same pace. Take a look at that. In 2016, boom, 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 very, very close to each other. Sindarov was a little bit behind and just very recently managed to get ahead, but very closely to Pragg. So definitely these two players have grown with each other, have matured with each other, and right now they're going at each other because we're seeing so many incredible explosive games between the two players, and once again I need to reiterate that they really don't like to make draws against each other. For the last few games they've faced each other in classical chess, it has been decisive results. And right now, well, we're going to see a big battle with opposite side castles, very, very likely in this one. I believe this is where we left it off after knight to e6 and a bishop to e5 was played, the move that I was anticipating. I don't think you want to give this bishop. You want to force black, or at least provoke black to create some weaknesses with the move f6 to displace that bishop from e5, and then you're going to drop it back to safety to g3. Now, castle was black's response after bishop to e5. And this is the position in which Pragg is thinking. I think the main option is quite obvious, and that is we're going to see opposite side castles with long castle. And then we're going to, by the way, take a look at the engine's eval. It gives black a slight edge. But I would say this is such a complex position, and it's going to become a race, because what black is going to try to do is launch an attack on the queen side. b5, a5, a4, displace the knight from c3, and then at the right moment break with the move c5 and try to open things up on that side. On the other, on the flip side of the coin, white is going to try to attack on the king side. You already have this very nice established dominance with the pawn on h5 and g4, but those could become a liability as well. You really have overextended on that side. So a similar sequence of moves that we could be seeing in this one after castle. Let's say rook to e8, king to b1, let's say b5. Now you have to make space for this knight on c3 because b4 is coming. So most likely we're going to see a move such as knight to g3. And now you need to get ready because b4 is not really a good place to start. After knight to a4, you're going to have some issues with the square c5, and c5 is not coming as easily. So white has established the defense on the queen side, and you've overextended with your pawn. So you need to be very careful the way you play this one with both sides, with white and black. But we are seeing a developing game, a developing very dynamic middle game between these two players, with 3 results potentially pending.
Thank you, Cristian. It's hard for me to believe that white's not faster in those positions when your kings are on opposite flanks. I've got the pawn on g4 and pawn on h5, and black's got the pawn on b7
Exactly.
and a7, Peter. You're thinking you're there.
Yeah,
He's not there, and you are.
This is very much my feeling as I already told the story. This was my initial reaction when I first got
Saw
to
those
these types of
positions?
structures, was white must be better, perhaps even much better. But as Cristian alluded to, modern engines are just as less modern engines in 2011. I'm quite unimpressed by the prospect of opening up the files on the king side. I think I still don't believe white can be worse.
Right.
It's going to be impossible for me to believe white can be worse.
Right.
But yeah, it's very, very sturdy for black because of how much control black exerts over the crucial g5 square. Just getting g4, g5 in is very, very difficult. And without it, your pieces are not going to break through. You need a pawn storm, and pawn storms are going to be very difficult to organize.
Amazing. Just to mention it once more, of course, we have the Cairns Cup going alongside the Sinquefield Cup, and it's marvelous to have these top 10 women players from all over the world competing, and we will have bonus coverage during our own broadcast of the Sinquefield Cup to go along with that. Currently, I wanted to say that the game between Levon and, well, in fact, all the games seem to be heating up. But that one in particular, if you don't mind taking a look at that, Peter, and tell me, share your thoughts with
Well,
our viewers.
As Cristian was describing our QGD in the game between Pragg and Javokhir, I tried clicking around and trying to figure out what's going on here.
Right.
I think Vincent is completely fine, but it probably is still quite balanced. And as I described, b3, b4 is going to happen. There's no way to stop it.
Right.
But you also don't need to react to it, and it's completely kind of, it's quite toothless. b5 is not a threat. c5 is not a threat. So you can play something along the lines of h6. I think h6 is often a useful move just to make sure you now have to contend with knight g5. Let's say before rook e8. And the engine suggests you kind of have to start shuffling. You play rook e1, you wait for a move. And we have choices between, let's say, bishop f5 seems logical, bishop g4 also seems logical. And all of those moves are pretty healthy. Let's say you play bishop f5.
I want to see the clash, though. I wanted to see e5, e4. Don't play around with me. Don't play h6. Give me that e4 business.
e4 generally, you have to be very sure you don't really miss anything in the center, because let's say the engine even says you can take and play rook c1.
I didn't
and
anticipate that.
The pawn on d4 might be a bit vulnerable. Neither did I. But I think the reason you play h6 is also just playing knight g5.
Immediately.
Yeah, e takes. Why doesn't it let me play knight g5 here? E takes d3, e takes d3. It's not that bad for white, although, I mean,
I wouldn't have thought this is
I
unhappy.
probably choose black, frankly.
Right.
Although the engine does say zeros,
Zero,
yeah,
zero,
as
zero.
usual, it says zeros.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
doesn't really give anyone anything. But
Okay, I
I'm
thought
probably picking
E5,
black.
E4 was coming with some potency, and you're saying include H6 just to not give white the option of knight G5.
But I think with the pawn on B4, E4 becomes harder to organize because you might be now running afoul of some tactics.
I see.
Because C4, C5 shakes your equilibrium, and if you have to play Queen D7 here, you're probably not a particularly happy bunny. So if you want to play E4, you have to play it now or play it much later. And I have a feeling that this is exactly the conundrum that Vincent is trying to resolve.
I got
He's
you.
trying to figure out if it's any good and should he play it right away.
Gotcha. Well, we've reached that point where we're going to take our first short break as we continue our coverage of the 2026 Sinquefield Cup. Please stay with us and don't go away. Enjoy your bonus coverage. Bye.
Thank you guys for joining us here at the Cairns Cup. I'm Nazi Paikidze and I'm here with Almira Skripchenko. Almira, tell the audience how yesterday went. What are the standings in the Cairns Cup?
Yes, let's have a look at the standings. It started with fireworks. 3 players are at the top of the standings. Tan Zhongyi, Divya Deshmukh and Alice Lee. They won their games. 4 players are in the pack with half a point. Bibisara Soubaeva, Anna Muzichuk, Hampi Konera and Stavroula Tsolakidu. And at the bottom of the standings, we can find the former world champion Alexandra Kostyanyuk, the World Championship challenger Vachier-Lagrave, and our defending champion Carissa Yip. How strong is this tournament, Nazi?
Very strong and very unexpected to see these 3 players at the bottom. And pairings of round 1 just before we dive into all the games.
So,
Round
the pairings, yes, of this second round is Divya Deshmukh is taking on Alice Lee with the white pieces. So we will see if Divya will be able to be in the momentum and to win another game. Tan Zhongyi is playing with the white pieces against Hampi Konera. Stavroula Tsolakidu is playing against Anna Muzichuk. Bibisara Soubaeva has the white pieces and is playing against Vachier-Lagrave. And Carissa Yip is facing Alexandra Kostyanyuk with the white pieces as well.
Thank you, Almira. We have very exciting games going on, but I'm going to start with our marquee matchup. Two of the 3 leaders are facing each other, and I'm talking about Divya Deshmukh and Alice Lee. So let's jump into their game. I'll start from the very beginning. It was E4, E5, and Rui Lopez. I was highlighting earlier that Alice often plays the Petrov, but in this game she chose to play knight C6, and she had this peculiar line prepared. C3, knight f6.
Yes, she had a small surprise in store, and I still can't understand what is happening there.
Especially in this moment, right? We were expecting knight e4, which seems like the most logical move, but Alice very quickly played knight to d5. But Divya wasn't very surprised. She also responded quite quickly. Castle, so it's like a gambit. The pawn is extra and it's hanging, but nobody's touching it. Alice very quickly drops back, bishop e7, all home preparation.
We are expecting c takes d4, but no.
It's not coming.
Yes, a4. The move from another space, I would say.
Very hard to explain what a4 is, but we're pretty sure it was Divya's preparation. Then d6. Now finally knight d4, threatening on c6, and this awkward-looking move, queen d7, but it was the best move. Then e takes d6, and guess what? Alice has to move the queen again.
Because if, yes, bishop takes on d6, then rook e1 check. And I think that black is simply lost here.
Yes, they have to lose castle or pin their piece, and it would have been a very uncomfortable position. That's why Alice took with the queen on d6. I like Divya's next move, b3, initiating bishop a3 and looking at the diagonal. But Alice is not worried about that. She has castled. Bishop a3 and just queen f6. And now time for some trades. And this is the current position. As you can see, the pawn structure for black is not ideal, but that white squared bishop is going to be pretty powerful. And Almira, would you agree that Alice managed to equalize the game?
It might look as she equalized. However, I like Divya's decisions to leave the bishop on c8. I think that leaving the 2 knights on the board gives her a very good practical chance to play for a win. So let's see, because this bishop looks very powerful. However, if you put it on a6, then rook e1, and this is it, you know. And where
Bishop
else?
will be looking at the empty diagonal, right?
Yes. Otherwise, maybe you need to play knight f5 and to exchange one of these powerful knights. But then maybe Divya is planning to play knight f3 and to play with this wonderful knight on d4. But you need to support it by b4. Otherwise, c5 will always come, challenge it, and then bishop on b7 actually might become a very powerful piece.
Agreed, but I like the time that Alice has, 1 hour 24 minutes against 46. So Alice came very well prepared for this game, and she seems pretty happy with the current position. We're going to go around the horn and check some of the other games. I'm going to go to Carissa Yip against Alexandra Kostyanyuk. Both players looking to bounce back since yesterday's very painful losses. This game started as a Petrov, and Kostyanyuk is known for playing this opening very often.
She decided to have a classical approach to this game. You need to play a quiet opening, you know, to equalize first, and if given a chance to play for more, then you need to seize it.
And Almira, what do you think about Carissa's choice to go for this aggressive g4?
I like it very much. I am aware of this idea, especially in these types of position, and I think it's one of the most principled way to play it, to claim the advantage. And that's where I wanted to say, is there any way to have a quiet position against Carissa?
No. And I'm talking from experience.
So we have the answer. H3, g4 is on the board. Black has to keep the bishop on g6, and now it becomes the game, a waiting game, because white wants black to take on g6 and to gain the control over the f5 square. Black wants white to take on g6, so h takes g6 will control the f5 square.
It's a standoff, and both of the players here started to make just developing moves and improving position, because, as Almira mentioned, no one wants to take, and they're hoping that the opponent takes. e3, important prophylaxis move to stop knight b4 from happening. Here, black played a6, also good prophylaxis move in case Carissa pushes d5 for knight to have a square to go to. Carissa developed the bishop very logically on f4. Some were developing moves, and we are caught up with the players. After d5, this is where Alexandra is thinking. She has a couple of options. Where is she going to put the knight?
And I understand why Carissa chose this moment to play d5, because the wonderful square for the knight would have been the d7. But now Alexandra played queen d7. It was a useful move, and Carissa immediately played d5, so knight b8, knight d7 is no longer possible. So where this knight should go? Knight h7 is completely out of play, you know. Like, you have this square, and after knight d4, what we will do? You have to challenge the center, probably c6 or c5.
Black needs to do some kind of breakthrough as soon as possible, or they're going to end up in a very passive position. So let's take a look at c5.
So maybe you should play knight f5. You know, I was hoping to jump.
And maybe Kostyanyuk has the square for her knight b5. It's a very unusual square, but it looks pretty decent. So I'm going to go back, if you don't mind, and improve white's move. How about a4?
Oh, I like this. But then bishop d3, queen d3 accomplishes everything what white was hoping for. Because as you can see, white has so much space in this position. So the knight on a7 is completely restricted. The knight on f6 doesn't have any squares. The bishop on f8 has probably the most of the potential here.
Exactly, has some future at least.
Has some future. So what? Okay, let's trade. I think you need to trade. You need to take on e1 and to play rook e8.
Yeah, black is still trying to equalize here, but even in the end game, I think black will be suffering with such passive pieces. But again, we can't exaggerate white's advantage. It's just small space advantage. After all, it's the Petrov defense.
You're absolutely right, Nazi. However, I can see so many more moves here for white, like knight d4, knight a5, queen d4, bishop h4, so many ideas. And black can only face those threats one at a time and try to maintain the equality.
Absolutely. So black is just waiting for white to play and respond. All right, so far we like Carissa's position. She has a small advantage. One more game I want to draw your attention to is between Stavrola Tsolakido and Anna Muzichuk. I'm going to go quickly over the opening. It started as the King's Indian, but quickly transposed to a Catalan, where Black took the critical pawn on c4, and Anna Muzichuk is keeping the extra pawn. However, Stavrola has a great center. And then this move e5.
Yes, I was surprised by the depth of Anna's preparation. We were talking about the candidates tournament. Many of the players who are taking part in the Cairns Cup were the candidates tournament participants, and they have so many ideas in store. And I think this e5 move is simply brilliant. It's not just a tactical sequence. It shows that there are a few positions where Anna can play for more. If, for example, she manages to trade the queens, let's see.
Exactly, and this is the follow-up after she takes e. She puts the knight on d7, coming to c5, and eyeing that d3 square for her queen or the knight. So Stavrola responded with knight e3, knight c5, queen c2, and this is the current position where Anna has been thinking for a while. We are expecting queen d3, and we like Black's position.
Yes, I think that if Black manages to trade the queens, then develop the knight on b8, bring the rooks into play, Anna will have a very comfortable position, and those pawns will move at some point. Yes, you will try to move them b3, c3, and this avalanche of pawns looks very powerful. Anna is weighing her options very carefully here. So if she doesn't play queen d3, I think that she takes a lot of risks. I think that she needs to offer this queen trade. Do we have a move here or not yet?
She's still thinking she might be considering this aggressive move c3 with some ideas of bishop d3, because it's very tempting to play like this, with the hopes of getting the knight on d3, but White is in time to fix the weaknesses. And you're right, if Anna goes for this, it's a risk.
And I think, yes, we've seen a lot of positions where White can sacrifice an exchange and still be better.
Absolutely, we saw many lines of that, because we're going to have very strong bishops, and this is going to be a very interesting game. We'll see if any sacrifices are going to happen. Currently, Anna taking a long thing in that position. But our marquee matchup, Almira, is between Divya and Alice. What do you think is going to happen there?
Well, Divya will try to claim that, well, she's the better player maybe in the middle game. But
she's definitely putting pressure on us, young Alice, but both players had such a good day yesterday. We'll see if one of them can win 2 games in a row.
of course.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. That's all the updates we have for you as of now. Now back to you guys in the studio at the Sinquefield Cup.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Almira and Nasi, for your coverage there of the Cairns Cup. There's some great games, and I really liked what you were saying about the Anna Muzichuk game. I'm your host, Yasser, and I'm surrounded by an all-star team of commentators, Maurice, Peter, and Cristian. And we've got a good round brewing in front of us. The game of Wesley started, I thought, in Wesley's favor. Knight b5, bang! But then it was turned around with some great prep. Let's go around the horn. Peter, give us choose three games. And,
let's begin with this one, since you mentioned it, and take a look at the developments after bishop g7, bishop d3. We did say that bishop g7 was perhaps not the most precise choice by Jorden, and he did opt to play queen g5 here, which is one of the more critical options. Bishop takes f5, and queen takes a5 is actually perfectly playable, just for positional compensation for the pawn. We no longer try to do anything tactically. We just think that we have more active pieces. We have the semi-open b-file for the other rook, and a very nice bishop on g7 against a really, really passive bishop on c1. But g takes f5 is a lot more concrete, which is what Jorden chooses. f4, he takes f4. And now Wesley goes castles, doesn't recapture the pawn straight away. And black probably needs to play f takes e3, sadly. The engine suggests if you want to play in a more adventurous fashion, you can play something like h5, wait for the pawn on f4 to be recaptured, bring the knight over to e4, play h5, h4. This is actually not that bad. The more time you give the engine to think about this, the more it thinks this is playable. But you can also, if you want, simply take on e3 and liquidate into this endgame, which once again, despite being a pawn down, let's say if white takes on f5, I have rook a b8, followed by, I guess, this rook comes out to b4, this rook goes to e8. The knight from d7 very often gets rerouted to the ideal square on e6. Black is just not worse at all.
Exactly.
But you probably also are not winning this with black. And Jorden, after having lost his first game, I think this is an interesting fork in the road for him. I'm pretty sure he understands this endgame is fine. But if he wants to preserve perhaps some winning chances at the cost of not playing quote-unquote perfect, correct chess, the option of preserving the queen's on exists for him with something like knight f6, as I mentioned, in the current position, or h5. I think probably for a human being, I think knight f6 is more logical than h5 as a beginning point.
Let's put the round the horn on pause for just a second, because we've reached that stage in the show that we'd like to ask our statistician Ben Underwood who's going to win the tournament. And of course, he goes through 15,000 tournament simulations to come up with these numbers.
And this is pre-tournament, and we discussed this yesterday a little bit. The two players up top, first of all, very strong players with very high ratings and everything. Also, people who have 5 whites and 4 blacks in the tournament, which is not irrelevant. And Vincent in third also has 5 whites and 4 blacks.
A little bit surprised by Prague's mere 9%. But after the first day, where we had a single...
after the first day, I'm guessing the yellow slice is going to grow substantially.
The pie got bigger.
Yeah, almost 2/5 of the pie is now Fabi, 3 times as likely to win the tournament as his nearest competitors, who are still Sindarov and Keymer.
All right, talking about Fabi and his big slice of the pie, jump to the game between Anish Giri and bring us up to date, Peter, on does Fabi have enough compensation for the pawn he sacrificed earlier?
Fabi made an interesting move. After knight d7, c6, bc6, and knight takes c6, Fabi played rook e8, not rook e8 that Cristian was showing, but the move knight f6, which is also very decent. But after g2, g3, which is the best move the engine suggests, I think bishop b7, as far as I could tell, and it was not a very deep attempt at analysis, but still, bishop b7 appeared to be equalizing more or less by force, because
you want to go after the c3 pawn.
Best move appears to be knight d4, and then after rook fc8, rook c1, and knight e4,
very logical.
We are attacking and actually winning the pawn on c3, and let's say white tries bishop g2, knight takes c3, and king g2, which might look like it gives white a little bit of something, because if you play knight e4 check, the endgame actually is a bit unpleasant. But knight takes a2, rook b1, and now I think very specifically bishop a6, although other moves are also available, as my screen tells me. But bishop a6, bishop takes d5, and now a very nice intermezzo, knight a2, c3, leads to massive simplifications and probably just a draw. Important to note, and I was trying to figure out why we're putting the bishop on such an ugly square on b7 instead of a very natural square on d7 where it normally goes. Knight e7 check is actually surprisingly strong in a lot of these positions.
What?
The point being that after the king goes pretty much anywhere, it doesn't really matter where. After bishop g2, and you did warn me about this, Yasser, and today the mouse decided not to cooperate.
I'm so happy.
It has been a while, yeah.
I felt I was at fault.
Yeah, and d5 is hanging, so you have to play bishop e6. And now, interestingly, this knight on e7 looks like it's in trouble, but it actually always escapes via c6, because the c8 square is being denied to the black rooks. And white is actually pressing after king g2. But instead of all that, Fabi chose to play rook e8 in this position.
Okay.
And now white can play something like f2, f3, denying the e4 square to the black knight. And
Maybe playing king d2.
I guess the idea is to play bishop d7 now that we don't have to worry about knight e7 check anymore. And then maybe something like rook a b8, this rook comes to c8. Actually, now that I've given the engine some time, this looks quite healthy for black.
Yeah, I don't see a problem. By the way, how do these two match up head-to-head? I suspect they could write a trilogy from the games they've played.
And there you have it. This is actually almost 50 classical games between them. And interestingly, Anish is ahead.
Yeah.
Anish is one of those unpleasant opponents for Fabi with a 7-4 score in terms of decisive games and a massive 35 draws.
Including a mini-match victory at the Cyprus candidates, I would add to that plus score for Anish. Cristian, over to you to update us on Javokhir.
Anish got exactly what he wanted out of the opening in that one. He's going to pressure for a very long time. The good news for Fabiano is that Anish is out of his theoretical knowledge and he's spending a lot of time trying to figure out how to preserve his advantage. Now, we discussed this game between Praggnanandhaa and Sindarov, and we were expecting a battle with opposite side castles, and that's exactly what we got. Let's take a look. Castle was played, and this is where we left it off. Castle a5. I was always mentioning ideas of b5 first, with the idea to always have b4 in your pocket, not to start with the move a5. But Sindarov decided to start with this move, getting a space advantage on that side as soon as possible. Rook to e8. And now there was a moment in this game, in this position, where Praggnanandhaa could have changed the whole setup of the position with the move e4. So we've been seeing this pawn generally stay on e3 and the pieces move around it. Knight to g3, the other knight comes to e2, the other knight goes to f4, things of that nature. But in this position, e4 was a possibility, and that completely changes the character of the position, because we're going to see a change in pawn structure. For example, you can just simply play the move queen to d7, take on d5, take on d5. And the thing is, you're just simply not in time as black to launch your attack with b5, followed by b4, followed by putting a rook on the c file and getting a real attack on that side. What happens right now with white, I'm just simply going to block you from doing all of those things with the move queen to d3. Really focusing on the square b5. No more b5. Maybe even I will be able to use that square to transition my knight. And in the future, in an endgame, I'm going to try to utilize that square to create an advantage for white. So this was a real possibility for white, but this would have changed the character of position quite dramatically. Right now, what we have, he did not play the move e4, but rather chose the move knight to g3. And f6 did indeed just arrive on the board. f6, bishop to f4, and I'm looking at the position. How exactly do you hold on to this pawn on f4? You really don't want to play f5. That's just going to kill your whole attack, and strategically you're going to be in a very, very bad situation, also allowing my knight to get into play via g5 to e4. So how exactly do you hold on to the pawn on f4? And I don't think he wants to. I think he wants to sacrifice that pawn. He probably wants to go knight to a5, bishop takes f4, and the question is, am I going to be able to utilize the fact that you've spent some time taking that pawn and softening up your dark squares on the queen side? I'm talking about b6 potentially. The queen is right now tied to the defense of that square. And of course, the square c5. I'm going to transition that knight via that square. Potentially, well, first of all, I'm going to attack the pawn on b7, but also ideas of just reshuffling back my knight on d3, or even jumping to e6 in collaboration with one of the rooks coming on the e file. So it's a pawn down. Most likely it's going to be a pawn down for Praggnanandhaa, but there's obvious compensation for it. The only problem is, very often, whenever you go knight to g5 for black, the best thing that white can do is just simply take on g7, because the knight is coming to e4. And you really cannot allow the knight to land on e4. That's going to disrupt all your plans. So generally, whenever the knight comes to g5, we see a lot of simplifications like such with the piece sacrifice, and generally this leads to a situation where you cannot cover with the knight on h7 because you lose the bishop on f4. So what you have to do is accept the fact that we're going to see a repetition, a perpetual check in this one. So this is what I'm seeing between these two players right now, if Sindarov is going to be focusing on capturing that pawn on f4 after the trade of the knight and the bishop. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. That pawn sacrifice, we were looking at Peter and I, we were looking at knight e2 and queen, and holding on to the pawn.
No,
and
that's not exactly right, because I noticed that the engine does offer this pawn up, either with knight f5 and then knight a4, or the rook he1 and then knight f5. And I was trying to figure out why it was doing that, because I thought it's a kind of a healthy pawn. Also, importantly, it keeps the knight on h7 caged, and something that Cristian very much talked about. This knight would like to be on g5, and it's not that I'm very much in favor of pawn sacrifices, in particular when they're not my pawns. But keeping the knight on h7 back there is, I think, very valuable. But if you play passively here, if you play knight c2, let's say queen c7, queen d2, black gets a very clean way to continue. Let's say you play a4. If white doesn't ignore it, of course, a3 will be hit by b5, b4 ideas. Sure. And if you play knight f5 instead, black can play a3, let's say b3, and even knight f8 here, not being that worried about g4, g5.
Which, of course, is what I'm aspiring to do with every...
For a very specific reason, though, there is a very important intermezzo here with bishop b4, overloading the white pieces. And,
wow.
If you don't have bishop b4, white is actually still completely fine. So this is a very sharp position, and a very important decision point here for Prague, because trying to hold on to the pawn on the 4 and trying to sacrifice it here leads to two completely different games, obviously. I mean, it's stating the bleeding obvious, but still,
right, but still good stuff.
It's a very, very important turning point in the game.
Maurice, thank you, Peter. Maurice, you were talking about MVL's game with Sam Sevian, and MVL exploring new territory, uncharted territory. How is he doing?
He's still playing very nuanced chess and very fresh moves, original ideas. This setup you see on the queen side, a cluster of white pieces. You got 5 pieces jockeying for space in these this little 9 square box area. Talk about a overcrowded apartment. They are clearly looking to do things in this space, as this knight on c2 will eventually move out of the way. Also, even the knight d5 could happen to accelerate some trades, but this e-pawn is the target of the position. A move like rook e8 makes a lot of sense here, just to overprotect this pawn as much as possible. I know it's your favorite term, Yaz, that overprotection, Nimzovich, that you studied so deeply back in your young days.
Hateful.
I like trolling Yaz because he's squirming right now, upset at me for saying that. But this pawn is indeed a target, knight e3, for example, bishop to g6. It should be noted that although the pawn's under attack 3 times, you can't just decide to munch it, because the queen is overworked, defending that knight, but also defending this bishop and causing this accident on the e4 square. So white is not quite ready to jump on that pawn. The rook a4 move, unfortunately, now runs into knight to c5, so he can't quite get that in either. So it's not obvious after rook e8 what Maxime is supposed to do. But I'll say this, of all the games, this one feels, maybe Fabi's game is also a little bit slow, but it feels like the slowest, because battle lines haven't quite been drawn as yet. And it's really about that pawn, but it's also not clear where the pieces belong 100%. So the momentum hasn't kicked in the game where we're saying, and this, and this, and this. It's very nuanced, and black has to be careful because there's only one real target, And that's the pawn on e4.
Wanted to put you on the spot a little bit there, Maurice. If we go back a couple of moves, we absolutely expected a 95. And after 97, I was trying to understand why a 5a6 wasn't played here.
And you know, this was a natural idea. I think we would all have played it instantly.
Right.
Well, the engine gives takes as the only real way to play.
Wow.
And if you take back this pawn, knight to b4 is actually a very solid position for black. a5 will follow next when you throw your rook away.
That knight is a very solid piece. But it's an interesting turning point because obviously you play for a5 seemingly with the intention of playing a5, a6, and then you get the opportunity to do it and you say, no, thank you, I was just kidding, and you go knight c2. I thought it was a bit incongruous.
Indeed, but the pawn on a5 is not only to play a6, which it could be, obviously, but it's also to kick the knight away.
Absolutely.
And once you start driving pieces back, you have access to squares. So if you're here, the knight goes back, the d5 square becomes available at some point. The a4 square becomes available.
All fair points, yeah.
So Maxime clearly knows the move a6 was a move to play. He decided to hold off, even though it seems like the kind of move we'd all play in bullet.
You just want it.
Throw the pawn in there and let's see what happens next. But he's keeping all his options open, so he decided to make a tempo-gaining move. I mean, a move he has to play eventually, knight c2. And then his opponent played a6, which is kind of a loss in time, if you will, even though it keeps the structure together. So maybe it's just an extremely useful move to play at the moment, and now queen to b1. So yes, a6 was clearly not just the engine's top choice. All of us would have played the move a6 as a natural
seriously
continuation.
Considered it. And he did consider it. He didn't play knight c2 immediately. It was clearly in his thoughts, but he ended up choosing not to.
Yeah, but how he came to that realization to reject it, that's got to be an interesting question. That leaves you, Peter, with the game between Levon, Aronian, and Vincent Keymer.
And,
catch up on that game for us, please.
You have to be pretty happy about the developments here, Yasser, because
Yes.
your e5, e4 did come to pass, and it's a very concrete position now. d4, knight takes e4 is just straight up good for black, not massively, like it's not going to completely turn the game on its head, but it's very pleasant for black.
Right.
So the choice is you either completely ignore what's happening and
Bishop
play something
G2.
like bishop g2, to which black can reply with, let's say, improving one final piece, bringing one final piece towards the center. And maybe at some point you have to start looking at ideas of maybe even playing e4, e3. Because with white having played h2, h3, the pawn on g3 could become a bit soft.
Right.
And also you're kind of running out of squares to do things. So the strongest move in this position appears to be c4, c5. And the point here is, if you play, I think the most natural move, I guess, would be queen d7.
Yeah.
But then after d takes e4, if you take on e4 with the knight, you run into b4, b5, and you do have problems keeping your center afloat. This is just not good for black at all.
Okay.
So after c5, queen d7, d takes e4, you probably end up having to take on h3. Which is not bad at all. Which is not bad at all. White can, for instance, take on d4. We can pin this knight. It will be supported by the pawn. We can win the pawn back in the center. We can also throw in a4 if we want to, which I guess is tidier. Just sort of mainly for that reason. And we get a kind of a balanced position here with bishop g2. Black made some progress on the king side. The pawn on h3 has been removed from the board. But you don't have very many attacking pieces, and white should probably still be completely fine.
Intriguing. I find that position attractive to be black because I like the pieces. One of the things, and I'm sure people in the audience like me are saying, why isn't Vincent playing A-B, A-B, and developing his rook on A8? It hasn't moved, of course, but now it's on the open file.
I think, I was wondering about that idly myself. It's not the most critical question on all the 5 boards today. So, but I think if I were to try and explain it, I think my explanation would be, if we compare this position with the position with pawns on a3 and a5, after b4, b5, this knight gets the b4 square. So white has slightly more freedom to do things. If you, in the very same position,
keep the
do it this way,
a5.
and you play b5 here, this knight on c2 looks increasingly pointless. Yeah, it has nowhere to go. It has no future.
Gotcha.
So I think the difference shouldn't be massive, but I think if I were to take a stab at explaining why this hasn't been included yet,
that would be it.
We don't really want to give the knight on c2 additional squares.
Sounds good. And Maurice, a game from the Cairns Cup has attracted your eye.
It's going to attract your eye as well when you see this position. It's a game again with the 16-year-old Alice Lee, and she's playing against the Indian star Divya Deshmukh, and this game has blown up, and you're going to see a position that's going to intrigue you for sure. Take a look at how this game is going as Alice got a nice position on the opening. Her opponent decided to create a little bit of weakness in the pawn structure. But after knight to d2, Alice said, you know what? As the famous quote from Sigbert Tarish, before the end game, the gods have placed the middle game. And yes, my pawn structure is bad. You can take a look. You see there, white's got the superior pawn structure on the board. But it's about piece play right now. And after some thought, she decided, I didn't want to just retreat the knight. One of the problems with retreating your knight to guard that c-pawn, well, bishop to b7, that bishop is gorgeous on the long diagonal. And be careful, because this knight going to g6, followed by f4, h4, could be coming with tempo. So Divya spent 20 minutes before playing the move queen to f3, trying to trade queens. I want the end game. I remember Sigbert Tarish, I heard that quote, and I don't want to see a middle game position, except now there is a fantastic move, an exchange sacrifice. C takes d4, thank you very much, giving you the rook, and now knight c6, shutting the door on your queen. Your queen's not leaving anytime soon. Yes, I am down in exchange, but you're the one who has to start defending. For example, let's say you try to get out with this move, suddenly bishop to a6 and hand over the queen. Thank you very much. Or
she's
something,
trapped.
Two things being hit. The move rook to e1 is playable here. Now takes on c3. And if you play the move knight to e4, queen g6, just waiting. Please take my pawn so I can hit you from the other side of the board with bishop to h3. Now your queen's hanging with a mate threat as well on the board. So Alice has these options. Her opponent can play more solidly with the move knight to g3, but Alice can either insist with the move c2, let me keep that one, saying the queen is trapped, or play h5, threatening h4 with the bishop h3 idea. If you play h4 yourself, back to c2, and saying, how exactly is your queen getting its hand out of the cookie jar that just went in? And it's not easy. It's also not 100% clear how black wins the game, but what a wild position. And I'm going to say, going back to this moment here, it's almost forced. Because if you're going to trade into an endgame, this is exactly what white wants. Okay, it's not winning for white or anything, but this is what white wants. Like, please, let's go here. It's the other position that Alice is going to have to very carefully consider. So this moment right now, at this time, look at the clock times, by the way, how much Divya has spent to finally get here. And Alice, with all the time in the world, if she finds c takes d4, would be very impressed. And we're talking about this young lady being a future GM. We got no doubts about that.
She's found it already, because otherwise queen takes f3 would have already been played.
Right.
She's trying to evaluate how good it is. And,
She sees it, yeah. Clearly she sees it. That's the challenge, the evaluation. And not just the evaluation, but you've got to calculate but so far down the line. Is it a forcing win if I take? Does the queen find a direct route out? You actually can't just evaluate the position. You have to calculate many moves here ahead, enough to say, okay, the queen's trapped, and I got all the chances, but exactly what are my chances again? That's the problem that's going to be beguiling her over the next several minutes that she thinks.
Well, it's that juicy pawn on c3, that pass black, that pass pawn that black has, that extra pawn that black has. I think that's going to make all the difference in the world. She's going to sack the exchange.
It needs to be there, because the c file opens. We're going to hit that knight, and then the queen is out.
Yeah, right.
So this position is extremely dynamic, and what a great moment. This is a sort of test position for all of us.
Yeah.
If we were in her shoes right now, staring at, did she trade?
No, not yet.
No, that's
No,
you.
well, that's my board. Let's get to the real board. Sorry. This is the position. This is the test position. This is where you get your GM
And she's
norms
taking the knight.
No.
No?
Yeah, she's
She
doing
withdrew her hand.
doing some adjusting. No, she was
adjusting the
removing,
things.
Okay.
removing some dust. from the
highly
board.
dramatic moment. Like I said, this is where titles are gained, norms are gained. Big decisions like this, where you have to go deep in the tank and you cannot calculate your way to the finish line. You just have to trust the position.
Trust your judgment. Very good. Well, go, Alice, go. What can we say? Finally, if you don't mind, we have Wesley So.
Oh, yeah.
And Jorden Van Foreest. That will be our fifth game. And catch up for us, Peter, please.
So Jorden did think for a bit and ended up going for that endgame that we were talking about with f takes e3 here, queen
I
takes,
think
queen
that was
takes.
the right decision. I
Yeah.
didn't like the position after rook f4.
And
frankly.
Wesley, for the time being, played knight c2. Jorden played rook f8. And now Wesley has an interesting choice because it seems like rook takes f5 is kind of obligatory. But then after rook b8, you have to play rook b1. There's really no other choice. And black has rook takes e3.
This was my
Which
question,
is by far the best move, but also the most obvious move in the position. Because look at how tied up everything is for white and how natural the black compensation is. You
Very
kind of
unpleasant.
have to play rook f3. We will take on c5, put it on e4.
Got to get out of the pen.
And specifically move by move, it seems like king f2, king e2 equalizes for white. But you're never really worried about this with black. You know you have enough compensation. The question is only whether you can be better or not.
Right.
So perhaps you can try not taking just yet, and in that respect, maybe a move like bishop e3, d2, trying to reroute it towards the c3 square and just solidify everything on the queen side could be playable. But let's say we go rook b8, bishop c3, and we get this knight
To
to
this
a very
beautiful
nice,
square.
very nice central square. Black is once again. Every single black piece is basically better than its white counterpart. Yes, you are a pawn down. Yes, white has managed to kind of prevent immediate losses, but black is just not worse here.
Yeah.
Black is just not worse here.
Yeah, just take a look at what black is doing. So Wesley So, definitely on the back foot in this one. And I'm going to go to the game of Prague and Javokhir because I
do that.
did see that Cristian had prescribed a moment there for Prague to sacrifice the pawn on f4.
He chose
Prague
a different version.
He did the passive line there.
No, he did a combination of the two somehow, because he did play knight c2,
All right.
and then after queen c7, he played knight f5, giving up the pawn on f4 in this particular version.
Okay.
And black now, with the knight already on e2, which is a kind of an awkward square, the engine suggests it might be better to ignore the sacrifice altogether and to play rook e6 with the intention of playing rook a to e8 next move. And the evaluation hangs around sort of roughly equal, but I think trend should be slightly in black's favor here.
Yeah, I mean...
Black is assuming some control over the one open file, and it's not that comfortable for white.
Well, if we don't get in g5, rook e8 and bishop takes f4, I'm going to be pawn down and I'm going to be unhappy.
And the suggestion, like currently on my screen, the best moves appear to be rook h1 followed by specifically queen c2, d2, which is such an ugly move to make, running into all kinds of bishop b4 shenanigans. But we are holding everything sort of under control. Our intention,
a
if
good
black does
knight.
nothing, I think, is to take on d6. And now that we additionally protected the rook on e1, we can finally put the other one on g3, which is why we needed queen d2. And this seems to hold, but it's not particularly attractive. And alternatively, if you do take on f4,
That was good.
white will take
Take.
and play rook h to e1. And it seems like knight f8 is best, which is not a surprise. You do want to cover some knight e7, knight g6 ideas. But after knight e7, check, king h8, and whoa. Okay, king h8 is a massive mistake, apparently, because after queen e2, you are now in trouble.
Surprise,
Because I
surprise.
guess you're completely stalemated. I was trying to figure out what the threat even is. I think white maybe
Rook
wants...
e3,
rook e3,
wow.
rook d3. So the best move is actually king f7. And now if queen e2, black, I guess, has queen e4 check. But after knight f5, the engine does suggest that there is nothing particularly smarter than king f7, g8 with a draw.
Okay.
By the way, just a quick update.
Please, Maurice.
Alice did take on d4, sacking an exchange, but she continued by taking immediately on c3 with the pawn. And her opponent now is frozen. Instead of knight c6,
right.
she's grabbed the pawn, hitting the knight on d2. It's wild country there. Black is still supposed to be slightly better in that position. She's got an hour and 8 minutes on the clock. Her opponent has 25 minutes. So this one, we're following both events. This one here, Alice could go 2-0 and take the lead in this tournament. We're a long way away from that, by the way. Let's not jump the gun too much. But this is a super exciting game going on, especially for those who are fans of Alice Lee.
Yeah.
And
Divya as well.
the meteoric rise that she has displayed over the years.
Absolutely. Thank you, Maurice. And I do see that in the game of Prague, rook e6.
Rook e6 has just been played by
Sindarov.
by
In fact, you have kept your eye on that the whole way, Cristian.
Absolutely, and I just wanted to gauge your reaction to this one. Rook to e6 did feel very natural to my eyes, but the most natural response and what I think Prague is going to go for in this one is actually take on d6 first. Queen takes d6, and now queen to d2. Now, I have a very clear plan, and if you allow me to fulfill my plan, you're going to be in big trouble. I'm going to go knight to g3, followed by knight to f5. And with the pawn still on f4, controlling this square g5, this knight on h7 is just going to have a very bad life right now. The problem for white is that after queen to d2, black has a tremendous move in the position, and that is to go f5, to sacrifice the pawn. In fact, the best move in the position, because again, knight to g3, knight to f5 is coming, so you need to stop that by a certain way. And this seems to be the only way to do so. Now, from afar, you see so many opportunities for white in this position as well. Maybe even g5. It seems like it entombs this knight on h7, followed still by knight to g3, and then problems with the pawn on f5. Not only that, and by the way, the engine is saying that g5 after queen to e7, black is doing tremendous. But this is not easy. My point is that this is not easy to understand and to calculate from the get-go, from that position that we have on the board right now. And these are some crazy complications. Knight to g3, you take on g5, allowing knight takes f5, allowing apparently the best move, which is rook to g1, and it gets completely crazy. And we do have a move. Let's see what he played. Knight takes d6. He's going for that. He's going for queen takes d6, and I do think we're going to see this move, queen to d2. He just played queen takes d6, queen to d2. This is what Prague has in mind, and he's seeing that knight landing once again on f5. The question for Sindarov is he going to be able to make that decision to sacrifice the pawn with f5, which in fact would give him, I would say, the preferable position in that one. Big moment, key moment right now between these two rivals, Prague versus Sindarov.
Thank you, Cristian. For me, I find the move f6, f5 really kind of thinking outside of the box, because you've got the pawns on f6 and h6 and your knight on h7, and you're saying, thou shalt not pass, thou shalt not play g5. So you play f5 and say, please play g5. I mean, but at the cost of your knight being on e2.
Keeping the knight away from the f5 square is probably the more relevant thing here.
Wow. F6, what an amazing move that would be. I see that Levon and Vincent has followed the progress we expected.
Very much so.
And the game of Sam and MVL, if you could bring that one up. That feels super sharp.
Absolutely. And I think finally maybe Sam has begun making some inaccurate choices. Okay. Because after queen b1, instead of the calm move rook e8, he went knight c5, allowing knight e3. If you don't mind me saying, knight c5, a lot of us would reach for that knight and say, let's do it. Looks very natural. And I think Sam is going for a very specific position now. All of these moves are being played very quickly. Knight takes e4, black will take on b2, already has taken on b2. All right. Actually, knight takes c5 is even maybe something you could consider, but queen b2 is very strong. Logical. And the point is, after knight takes b3, rook a3, yes, you do lose that pawn on a5, which could become a target. We were describing that. But now the black pieces are very, very mispositioned, and after knight c5, white has so much pressure against both the black queen side And also, if you have to end up playing b7, b6, this structure, let's say we go in some order, let's say this rook comes to g3, maybe even immediately. The other one comes to c1. Fantastic compensation for the one pawn you have to give up, and potentially white could have a very strong attack on the king side with the black structure ruined as it is. Mm-hmm. And we are headed quite quickly towards that. Perhaps it's stronger to take on a5 with the other knight.
Okay.
But that position also looks very, very risky. Both f4 and maybe even stronger g2, g4, trying to disconnect the bishop on e6 from the knight on b3. The third is quite simply g4, g5. If you play c6, I can go rook g1 and once again re-establish the threat of playing g4, g5. This is extremely risky for black. The engine thinks this is just a mistake. Mm-hmm. You could also just ignore all of those pawns and play knight b3 to g4, which is maybe actually the healthiest option, not misplacing any of your knights on the side of the board.
As an English player, I like holding the center and giving up my flank pawns.
And shockingly, currently on my screen, the best move for white in this position is completely ignoring the threat to the pawn on e2 and playing f2, f4, going for some direct attack on the king side. I don't know how obvious that is. I would have
I played d3.
I would have played d3 in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
But that gives black a moment to play queen e7, and then you re-establish the threat of knight takes e2.
Gotcha.
And also, I think you start hinting at some queen b4 ideas, trying to steer the game into a safer kind of an endgame position.
Fantastic. Great stuff. Maurice, what's cooking over there?
I can't get my eyes off this Alice game. I'm going to tell you straight. It is just...
Forget about the GCT.
Alice
Lee is taking over.
This game is so fascinating. She took on c3 and knight e4 happened. I don't want to steal too much of the thunder of our colleagues.
Do it.
Nazi and Almira.
They'll come over here and beat you up. That's okay with me.
I got slapped earlier this morning for that. But looking at this position, knight e4 was played, and it's a lot less, but it's the possibility of this queen being trapped. That's the problem. And you have to be really careful if you are white. Something like queen g6, knight c3, knight c6.
Right.
We've got a trapped queen, and we've got a threat here and a threat here in the position. There's only one move to stay even in the game, and that's the move knight to d5. Your response to the crushing-looking bishop to h3 is to just drop the knight back to f4. And the queen really can't leave anywhere, rook f d1, hunting down this queen and just making it too problematic. You don't want to give up too much material, because if you lose the bishop and the rook on f8, also that's going to be okay for white in some positions.
Right.
So this position is just so sharp. What I'm fascinated by, too, we're in the live position, the way Alice's posture is. That doesn't look like a person who's deep in thought, really calculating variations. It looks like...
daydreaming, musing.
She's chilling. I'm just playing in the Cairns Cup. I'm just the lowest rated player in a field of a bunch of monsters. I'm the youngest kid here, but I already beat the former women's world champ, and I'm playing this Indian star. What else is new? It's this comfort level at 16, Yaz, playing against world-class GMs. Who gets this poise at such a young age?
No, I mean, I was trying to win the Washington State Championship.
I was trying to get my rating over 1900, man. What?
I hear you. No, that's a barn burner of a game. But I have to. For me, I'm looking at these positions and I'm seeing very, very full fights that are taking place on all the boards, and none of them, with the exception of the ending between Anish, Giri, and Fabi, are easy to understand.
And even that game is quite intricate, but it feels like Fabi is probably handling it quite well and is probably about to solve most, if not all, of his problems.
Okay, but I mean, the game with between MVL and Sam, the imbalances there are absolutely crazy. And the move f4, by the way,
that was
a real shock.
I have no idea where this is coming from.
But also the game of Wesley, again, that is such a nice looking position for Jorden being a pawn down. Again, let me emphasize that he is a pawn down.
Not yet. F5 is still on the board. F5 has survived so far.
Even survived. He's not even.
And he might even be able to play F5, F4 right now if we take a look briefly at their position.
By the way, what's wrong
Bishop
with
D2 did happen in the game, and Jorden did not play Rook B8. He played Rook E4. Wesley quickly responded with Bishop C3, and now you can preserve the pawn for the time being.
I like preserving the pawn.
Yeah, and after Rook A to E1, I guess he will have options because I don't see why. Actually, if you play Rook A8, maybe I have Rook takes F4 here. I have this little bit of a geometrical finesse, which might be good. But we have two ways of basically. We're not that unhappy with you winning the pawn on F4 if you, let's say, undouble our pawns as black and also give us a protected passer on E4. And I have a feeling black should have decent compensation here as well. Although, obviously, this is a bit of a changed structure, and I'm not as sure about this.
Right.
But also, I guess we could just play something like Knight F8.
Yeah.
Let's say Rook takes F5, Knight E6, White goes Rook D1. Do we have follow-up, though? This does look pretty solid for White, and while you're always going to have some compensation, maybe White has actually achieved a kind of a setup which maybe allows you to dream a little bit.
Yeah, I see that the bar is at least saying White is
a touch.
Let's just, okay, we're going to leave this game on a pause for a moment. Let's just take a gander at the game of Sindarov for just a moment, because Pragg has captured, and he has played the move Queen D2.
As Cristian has
Sindarov
expected.
play F5?
Hasn't played F5 yet, but he is clearly thinking about, he's reaching for the queen.
It looks
I
like
guess
Queen
he wants
B4?
to play Queen B4, yeah. And that endgame, I guess black holds. But I also think White will feel a lot happier about life when the knight comes to G3 and F6, F5 is taken off the board. How do we feel about it? Queen B4, Knight G3.
Well, go ahead and
let's
take
a
a
look.
look-see.
It's also maybe a bit of a draw offer, because I think if you play Queen C2 here, black might be going back to D6.
He has played Queen B4.
Yeah, but Knight G3, of course, is the critical response.
And we could expect Pragg will want to play for a win with the white pieces.
The engine says White is now much better. It's not that obvious to me, I have to say, because, okay, and no longer much better, slightly better. We play A5, A4, I guess. Eventually we want to bring the knight out and try to put it on E6.
Makes sense.
White can, of course, prevent it by playing F4, F5, but then this knight doesn't come to
No,
F5.
that's my square. You're taking away my square.
Yeah, I think it's actually still fairly balanced.
Is the immediate knight F5, rook E4 the problem? Why aren't we putting the knight on F5?
Yeah, that is probably unnecessary, even though the position remains playable for White, but there's no real need to give up.
So do
material.
I have to play F2, F3 as a prelude to playing knight F5?
The engine goes rook D3, maybe with the intention of trading a pair of rooks, while the E3 square
is protected.
Yeah, and importantly also you have to note that knight on G3, while it's still on G3, covers all of the potential entrance squares from the black rook. So we are very safe. We can improve our position for a while without needing to worry about any intrusions from black. This is comfortable for White, but I think black probably holds.
Comfortable for White, but black holds.
That would be my
So you're saying you're much happier with the white pieces? You think it's more
I think White
like
has
a two
more,
result?
Yeah, I think
it is.
For black it's going to be very difficult to organize any proactive plans.
Okay, simple chess. Rook A8 to E8, rook E1 check.
Rook 8, let's say we go. You have to start worrying about rook A3 at some point.
Wow. You're going after that guy? What guy can I go after?
Well, that's a very pertinent question. I think the answer is none, maybe, yeah.
So you're saying
and
rook,
also, if this one lands on A8, your king could be in trouble with a knight coming to F5 at some point.
Yeah,
so we're talking about this endgame where seemingly black has the more active rook for the time being, but actually...
yes.
if you allow rook takes a4, you are probably going to be quite unhappy about things.
Right, so b5, and then you're going to play b3, and you're
Even
going to say...
b3 is strong. I thought rook c3 is very strong, but b3 appears to be winning.
Wow.
b3, a b3, a b3, and as I mentioned...
Rook is coming to a8, or
yeah,
maybe
a8,
a7,
a7 and knight
f5.
f5, and g7 is about to
Here,
fall.
here I was thinking I was getting a knight f8, knight e6, and I was trying to hit
Not going to be
some
in
buttons.
time. Not going to be in time.
So that position is remarkably sharp, even though we're in an ending.
Yeah.
Every tempo,
You're not
counts.
obliged to do that. I think the engine treats it slightly differently. It keeps the other rook back on a8 so that a4 was not a target, and tries to go knight f8, knight e6. And it's still a bit better, but interesting though, because I think a move like f6, f5, which Sindarov could have played in a previous move,
Instead
is something I very much associate with him specifically. He's an incredibly concrete player. And he doesn't miss these types of dynamic resources very often.
F5 crosses your mind as a flicker, and at a certain moment you take it seriously. Would you have that as your first or second or even your third?
I think you consider it, yeah, because it does so many things that you really want to do in this position. It gives you a knight, like, we haven't really discussed gf5 at all, but the point is, rook drops back to e7, the knight comes out via f6, you get some kind of a position like this where it looks like you opened, we keep on talking about white badly wanting to open the g file.
Without any success.
We did it for them.
Yes.
But because f5 is now completely blocked, and the rook on e7 just does a perfectly adequate job of protecting g7, Machine still thinks after rook h1, I guess we are looking at the e5 square for the rook. It thinks it probably ends up being equal, but it's very comfortable for black. And maybe, as Cristian mentioned, maybe you get worried about g4, g5 for a second, but specifically after queen e7, knight g3, and simply take on g5.
All of these are not easy follow-ups to...
No, but it is Sindarov we're talking about, and I think this was very much the hallmark of his play, let's say in the candidates, that every time he was faced with a concrete decision where he perhaps needed to change the course of the game or change the structure, he would be very much on point doing all of those things.
Yeah, his accuracy in the candidates was way, way off the chart. Okay, queen b4 is on the board, and Pragg is considering what he's going to do. I'm going to turn our attention to the game of Levon and Vincent, because it seems to me like while Vincent followed your main prescription, he also did include A-B along the way.
And Levon cleverly included bishop g2 before even recapturing on before, asking black, where would you like your queen to go? I guess a major point is, in many cases on my screen it was going to h6, but now without the inclusion of a takes b4 and knight takes e4, white has the additional option of knight f5. I don't know if it's any good, but it's an interesting option that I think Levon would potentially be quite attracted to. You know, trickster that he is. Something like queen g5, queen c2, and if you take on a3, white has rook takes b7, and it becomes much more of a mess.
Right.
The engine doesn't suggest white has any advantage here, but it changes the course of the game quite dramatically.
A much bigger mess.
Yeah, and if you want to avoid all that, you can go all the way back to c8 and go a before knight takes e4, and black is still completely healthy.
Yeah, there's something about this particular position that reminds me a little bit of Fabi and Jorden from yesterday. Rooks on e8 and d8 and open d files, but there was an open e file as well. I liked it actually when the queen was more active. The black queen was on h6, but your move knight f5 is annoying.
And I think Vincent came to the same conclusion, that he wants sort of a controlled environment more than he wants a slightly better position for his queen, and he did go queen c8. He is, as I mentioned, now a4 probably needs to be played. You can't really allow b takes a3 to happen. And then he recaptures on e4, and he is fine. And by the way, Pragg, I think we want to return to the Pragg game for a second.
Because he captured on b4.
He did something very interesting, which I think we should have been talking about at least a little bit. It seems actually stronger than what we were discussing. You normally don't want to, I think it's my upbringing working against me here, because allowing captures towards the center,
we don't allow it.
Yeah, is somehow kind of frowned upon.
Right.
But what he's done by doing it is he's created a target for the rest of the game. You can go after it maybe even immediately with some kind of rook
King
d3.
C2, B3 in the.
But this is very, very
distant
concrete.
future,
Rook
yeah.
d3, let's say, how would you play this position with black?
Rook A4 or Rook E7. I don't know. Rook E7.
Rook e7, rook b3,
Rook
rook
A4.
a4. We throw in knight f5 now.
And Rook
You would
E4.
like to go rook e4, and machine goes rook e3 specifically.
Uh-oh.
And
Ruh-roh.
it becomes genuinely annoying, I think, for black.
Yeah.
Because you just cannot allow rook e7. Here also, your problem will be that your rook is now completely
My
out of
rook
play.
is neither of my rooks are particularly attractive.
Yeah,
by the way.
so, no, this might be genuinely bad for black.
Okay, which means from the starting position, and you're playing rook to d3.
And he has played rook d3 on our screen, just as we were
Exactly.
expecting. The engine goes specifically knight d7.
97. Let's bring that guy into play.
Rook b3 and rook a4, intending, I guess,
Knight b6.
if
knight
knight
c4.
e3 here, you can take and go knight b6 and at least ask for some concessions. But there's also a very concrete move a2, a3 here,
Uh-oh.
which appears to require c5 as a response. If you don't play c5, you might be worse. But c5
Okay,
probably
but
does
C5
equalize.
looks attractive, though.
Yeah,
because
c5
it-
probably does equalize. A takes before
And
c4.
c4.
We go rook e3.
We'll have to trade that one.
Takes.
Help your structure.
But we did make some progress on the queen side, and black has
Counterplay.
genuine sources of counterplay on the
Definitely.
queen side.
Wow. Okay, so queen takes b4, a takes b4, rook d3. Once again, you played knight d7. Could we put that position on the board, Peter? Knight to d7. Is there any way for... I still haven't given up on the knight f5, g5, rook g1 checkmate ideas. So if I do go knight f5,
Knight f5, I think the plan is to play knight b6.
and where are you going over there? Okay,
Well,
rook
c4,
e3.
or I guess maybe in some cases c8, d6 to challenge the monstrous.
Okay, so rook e3.
Rook e3,
Let's
we
get rid
take,
of that guy. And I take with the pawn.
and we go knight c4.
And where are you going? Oh, you're going to e4.
g2, e4, I guess is the...
It's the answer to that one.
We can cut it off
Yeah,
at the
stop it.
pass.
But
then-
no, I still have king c2, b3.
Even king f8, maybe, yeah. King c2 is possible, but... Yeah, this is... Rook a4 is a very inhuman move nobody makes, but
Rook
even if you do this,
A4.
let's say you do this, I think
Yeah, this is
a,
what I was aspiring
a more
to. Munch? King takes
munch, I
b-
guess, rook e1. And maybe we're just in time. Oops, not rook f1. Rook f1 is
Rook-
a miss,
nothing.
yeah.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
We might be just in time to generate counterplay. Because, yeah, the plan of king c5 and then
Yeah.
b3, king b6 was very, very frightening.
Exactly, exactly. Yeah, no, it looks like your timing's just spot on. Yeah, no, whoa. Okay, that's going to be a great game to follow. And once again, go to the Maxime versus Sam game because Sam took a different twist. He didn't go after the a5 pawn.
And he played knight c to d4, which is a move, actually, I thought we discussed every single knight move, but this one was not on our screen.
Right.
And here MVL did play the move d3, which we expected in the other position, and Sam quickly responded to it with c7, c5. Very strange position, because the knights seem kind of hamstrung, but on the other hand, a5 is kind of hanging in every single position. Maybe not currently, because you do not want to trade a5 for c5. But if black manages to protect the pawn on c5, knight takes a5 will become very much a topic of conversation. And do we still want to try for a 4 or 5 here? I guess f4, black will play simply f6.
F6.
My first response would be just to play f6 here.
I'd be a little bit afraid that I would be actually weakening my knight's positions. But then on the other hand, f5 might be on black's agenda to drive the
Knight
knight
c4
away.
is something that maybe even in the current position might be very playable. Although I think provoking f6 probably is useful for us because it weakens some diagonals.
All right.
Specifically, if I play knight c4 here, you
You're
kind of
threatening
have to take on a5.
Okay.
And now that f4 and f6 has been included, I can play e3 using the fact that if you take on c4, I have this very, very beautiful little short move which costs you a full piece.
Material. Yeah.
So e3, you need to play knight f5.
Okay.
And queen c3, let's say knight c6, knight takes c5. Definitely
this-
preferable for white.
This I'm happy about. Bishop to d5 check. I feel like I'm kind of starting to bring my pieces to very effective squares.
Still alive barely off the queen e7, but it's definitely better for white.
Gotcha. Great stuff going on, Maurice. What has caught your eye in round two?
Well, situationally, we've got players who are going for it and people on the bubble. This gentleman is on the bubble in Maxime because he's got to win this game to have. He has to win this tournament. Forget the game. He has to win the whole tournament. This is a great start for that if he's going to make it to the finals. So he's in that situation. As is a tough situation for Javokhir. That position where he's slightly worse against Prague. If this keeps up, Javokhir was chasing Vincent down. Again, you can't afford to lose games in the Sinquefield Cup because winning is hard. We know that. Losing, try. If you think winning is hard, try losing because then your task becomes doubly as hard, and you can see it there. It's a little bit annoyed.
A little grimace, I thought.
Yes, you caught that. He's a little bit annoyed by this position because it's not the end game he thought he was getting when he went into it.
Right.
And the more he calculates, and he's a lightning fast calculator, the more he calculates variations, the more it's coming up, I'm feeling worse here. I'm not resolving the tension. And Prague has been playing masterfully. I mean, he didn't do well at the candidates, but Norway chess, you don't win Norway chess without going through Mr. Norway himself,
Right.
Magnus Carlsen. Then he wins the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz to show the
Impressive
variety
style.
of his abilities, classical chess, Rapid and Blitz. And now this one against a world championship candidate.
Challenger.
Prague is showing certainly the promise that we all thought he had when he first was beating Magnus. Remember those days?
Oh, yeah.
Excuse me. So there's some folks on the bubble, and Wesley, thankfully for him, has ducked one big bullet that were coming in Jordan's preparation. So there's not speedy changes transpiring on the boards. They're full of tension. This is this moment in chess when everything is in that middle range, and we know it's going to explode at time pressure. Might take 20, 30 minutes to get there, but it starts to lean in to those kind of critical decisions, and the mistake starts to creep into the game. So, again, you guys have pretty much covered the territory of what's happening in the games. Of course, we continue to analyze, but we've got to look at the big picture and know what these players are feeling, the tension that is definitely surrounding each and every game, each and every move, even.
Yeah. I feel like in the Grand Chess Tour, your decisions are more weighted. I mean, they come with a great deal of responsibility. I'm wondering why Levon is spending so much time, Peter, if you don't mind, thinking about recapturing the pawn A3
I think
takes
he's
B4.
considering throwing in e4, e5. I think that's the only explanation I have because
Say what?
throwing
E4,
in
E5?
throwing in e2, e4, e5 here changes the
¿Qué pasa?
variations a little bit because
What's
we're
that?
going to be. I'll just wait until
Yeah, here we go.
And eventually he did take on before, but I think that was what he was thinking about.
Okay,
Because
so he's
let's say
saying,
rook e5, a before.
I'm going to lose the e-pawn anyway. I want to misplace your pieces by playing e5.
A little bit, yeah, because if you play knight e4 here, the rook on e5 is probably not great, and in fact the engine immediately starts giving white a massive advantage after queen c2. So you're not playing knight e4, you're probably playing something like h7, h5, which seems very logical with white lacking the h-pawn.
Okay.
But this leads to a different class of positions potentially, where maybe you win the pawn on c6, but you are then going to be subjected to a
Some kind of a king
pretty
side.
strong counterplay on the king side. And he ended up not choosing that, but I think it was worth a few minutes to consider.
And the current position, knight takes e4, Peter.
This is pretty level. This is pretty level. Black probably wants something like g6, h5, or maybe even the immediate h5. And
well, I'm looking at knight c3. I mean, I've got a
that as well, yeah.
threat, I've got a threat there.
And all of those jumps are so annoying that the agent suggests you can actually do this, because you have queen f3 here, important.
Okay.
And the simplest way for black is just to go knight takes d4, and then the very jumpy knight does end up recovering the exchange for black. And the resulting position, I guess if you have to choose, you choose black, because the black king probably is ever so slightly safer.
Okay.
But obviously, of course,
draw is an inevitable outcome.
Draw is an overwhelming favorite here.
Right. I was just wondering, from the current position of maybe Vincent had something cooking. But as we get ready for a break, I want to just say that we have bonus coverage of the Cairns Cup with Almira and Anish for you to enjoy as we take a short break and coming back. Over to you, Anish and Almira.
Thanks, guys, and welcome back to the Cairns Cup. Almira, I think they don't have enough exciting games going on over there, because I'm here and Maurice is analyzing one of our games.
Nazi, they're stealing our thunder.
Let's jump to the game that they were analyzing. I'm talking about Divya Deshmukh and Alice Lee, and I understand why Maurice was so curious about this game, because it's very exciting. Let's jump to this position just 2 moves before the live position. After Divya played this knight e4 move, now Alice has so many options. She can play queen g6 with the threat of bishop h3. Looks almost game over. If she played this, what Divya can do is just simply take the pawn, ignore all the threats. For now, the queen is protecting g2, so we can include one more move like knight c6, and now it seems like it's about to be game over. But Almira, what does Divya have here?
Divya has a very nice move in store, knight d5.
And tell us the idea behind it. So if I still go bishop h3?
Then I can simply play knight f4 and leave my queen en prise. And Nazi, what I wanted to tell about this position, that this is what we call a typical computer position. It's absolutely impossible to navigate all the complex variations here. And I think that that's why Divya was taking so much time and try to survive after a very interesting sacrifice. However, I think that this is fine.
This is great. I believe both of them found this line calculated, and that's why they didn't go into this. By the way, after knight d5, if black doesn't play bishop h3, this threat is queen c6 and knight d7. I just wanted to highlight that as well. But instead of queen g6, there's another option, queen b6. Alice threatening bishop b7. And here, Divya would have had to find the only move a5. Without it, white is much worse. But after a5, turns out white is completely fine, because if you stay around here defending this, there is more tempo moves coming and white survives. So Alice chose this move, queen a6, which was unexpected for me.
Well, it was a very interesting move, but I think there was another blind spot, because she had so many choices and she simply forgot that Divya could play queen b8 and what happened in the game. And it reminds me, of a story which I was reading when I was a child, those cautionary tales. The right path you choose, the knight you will lose. The left path you choose, the life you will lose. Okay, what else is there? Queen a6, yes, and then queen b8 is on the board. And I think that Alice is in a state of a shock right now. You need to understand what is the player's mindset. She needs to recompose. She thought that she's winning, I think, after queen a6.
I agree with you. I can see that on Alice's face. I think she completely overlooked queen b8, which is easy to do. You don't expect this move to be a good move. On the other hand, it was such a tricky move. If Divya still went for knight c5, now she goes queen b6 with a tempo, and you no longer have a5. So this was her plan. But queen b8 surprised her, and now she's been thinking for a while. She can continue with this tempo move knight c6 with the idea that if I take on c7, you can maybe push c2, and this is a very dangerous pawn. The bishops come into f5, then rooks come into c8.
And you can support this pawn from b4, and maybe d4 is a
complete
bit
chaos on the board.
Yes, I think that Alice will take her time in this position. You see, she's trying to hide her emotions. The poker player is able to tell, but she still has 42 minutes on the clock, and it's anyone games here.
I agree. And after knight c6, Divya also has other options like queen b5 that needs to be calculated because if you trade, then white is now completely winning. I can start picking up all your pawns. And don't forget, I'm still up in exchange. So we'll see after queen b8 how Alice is going to handle it. But we thought Divya was a little bit in trouble before, but now it's Alice who needs to find accurate moves.
Yes, because the thing is, Alice still can play bishop b7, but unfortunately queen c7 is attacking the knight on e7. You know, maybe that was something that she forgot, but I really doubt it because so she's thinking, should I keep this bishop on the board, you know, and to play this position and to keep the, you know, with the bishop on this diagonal, she can play c2. Let's say bishop g6 or something, and then you can play c2. Yes, so
and keep the pawn alive.
And keep the pawn alive, yes.
But it's not a dangerous pawn in the sense that it's not going any farther. It's going to be annoying. We'll always have to watch out for it. But guess what? White has 2 versus 1. They can also create a pass pawn.
Yeah, I agree. But I think that if I can paralyze your rooks, I might have some compensation. I have this feeling, you know, it's like maybe time will tell. But this bishop on g6 and the pawn on c2 is a very powerful tandem.
Agreed. Alice definitely would have compensation even in this position. Almira, let's jump to a different game. And I have in mind Bibisara Asubayeva against Vachier-Lagrave. It's been a very interesting game from the start. I'm going to back up just a couple of moves right here. For a moment, we thought that maybe they were headed to a draw after rook g6, queen f3, and rook f6. If Bibisara went back to queen g3, we're thinking, is this a draw or can black play for more?
And I think that here black has a very powerful move, queen f5, because all we need is to take away this square, d3 square, and look at white pieces. The knight is on a3, the rook is on a1. The only piece which has a few squares left was the queen, but now this is it, and we are threatening rook g6, of course.
Exactly. Let me showcase. If white simply takes the pawn after rook g6, white is in huge trouble. Only move is queen h4, but then I follow up with rook e4. Your queen is almost trapped. You would have to play f4, and now rook e2, and this is just game over.
And those white squares are
completely dominated.
Yes, I don't even have a word like Nimtsovich. Yes, like he would be with a sort of a blockade on white squares. He is like jubilating now. Yes, like he's singing.
That's why Bibisara noticed queen f5 and she immediately went queen d3. She couldn't allow queen f5 move. Here Vachier-Lagrave played b4, very interesting move. And after c takes b, she had 2 options. Take on b4, of course, and also immediately knight c6 was very interesting. But she ended up taking with knight on b4. Now white's queen, where does it go? No active moves.
Maybe the square where it was supposed to be at the very beginning of the game.
Go back to the beginnings, queen d1. But look at this position. It looks so passive. The only developed piece is the knight, which is in the corner on a3.
So I'm thinking, should we finally play knight c6?
That was definitely one of the good options. Vachier-Lagrave chose rook g6 with some hopes to threaten checkmates. You know, this position looks like black should be crushing. But you see the eval bar. It says it's close to equal, slight advantage for black. How is this possible?
I think that the computer doesn't take our emotions into considerations. And once again, because it plays the only moves to maintain the balance. However, I have the feeling that the character of this position yields a psychological advantage to black because so many threats are on the board. And mistake is human. Yes, so
very easy to blunder here.
Very easy to make an imprecision, and white will end up in a worse position.
And Almira, I want to highlight this players and show their profiles. Bibisara Asubayeva is the top seed of this event. She's the highest rated. And these 2 players in the candidates just a few months ago, Vachier-Lagrave finished first, Bibisara finished second. What a matchup.
Yes, but it was such a dramatic finish because they were leading before the last round.
We'll start with the Vachier-Lagrave's profile. She's only 25 years of age, and she's the current Women's World Championship challenger. I'm sure her main focus is that upcoming match against Ju in June, which might happen later this year or early next year.
Of course, and she might not show all of her preparation during this event, but it seems like another candidates tournament, Cairns Cup. So many strong players are participating in this event, and Bibisara finished second.
Yes, Bibisara was quite close to becoming the candidate herself. Let's take a look at her profile. It's not her first time in St. Louis. She played Cairns Cup once before. She's only 22 years old. Her current FIDE rating is 25.38, and she's a fantastic blitz player, 3-time World Blitz champion.
I wanted just to tell you, Nazia, that Bibisara, let's say we have the Chinese players dominating the top of the FIDE ratings, and then Bibisara.
Yes, I believe last time I saw it, it was the top 4 were Chinese, and then Bibisara is the number 1. She's such an exciting player to watch, always creates very dynamic play in her games, and she also has very interesting openings prepared.
And I think that a lot of the secrets of her preparation have been revealed, especially after her boyfriend Javokhir won the candidates. So they actually train together. They have the same coach, and sometimes they spend more than, I think, 6 or 7 hours like training on the board, not using the computer. It's a very important
That's a lot
advice.
of chess and a lot of hard training. Good for them. I want to quickly point out one more position between Stavroula Tsolakidou and Anna Muzichuk, because they're in the end game, but it's not your typical end game. Look at this pawn structure.
Yes, but let's rewind for a few moves, because
there's a very funny looking position here with the 2 pawns.
And in this position, Anna just played c3. Of course, the pawn on c4 was hanging, but it's not very often that we see the pawns which reached b3 and c3 simultaneously. So I think that b takes c3 was forced, but however,
it wasn't played.
Yes, it wasn't played.
Because if it was totally playable, but Stavroula thought that maybe she could include bishop a6 first, but that does allow this in between move c takes b. Takes, now we take on b3, and in the current position, what's the evaluation? We have an extra pawn, but are we happy with the position?
I'm not so sure, because I actually think that Stavroula navigated the opening very well. She avoided a few opening traps, and Anna is going to suffer. So maybe a rook fb8 attacking.
And yes, I do think Anna Muzichuk can hold this position with knight b4 move. But before we go back to the Sinquefield Cup, one more game I want to show you is between Tan Zhongyi and Hampi Koneru. This last move, it was completely even position, but this last move, queen g6, turns out to be a mistake. And now if Tan finds this very strong move b4, she has a huge advantage. Take a look at this. The pawn is pinned. If you take either way, b4 or d4, bishop we have f7. A tactic, bishop f7. And if you don't react, I think you're going to lose the pawn on c5 anyways.
Of course, and unless you will end up in a worse structure anyways, like you will take on c5, b5, a5, and
absolutely.
Push your pawns.
What an opportunity right now for the former world champion to find this move b4. So queen g6, a big mistake by Hampi, and if Tan wins this game, she will be 2 out of 2.
Yes, and our sole leader. However, Hampi is a fighter, so 16 moves till the time control, and she has 18 minutes left.
Yeah, Hampi's going to be in big trouble here if former world champion Tan Zhongyi finds b4. Such an exciting position right now, and on all 5 boards we have very exciting fights going on. What do you think, Almira? A lot of decisive games today?
Let's say 4.
4? You're very ambitious. I hope you're right, though. Thank you so much for watching us, and now let's go back to the Sinquefield Cup.
As you would expect, 10 years of the Grand Chess Tour has featured some of the most extraordinary chess and chess moments I've ever witnessed. It was 2014, the second Sinquefield Cup.
My name is Fabiano Caruana, and you are watching the Sinquefield Cup live in St. Louis.
Welcome to a recap of the 2014 Sinquefield Cup, the strongest chess tournament in history.
If you were to run 15,000 tournament simulations, I don't think you would get a single one that ended in the event as it did. Fabiano Caruana did what we would call a streak. He started with a win.
Italian Fabiano Caruana, who crushed Wesley of Bulgaria in the first round.
Another.
Before displaying an amazing pre-game preparation against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Another.
Carlsen sacrificed a piece only to see Caruana accept it and defend coolly and rebuff his attack.
Another.
And today he crushed Levon Aronian.
I think it's a great start, but I have to stay vigilant till the end. After the first two games, I was still thinking like, okay, you're having a good start, don't let it get in your head.
Fabiano's playing, he's playing proper chess.
You know, I have a great record against Fabiano, so I just have to beat him, basically.
That sets up a key round 5 matchup between tournament leader Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura. He is off to an epic beginning.
The openings are going well, my opponents are getting a bit, like I'm maybe getting a bit in their head.
Commentators were asking, can this keep going on?
But it's all about fabulous Fabiano, the young Italian player winning yet another game.
He wins 5 in a row.
Couldn't have even dreamed that I would start with a perfect score. The result might not show it, but all the games have been difficult. But in any case, it's a fantastic start. I couldn't have imagined that I would do something like this. I think I didn't feel any real pressure because things were going so well that it was kind of impossible to mess up at some point. And also I had some luck on my side in certain key moments, and just everything came together like that.
The whole of the chess world was buzzing. And 6 in a row.
Well, it's Joe DiMaggio's 56-game hitting streak, the Miami Dolphins' perfect season in '72, and now it's fabulous Fabiano Caruana with a 6-0 score, blitzing the field in an epic performance, one of the greatest in chess history.
I just want to play solidly the remaining games and just keep playing normal chess.
Then I can't believe it. 7 in a row.
As Vachier-Lagrave is still making moves in this position, clearly it's over.
I can't believe what I'm witnessing. I really can't. This is unbelievable. Can he keep the streak alive?
Can you believe that you're 7-0 in this kind of tournament?
Yeah, it keeps getting weirder. That I keep winning, although I'm not really trying to go for anything like this. I'm just trying to play normally.
It was extraordinary. This was round 8. He's up against Magnus Carlsen, who he had previously won. It's a double round robin. Could Fabi go 8-8, 8 out of 8, perform a Bobby Fischer, win all of his games?
Even if he doesn't turn up for the last 2 games, it would be one of the great results of our time, and if he finishes in style, it will be one of the great results ever.
The end to his historic run, 7.5 out of 8. Oh man, an underachiever. Like, whoa, especially a draw against the #1 player in the world. I mean, come on.
I won the tournament, but it's still not over, and it's important to end on a high note.
He got the half a point. He's still in line for the greatest performance ever.
And a draw has been agreed. Wow.
It hasn't happened before since. I've had periods where things are really going well, almost everything's going well, but not to that extent that, absolutely everything with almost no exception until my 8th round against Magnus, where still pretty much everything went well, just one, 2 moments in the game turned it into a draw. It's not like you have an ambition to get a result like that. You can't control it, and if you get in that rhythm, it can happen. But I look back very fondly, of course, on all the games in that tournament. Yeah, I think it was really about everything just coming together at the right time. Everything fit together. It was like a 1 in a billion.
I can't believe what I'm witnessing. I really can't. This is unbelievable.
It would be one of the great results of our time.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our live coverage of the 2026 Sinquefield Cup, reliving that moment and how epic it was, Maurice. It just brought back so many memories. And just this, we would come into studio and we look at each other and go, no, it's not going to happen again. It's not going to, it was just.
How could he win game after game after game against all those elite players? A 28.02 average rating in the event. Beating Magnus Topalov when Topalov was really getting it done. Aronian, we know. Levon. Naka. MVL.
Stop.
What?
Yeah.
And he's just going, spank, 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 hit him again. That was something to witness, to actually be there and see it unfold. I wasn't around to watch Fischer win all those games, rack up numbers. But we were sitting right courtside. We had the courtside seats, yes.
That was
just
amazing.
incredible.
Yeah, that was definitely epic. Winning 7 in a row, stop it. Just winning the first game is good enough not even most of the time, but winning is so important in this first round.
I don't know what it is, but taking a lead early is the real formula. We see 6 out of 12 tournaments had a round 1 leader or co-leader, and that player went on to win the event. You might say, well, it's 50%. Yeah, but there are 8 other rounds to play. And if round 1 is saying, well, I got 6 of the winners, the eventual winners, it means the other 8 rounds have to fight just to get the other 6. So the percentages are incredible for the person who actually takes an early lead. And Fabi was part of this, of course, in his amazing run when he ended up winning 7 games in a row. Man, I don't care when you win the 7th in a row, by the way, you won the tournament more likely than not. But he did it right from the get-go, getting eventually 8.5 out of 10. Can't imagine, Cristian, you've been with Fabi many a time and seeing him do great performances. I don't think you've ever seen him do anything close to this.
No, absolutely not. Obviously, you could be considering the 2018 candidates as a pretty good performance, but nowhere close to 7-0 against the best chess players on the planet, including Magnus Carlsen, who was also bewildered. He was like, okay, well, there's nobody stopping this guy, right? It's somewhat similar to what Sindarov did at the candidates this year. So it's very similar, but still starting 7-0, no draws, no missteps. He could have went 8-0.
Yeah, he was winning that 8th game.
He was winning that 8th game as well. And who knows how that would have ended if he would have won that one as well. So obviously one of the best performances in chess history, I would say. And I was here as well. I was not as involved as you guys, but I was around and I was following that. And again, everybody in the chess world was opening up whatever platform they were using to watch the games, just to watch that game, Fabiano Caruana's next game, to see if he's going to continue winning. Yeah, it was just an incredible story developing.
Yeah. Actually, it would be remiss of me not to remind our viewers of a really marvelous moment at the end of the event. You had a press conference, and Mike Klein said to the participants, if you could, using a single word, best describe what we just witnessed with Fabi 7-0, and it went down extraordinary, epic, brilliant. Got to Magnus, depressing.
Yeah.
that was just great. He stole the press conference with depressing.
Well,
Peter.
a lot of Magnus's opponents surely have said that about Magnus's performances.
As well, yeah.
Magnus had to say it about that performance because...
Exactly.
You know, we say it was one of the greatest performances of all time. Even Magnus, I think Magnus may have had one. Was it maybe Bilbao or was it? I remember there was something Magnus.
Shanghai, perhaps?
No, it was in China.
Shanghai, yeah.
Anqing, I think.
Was it? Yes.
Yeah, I think it.
Yeah.
He had
I don't think it's. I feel like it's a letter B. Okay. Anyway, it's not.
China.
I think it was
in
Nanqing.
China.
Yes. Nanqing was the tournament.
Yeah.
And he had one of those great performances, but it still didn't.
It wasn't 7 in a row. It was like 3 wins
against all the best and all that.
Another few.
Obviously, the fact that 7-0 included him losing.
Yeah.
Obviously, that gives Fabi's win even more shine.
Right.
But that's when Fabi also skyrocketed past 2,800 and got all the way up past 28-30.
He was nipping at Magnus's heels.
Became the third highest rated player of all time. And then soon after, he decided, I'm returning home to America.
Right.
A lot of people think he's actually Italian and born in Italy. He was actually born in Miami and spent 11 or 12 years in the U.S. before going to Italy, getting some grooming for chess because he really wanted to become better at chess, and chess scene in the U.S. was not it
at that time.
And but eventually, finally decided, let's come back home.
Well, I would say he had the Italian passport and he represented Italy at that time, but he was training all over Europe.
Right.
He was in Hungary, he was in Spain, I think he lived even in Switzerland for a little bit. So he was a globetrotter.
A real globetrotter. We're losing track of the GCT tour here, Peter, so we're going to leave it in your hands to bring us up to date on some of the games. What's caught your
There's
eye?
some, well, a lot of excitement in the game between MVL and Sevian, which a lot of things happened there, and it will be difficult to cover all of it because they've progressed very, very far.
He did play F4,
But he did play F4, and after F6, a move that we haven't really considered is the move the engine likes the most, which is the move knight e3 to g1, creating the idea of e2, e3, once again disconnecting the knights. And Black is arguably in desperate straits. You maybe have to take on a5, knight takes c5, and bishop f7. And then after rook takes a5, you're done material. Maybe you're not losing exactly because you do get in a position, some position like this, where it is 2 pieces for a rook.
I love
but Black has some counterplay connected with an outside passer, and the white pieces are currently slightly all over the shop, right?
Right.
But it was very interesting. The move knight c4 that we were talking about was interesting here, and MVL did a third thing. He included f5, bishop f7, and played knight c4 here. Knight takes a5, and knight takes c5 here. In this position, with the inclusion of f6 and bishop f7, what Sevian did here is strictly the only move. If you don't play knight takes c4 here, you might as well resign. White plays queen a2. There was a very spectacular move here, knight f3 check, which maybe is not even that much worse than what Sam did, with the intention of meeting bishop takes f3 with queen d4 check and queen takes c5. It's still incredibly messy from here, but we don't need to go too deeply into this because this didn't happen.
But knight f3 check is a visual.
It's a very visual thing, and I wanted to show it to our viewers with the intention of maneuvering it back to e5 if it's not being taken.
Right.
But instead, Sam played b5. MVL picked up the rook. In this position, interestingly, the engine says it's much stronger not to touch anything just yet and to play queen d6. Getting rid of the knight on c5 more than the bishop on a8. Instead, Sam played queen takes a8.
Okay.
Now, MVL arguably missed a bit of an improvement here because he could begin with knight e6. The point being, if you go knight takes a3, there's a very annoying knight c7 check. Not taking on f8, but actually taking on a8 with a discovered check like
not
this.
Not taking on d4 check either.
So after knight e6, Black, I checked briefly if maybe you can go on some kind of an adventure with queen e4 and knight takes e2, but it's a couple of checks. And then they run out and white win. So you probably end up having to take on e6, and then we go rook takes a6, queen d5, and importantly, we cannot take with the pawn. And it seems to be better for white. Instead, MVL played the same 2 moves in the other order. It might actually lead to exactly the same position, but Black maybe has some additional options. Maybe rook e8 here is a little bit played.
A choice.
Yeah. But MVL is still very much in the running here. The engine does prefer white.
All right, that takes care of that one. What's going on in Prague and Javokhir?
They got to the position we were actually discussing, all the way to this position, which was on our screen earlier.
Yes.
This is the line where rook e to e8 happened after rook d3, rook b3, rook a4, knight f5, rook e4, rook e3. And Sindarov correctly took on e3 and played knight e6, but his position is honestly quite poor. And even very directly, you can play knight d6, attacking the pawn on b7.
Right.
And if you play rook a7, we can go king c2, rook takes a2,
this is a nice
take on b7, and then go king b3 with the idea of rook c1 to follow. If you do nothing for the next 3 moves, I think your position just collapses, so you have to hope for something like rook a7, perhaps rook d7, knight f5, and c5. But this knight on c5 is so powerful that these types of endgames are going to be very, very risky for Black.
and you can just compare the two kings. White's king is in the thick of things, and Black's king on g8 is searching for a role. And we do have knight d6, a good call on that one. And Maurice, how about the other players? What's going on in their games?
Well, it looks as though Levon and Vincent are going at it. I'm just trying to pull this up here. You know, this one, it's always disconcerting when the engine gives 000 in a position. And he's got all these pieces on the board, and there's all this action. And you're staring at this position, for example. It is possible to play this move, bishop f3, queen back to g6, and now play bishop back to g2, and as Black, you know, are you interested in a draw if you want it, because neither side is necessarily better. But there's plenty of play left. This is just a question of will more than anything else. Do you want to keep going in this position? Because it is imbalanced. You do have this bishop versus this knight. The pawn structure is not symmetrical on the king's side. And Black's pieces look like they're training down. The rook has a nice file, but exactly what to do here in this position, simply very rich and not clear exactly what the plan should be. You'd love to be able to gravitate your knight across the board if you could. The problem is you block the defense of this piece while on the way, so it just simply can't quite happen. And anything else you touch, pawn on b6, for example, weakens your queen side, or king to h7 is a waiting move where you say, okay, it's your turn, White. What's your plan? And White could push, knight takes, and this is a dramatic change in the position. So much possibilities. Again, it's going to definitely be a question of will for the players, what they want to do, because also, yes, the position may be balanced, but it's still rich and full of content.
I just wanted to add that, and it took some time for me even to realize this is possible, but the Vincent's last move is a piece sacrifice. You can play f3. And after queen takes g3, f takes e4, the best move appears to be h5, h4. But it creates enough of a threat of h3 that White maybe needs to bail with some kind of queen e2, queen f3, or queen e2, queen f2, getting the queens off the board and initiating mass trades. But you do have to note that, and it looks, because the White king side is so vulnerable, it took me a very, very long time to convince myself f3 is even a legal move. But it is. It is. And yeah, Levon played queen c2 just now on our screens.
No f3 for you, but queen c2.
Yeah.
Let's pause. Let's give this a pause as we toss it to Cristian.
Well, thank you, Yasser. I do want to check out with the game between Anish, Giri, and Fabiano, because they are speeding through their moves. And in fact, I really thought at some point that Fabi is starting to be in trouble. Anish is finding some real pressure in the position, and it was the case. Because right now, after g6, for example, g4, and you can understand that due to the fact that you have this IQP, very unpleasant pawn on d5, that's going to be a target for a very long time, plus the fact that your pieces as Black, the rook on c7, knight on f6, really basically just defending the pawn on d5 for the moment and being targeted by the push of the pawns on the king side by White. g5 is coming potentially, which in fact happened in the game. Your pieces as Black are just more passive than mine. I'm the one being able to find avenues to improve my pieces. For example, after the trade of the bishops on d7, rook to b5, rook to a5, attacking the pawn on a7, attacking the pawn on d5, everything seems to be going in White's favor. But still, the material is very limited. It's not as easy to make things happen. And let's see how the game continued. King to f8, and this was the critical moment right now, because g5 just simply doesn't seem to be... It's very natural, by the way. g5 is a very natural move, but it does allow some forced simplifications, as we will see in just a second, and the players are in fact going through the motions. We will catch up with them in 1 second. The best move in the position right now would have been to trade the bishops first. You don't want to take with the rook, because that just basically cements your pieces in the wrong position. For example, now I can just simply start pushing my pawn, a4, a5, all the way to a6, and if I manage to find this infiltration with the rook on b7, that's going to be bad news for Black. So the very natural move in this position would be knight takes d7. Let's just go back one more second. There we go. Instead of g5, bishop takes d7, knight takes d7. And right now, the much different approach to the position was to go h5. And in fact, I'm trying to soften up the square f5 for my knight. What is that knight going to do on f5? Well, coupled with the fact that I always have this idea of the check on b8 if you move away with your knight, that's going to create a mating net. And in fact, this would be problematic. For example, after take, knight to f6, knight to f5, nope, you don't have time to take on h5 because the mate with rook to b8 is coming. This would be problematic for black. Instead of that, he played g5, knight to h7, and now I'm just speeding through the last few moves. f4 and f6, a critical move for Fabiano. You cannot allow yourself to be squandered on the king side by white's pieces. You have to break open the position as fast as possible and simplify the position with the move f6. Great find by Fabiano. It doesn't seem like white has enough in the position to create anything. Look, after take on f6, knight takes f6, your pawn structure as white is much better than black's, right? Your activity is much better than black's. But unfortunately, that's just simply not enough because it's going to be very difficult to find the next weakness in black's position. I think Fabiano might be able to save this one.
All right. Well, thank you, Cristian. Narrow escape indeed. Another game that you've been, I've been watching you click through the Prague versus Javokhir position, and I think you're really liking what Prague has been doing.
Yeah, he's so far, having been given that chance with Queen e6 before, kind of an uncharacteristic slip up from Javokhir. Prague is now kind of fully in control in the current position. King c2 looks very promising. You could wait a bit, but black wants to play king f8, perhaps bring the king closer to the center, and you still, yeah, and he has gone rook to e1, interesting square, by the way.
Rook to e1 or d1?
E1. I think he wants to play e3, e4 next move, and it's definitely one of the ways to try and break things open and to go for some kind of direct improvement. And also, I think he's using the fact that black is extremely hamstrung. It's very difficult to even name options for black because your pieces are kind of passive. You just played rook a7 to protect the pawn on b7. Right. If you play b7, b6 here,
which looks very
knight
natural.
c8, knight c8, rook b7, f5, knight g5, rook c1 actually just picks up material. Oops, sorry, not rook d1, rook c1, of course. And your queen side is going to crumble. And if you do play king f8 here, you have to contend with e3, e4. Because now the king has actually come closer to getting mated on the e8 square. So your option probably has to be takes, and knight c7, where black is incredibly passive, but a similar story, I think, and we can draw some kind of a parallel with the game Cristian just spent a few minutes describing. Black is obviously struggling, but with every trade of pawn, you get closer and closer to a situation where you will still be passive, you will still have weaknesses, but your situation improves because material reduces.
Exactly.
And it feels difficult for white to win this without allowing further trades. For instance, Machine's best line appears to be once again king c2, rook a2, knight takes b7. But black could remember about the gf and knight d5, f6 plans.
Wow. And
it feels like, I think I would be ready to say that the engine actually defends this now.
Yeah,
I wasn't sure about king c2. After rook a7, king c2, the lines the engine was showing looked like it might actually result in a white victory in a game of, computer against computer, maybe white wins. This, after rook e1, king f8, e4, I feel like maybe computer defends this against computer. But it kind of is irrelevant because these are very strong players, but still not exactly computers.
I'm a pawn grubber, Peter, so instead of the move rook e1, I would find myself drawn to king c2, king b3, and if I didn't like that, I would have.
King b3 or knight b7 here? Which one do you like better?
Knight b7.
Okay.
But I would find myself drawn to this. But the second choice, rook e1 wouldn't have been an option because it was A or B. Second choice was rook d1 with the idea of rook d3, rook, just as you say.
Yeah, king f8.
And how does black defend?
Rook d3, b6, c5 now starts working because you denied yourself the c1 square for the rook. It actually is it's slightly counterintuitive, but you need to be able to meet b6 with some kind of an attack against opponent c6.
Thank you, because otherwise it wasn't making sense to me. Yeah. b6 now that my rook is on d3, I can't play the move rook c1. That's great. Yeah. That's crazy.
Because I think normally b6 loses to some combination of knight c8, rook c1, and maybe throw in a 4 or 5 somewhere. But this is no longer available because you've denied yourself the c1 square.
Clever. All right, thank you for clearing. And again, rook e1 was clearly designed to stop king f8 because e4 is on Prague's agenda. Maurice, jump into the thick of things.
Yes, the game that we saw with Levon and Vincent Keymer, we had talked about how we had that middle passage, if you will. Maybe I use a different term. that point.
I missed Lionel Richie already.
Yeah, that last reference was not the best one. But that period when things are starting to build in tension, and then suddenly something happens with the clock. And we're seeing that in the Levon game, as Levon and Keymer
Vincent,
and Vincent, they have this position where we saw Levon back down with queen back to c2. Wanted to get out of that pin. And that fork you talked about, Peter, f3, he said, I'm not going for that. That's ridiculous. But then knight g5 landed on the board, and Levon spent some time. He finally did move. Now, just as I was speaking, and played knight takes on c6, b takes c6, the response back has transpired. With this trade, I wanted to make this point before he made this move. Knight g5, your opponent's whispering in your ear. You know, there's some checks coming in near your king. Watch out. Or I also have the move h4 coming at you with the right timing. You want to play queen e2 and say, all right, let's just shut all this down. This is ridiculous. Until you see rook takes d4 land on the board, and you go, okay, bad day at the office.
Right.
Sad accident, of course, if you take the rook takes and you just lost a piece. So he solved this problem, but now he can't play queen e2. So the way to really deal with this h4 threat that's coming to crack up your king side is to play a move like rook to e1 so you can prep queen to e2 now. By the way, remember, there's bishop c6 always on tap. You don't want to be too greedy, start to grab things here, because your opponent just might ignore you.
Right.
Might just, you say, wait a minute, am I not taking this? Yes, you can have that, but now your light squares are all Swiss cheese, and you better figure out how to defend what's coming at you, as the pawn structure around your king is going to be severely compromised, to say the least. So this is not a position worth playing. So Vincent, on one move, allowed a fork. Another move is giving a pawn up. Then the very next move, sacrifice and exchange. Every move Vincent makes is a whisper of aggression. Go ahead, Levon. Take anything you want. I'm ready for it.
Sorry.
Meantime, when you do things like that, your opponents, they don't just believe you, they're going to check. Levon has spent a long time checking. It's move 25. He's got how many moves to time control? 15 moves to time control.
Right.
5 minutes left. Don't go for the complicated position and turn out to be wrong. So this is critical right now for Levon in this moment. And Vincent just playing his most casual, stylistic chess, sacking on every move and daring his opponent to grab material.
Feels like Vincent's the one with the initiative, though. Sorry, I wouldn't want to be in this position as Levon, and I would have bailed earlier with the queen g1 repetition.
Yeah, there were some repetitions on tap which maybe should have been taken, and Levon did find rook d3, which is one of the better moves in the position, with the idea of meeting h4 now with queen d1.
Makes sense.
But black can take on d3 and go h4, and what the machine suggests we do there with white is genuinely kind of scary. I wouldn't want to be involved with any of that on 5 minutes. If we switch to that for a second.
Yeah, put that on your analysis board.
So rook d3, first thing to point out is that h4 does run into queen d1, immediately getting a lot of material off the board, and white is maybe even pressing a little bit, although you're probably not going to win. But you can begin by simply taking on d3 and then playing h4. Oops, not rook d6, of course. Yeah, I apologize for that. So rook takes d3, queen takes d3, you play h4. And yes, you can go g takes h4, but then you are at least a little bit worse. The machine says we can take on c6, and if you take on g3, we can take on e8. How confident would you be doing this on 5 minutes?
No.
Here's an interesting question to debate, right? Because
I'm not confident at all.
We are apparently not losing to either g takes f2 or knight f3 check. Both of those things do have a very comfortable perpetual for black, but no more.
Okay.
But
or queen h3?
Those appear to be losing to fg3 and queen.
Right, exactly. But all those things you have to look at.
Yeah, like a position like this, for instance, like how convinced are you you're not going to blunder into some kind of a check that wins your queen or something? You can never cross to g1 because of the check from f2, but black can also never really force you to play king g1. So this is one draw. Another draw would be knight f3 check, king g2 strictly only move, of course. Knight h4 check, king g1 strictly only move, of course.
Right.
But then, like, you might think, am I not losing to queen h3 or queen f3? But you're not. Because bishop takes f7 exists, which introduces some checks which might be useful to you. And if you play queen f3, there's even queen f1, a very cold-blooded move saying,
wow,
I have actually protected against everything and I do have an extra rook. But on half an hour, maybe I would take Levon to calculate all of this cleanly. But I think on 4 minutes, he is much more likely to play something like h4, g takes h4, because it doesn't lose immediately. But knight f3 check, king f1, let's say we throw in some move like rook to a8, trying to bring it over to a2 and to create additional threats. It's still around zeros. Objectively, there is not much going on. But you know who is more comfortable here.
Exactly.
You absolutely know who is enjoying this more, white or black. And
you always have knight h2 as a bailout.
There's always the perpetual on the h2.
So it's like a free roll here.
We also understand about these types of positions is that when you're in the middle of the attack, it feels like there's some trick you might play or some maneuver. This position you have right there, Peter, I'm not sure about rook necessarily to a8, but you still have to look at moves like knight h4, for example, threatening the bishop, and maybe they can play bishop c6, and maybe you have a rook lift of some kind.
Rook e6.
Well, you have to worry,
right? Like which rook move is it that knocks me out? Rook e6 looks very attractive. You're going to ignore me and play rook a1? How dare you?
Yeah.
I mean, but it turns out
you've got the defense.
I'm still okay. No, stop it.
So rook.
How are you going down this line as the way to defend? Of course, if you got an engine.
It's actually more than okay, but obviously I have the help of the engine here, so it's a lot easier for me than it would be for Levon, because like rook a1 is move 31. He's probably down to like 2 minutes at that point. He needs to assess these things and play quickly. And
look at Vincent. He almost looks like. Okay, come on now, seriously? Must be something. What am I thinking about?
Yeah. My opponent's got 5 minutes too. When your opponent has 5 minutes and you have a bit of an initiative, then you start thinking, okay, I got to prepare my next 3, 4, 5 moves.
Yes.
And get ready to blitz them.
And you don't want to trade either. That rook takes d3 line. You want to keep the rooks on.
You would like to keep as much material as possible on the board, but you can't afford to allow queen d1.
Fantastic. Okay, so this game is definitely heating up. Dare we go to Wesley? And,
there's a lot of
Jorden?
stuff going on.
Tell us where.
Everywhere. I think there was a very important turning point in the game between Wesley and Jorden.
By the way, rook takes d3, queen takes d3.
And probably h4 is going to come.
H4 is almost a certainty now. Yeah. But
let's take a brief look at the game between Wesley and Jorden, because it feels like maybe Jorden wasn't as clean, even though the engine still probably holds this. There was a bit of a turning point here where Wesley, if we look at the position after rook f8, white is a pawn up. The pawn on a3 appears to be a goner, but you can't really pick it up without giving up the pawn on d4. And in particular, if you take with a knight and activate the black knight for them, black probably is going to be quite happy.
Yep.
So Wesley threw in g2, g3, and it was possible simply to take on g3. White trades rooks, goes h takes g3, which is go king f7. And black is just going to wait for you to take on a3 and go knight takes d4, centralize, steal a pawn down. Seemingly white has, like white's extra pawn is an outside passer on a2. But black's pieces are so active that the engine just says it's basically zeros.
Wow.
Instead, Jorden played bishop takes d4, knight takes a3, knight takes a3, rook takes a3, and bishop e3. Bishop e3 already strictly the only move, everything else just straight up loses.
Wow.
So very nice find by Jorden. But this is now quite risky, because let's say we take on e3, take on f8, and go rook b3. And we suggest that the a-pawn is about to start running. And it seems like maybe the only thing here that doesn't lose is the move rook e4, c4, trying to activate the rook before trying to push the d-pawn.
Right.
And if you take on e3, this I think you can quite readily believe black doesn't lose, right? The white structure is so broken up that despite being a pawn up, white probably does not win this. But we are definitely entering the territory where Jorden might have to make a bunch of only moves in a row.
Wow, takes on the... so definitely things going Wesley's way. How about Prague? He played this move rook e1, and I noticed he did get in the move e4 as his move rook e1 anticipated.
After e4, we were looking at d takes e4. Instead of that, Javokhir chose rook a8, e takes d4, and now he's trying to figure out which pawn to take. He has to take on f4. Yeah, knight takes d4 straight up loses to rook e4, so he makes the correct choice of taking here.
Right.
But now after takes, the engine says, I think king c2 is probably what you would like to play, right? Using the fact that a2 is currently untouchable.
Checkmate.
Because it allows mate in 1, we get our king to the best square on the board. Machine still kind of holds it after g6, let's say rook e4, knight d5, king b3, king g7. Well, holds it as in doesn't lose on the spot. The variation continues hovering around +1 here, which is sort of inconclusive. In positions like this, it's not very clear. But Maurice has breaking news elsewhere.
Well, we got to get back to that game between Levon and Vincent, because Levon has 2 minutes and 26 seconds left on his clock.
Counting.
The trade did occur on d3, and h4 was played.
Right.
And Levon may be looking like a cool customer right now, but come on, we've been here before. Somebody's attacking your king. You've got 13 moves to time control, and you've got 2 minutes left.
That's your tell.
Walter Sean Brown, as you mentioned, he'd be bouncing up and down in his chair right now.
He sure would.
He's going on to 2 minutes. Okay, he does have a 30-second increment coming, but man, any accident could happen on the way to the office. This looks critical.
It's crazy to me that bishop takes c6 is like, you just ignore it. Rook e6, no problem.
No, it's not no problem, because I looked at rook e6, rook a1, rook g6, and
you have to continue calculating very cleanly.
It's still a lot in that position. And look at him, he just glanced over there at his score sheet.
His clock
while we're talking about it, he's down to 125. Wait a minute.
And it's kind of interesting, right? Because strictly speaking, if he makes it to move 40, he currently has 8 minutes. If he does make it to move 40,
right,
all the increment will add up to him now having 8 minutes. But it's not exactly 8 minutes, is it?
Oh no, those minutes go by.
Yeah, and
very
GH has been chosen now.
Over bishop c6.
Over bishop c6, or queen d1. I thought maybe queen d1 was about to be played, but he did play g takes h4. Queen takes h4 is actually completely playable here, but white probably gets to stabilize with something like king f1. And I expected knight f3 check. Yeah, I expected knight f3 check, and it didn't in fact happen. And now best move does appear to be rook a8. I don't know how obvious that is. It's not the first thing that came to my mind for sure. But the engine does like it quite a bit.
You know, the strange thing, the first thing that came to my mind is I'd love to play rook on e8 to g6, which is sadly illegal.
Yeah, so if you play rook e6
to g6,
even rook a1 appears to be playable, because if you put it all the way on g6, it's going to get tied up
I just want to play queen g2 mate.
Well, it's not mate, and actually it's so demonstrably not mate that the engine goes h5, queen g2, king e2, and says this is equal. But okay, that's
equal.
That's completely inhuman,
right? True, because you've got this rook a8.
Yeah, because the rook cannot leave the its post on g6 without getting mated on the back rank.
That's hilarious. h5.
Yeah. One thing about rook a8, I think even if the move occurs to you, you have to figure out why queen e2 is no good. No, but that's very simple. I forgot the bishop is hanging. I thought I have to play queen takes h4 here, and then it wouldn't be so bad, but the bishop is hanging.
Oops.
Yeah, interesting point for Vincent.
I think, yeah, this is the kind of moment where you find a move like rook a8 where your opponent might go, wait, I didn't look over there. What's this move about?
Right.
And the key, queen and knight working together, harmoniously attacking. If you can maintain those pieces, it will be very tricky for Levon to avoid the potential blunders. By the way, after rook a8, the engineer gives e4 as the best move,
reaching for something.
To eject the knight somehow.
He has rook e5.
Rook e5.
Aiming for the d5 square, I guess.
Rook e5.
Rook a1 might be strictly the only thing that works here for white.
This is what I meant by which rook move.
Yeah.
And this is the kind of thing that happens. And did he look at rook e6? Did he look at rook e5? Did he look at rook a8? It's hard to imagine he looked at all of that and now ignore everything. I don't believe anything you're doing. I'm not going to play rook a1.
But regrettably, after rook a1, you kind of have to go back. I thought maybe he's planning rook a1, g6, but that loses to bishop takes f3, and then rook a8 check, and white actually has play of his own. And
queen e5, queen d4.
Might actually be the problem after rook a1.
Okay, let's take a look at that.
Rook a1,
and
rook
it really doesn't look that easy for white.
No, yeah.
Like I think after rook
I mean,
f5,
the engine will of course hold it, but it looks very
If you need to go e4 and stuff like that, you almost never do that.
Yeah,
like it's just
the engine quite calmly goes rook a8 check, king h7, and let's say rook a8 to d8, kind of improving coordination.
Oh yeah, good luck. Are you mad? I mean, the guy's got 55 seconds left.
Yeah.
Actually, and he's got to dodge bullets everywhere.
Quite a problem.
Yeah, but you improve your coordination.
But Levon does find rook a1. It's very logical to play rook a1 here.
Sure.
And yeah, I feel
play.
like Vincent is going to play rook f5.
Well, the point there too is there's this knight d2 check that's annoying. Instead of rook b1, the desirable queen d1 gets hit by queen c4 check.
Yeah, that would be painful. Queen e2, knight g2.
And now you think to yourself, why isn't my rook on a1? If your rook is on a1, then this tactic doesn't work for black. So rook a1, very logical, and you've got your own threat. But then, Peter, look deeper at rook f5, if you will, what Cristian just suggested to us.
The problem with this position for black is that I think if you manage to kind of calm your heartbeat for a second, you will realize black does not really have a threat, which is why the move like rook d8 is possible, because you don't really want to take on h4 and allow bishop b4. Knight h2, knight f3 is always there and enough for a draw, but no more.
Right.
And because of all that, you might come to the correct realization that you have time. You are not as pressed for time and for concrete decisions as you might think.
But I think your first part of the comment is very important. If you manage to calm your heartbeat with 1 minute on the clock right now. Otherwise, you might be in trouble and you might touch the wrong piece.
And we'll stick with this, but I will say that Sevian was actually doing completely fine, and then he made a massive tactical misstep, and it appears that he is now losing.
I think we could switch over because it's Vincent's move,
right?
And we'll watch to see what he does next.
F5 or G6.
Because after knight d6, rook e8, as expected, MVL went for knight c7, which is a bit of a sad admission that you don't have very much, because it allows this tactic of knight takes e2, seemingly blundering a piece because the queen is still hanging. But no, we have queen c5 check, sidestepping the fork. You have to play queen f2, and now we take on c7, queen d4. And in this position, just play h5, h6, even king h7 is pretty decent. But Sam played rook d8, trying to shoo the queen away from good squares, blundering a very beautiful geometric move, not rook a7, rook a8. And he has now taken on a8, queen d5 check. And the problem is, this way, I guess you will lose the endgame. But if he played king f8, I think he would have gotten mated. So it was a very kind of an unfortunate choice for him. There are no good choices there anymore.
Rook A reminds me of a tall tactic.
Yeah, Rook A8.
That I have in my Secrets of Chess Geometry course. The Rook A8 move, deflecting, but Tal did it in even more dynamic circumstances.
And some endgame like Rook A1, H5, we take on F8. We play Rook A8 check, King F7.
Is this completely easy?
And I guess we pick up the
A pawn?
He went for Queen D5.
Yeah, I mean, you can include Queen D5 because after Queen F7, you can, if all else fails, you can go back to the same position.
Yeah.
Or you can take on B5 here. I would suggest that maybe a position like this might not be very easy to win at all. Although,
I can still trade queens.
yeah, we can still trade queens. Yeah, maybe Queen takes B5 is actually a decent option. But maybe Black now can avoid the queen trade somehow. Yeah, H6 followed by King H8. The engine says Queen B3 still probably forces the queen trade, but it becomes a bit messy. On the other hand, swapping the queens with keeping while the B5 pawn is still on the board is maybe not as clean as all that either.
By the way, Wesley doesn't seem to have
B3.
much of anything in the game against Jorden. Jorden has neutralized everything, and it should. He's going to be up a pawn, but
Wesley will be.
But it is definitely leaning towards a draw in that game. And
Pragg
has also
strange decision,
made an inaccuracy and has given Javokhir a chance to survive.
Yeah, I don't quite, if we go back there for a second, I was giving the line Rook E4, which drives the knight away from F4 and the attack on our king side, and then King B3. And this is very annoying for Black. Instead, Pragg played H takes G6, which would have won, if not for the fact, I think I know what he missed. I think he probably thought, okay, why isn't this resignable for Black? I'm threatening mate. But after Rook G8, which looks very ugly, now Black is actually threatening King G5, and there is genuine counterplay coming on the king side, which wasn't the case for the vast majority of this game at all.
Exactly.
And with a lot of material coming off, White not even had material yet.
No.
This appears to just be very salvageable for
There was some
Javokhir.
game that Javokhir, maybe it was from Cyprus, where his opponent allowed his king to create counterplay.
Yeah, that was that very, very interesting endgame against Fabi.
Yes.
Which he, in our studio, called his best defensive effort of his career.
It certainly was. It was extraordinary. I really thought that...
Both in terms of concepts and then how cleanly he calculated once he needed to calculate was quite impressive.
Yeah, there we go. Maurice, things are really heating up. But
back to Levon?
I think we're on all the games. Fabi's game
all the games
is definitely going towards a draw. This Pragg game, what a big turnaround and potentially huge effect on the tournament, given that Sindarov can't afford to lose any games in the course of the finals. But as you said, we left the game with Levon, and we could go back to it because...
He actually came back to E8.
He returned to E8, did Vincent, and said, let's play this position. Mea culpa. Let me bring it back and come back home. There's still play here, though. I mean, it's definitely not what he wanted, but here is Levon ignoring the position of the black queen sitting on F3 and his king sitting on F1 and saying, I'm going to go on the counterattack myself with the move Rook to A7.
Plain old ornery play by
Vincent. Something that Javokhir said, I was better against this guy every single game. And every single game he made a draw. I think that Javokhir is probably thinking those same things playing against Pragg. You know, I want to play like Levon. I might be in trouble, but I am going to get out of this. And there goes Levon, showing the youngsters it's not so easy to beat the vet.
I'm looking at the position. Sad that Vincent had to go back. I thought originally that Rook E5 might have been an inspired decision. Turned out it wasn't very inspired. Now I'm looking at Rook A7 and I'm thinking to myself, well, I don't
think Black has anything.
And I'd probably be playing Queen H3 check and making some perpetual on the position.
It seems like he just missed Rook A1 and kind of wind went out of his sails a little bit there. He no longer looks as as happy about his chances.
Even with the massive time advantage that he has on the clock, the position is not.
It's a lot simpler to play for Levon as well. It's become a pretty straightforward exercise of not blundering any of your pieces. When in check, remove your king from check.
Clever.
Yeah.
And here we go.
King e2, queen g4, king f1 might be where we headed.
Yes. Queen h3 check on the board. Cristian, over to you and MVL's game.
We have to go back to that one because right now, MVL, it seems like he's missing some opportunities in this game. And in fact, Sam Sevian only has 2 minutes on the clock, so he will need to be very precise to find the best moves. But if he does, I feel like he's gaining some real chances of actually holding this position. The next move is critical. You have to make space for your king with the move h6, because otherwise I always have these attacks on the 8th rank and forcing the trade of the queens. But after h6, the queen stays on the board, and this queen will be able to start giving up checks. In fact, after h6, the only move to maintain any sort of chance in the position is to set up this pin with the move queen to b3. The thing is, I can very often break that pin with this queen check on a7, and this is a square that you might be missing very often in your calculation as white. So after king to h7, king to g2 is the only move in the position. A lot of precise moves are needed. And by the way, you're allowing some very unpleasant checks with queen to d5. This is not easy to win it as white. Your king is quite exposed, I might add. Sure, the rook is still defending the pawn on f5. You're still safe. And black still has to deal with this annoying pin. But the material is quite limited, and he might get some chances. He made a move. Let's see what he played h6.
Win,
correct.
Because if you allow black to set up the position with the queen on f7 and the knight on e5 and the queens are still on the board, the white king is so unsafe that I would suggest it's just straight up equal.
Right. This knight wants to return to e5. It needs to return to e5. This queen needs to give this check to get off this diagonal. And then if I manage to set up that position, first of all, black doesn't have weaknesses right now with that knight on e5. So I think MVL might be having some difficulties converting this position right now. Great find, by the way, by Sam Sevian with only a minute on the clock. This move h6 gives him some real chances right now to perhaps save this game, which, by the way, would it be the fair result in this one? I mean, Sam played a great game, great defensive game. MVL played a good attacking game as well, but he missed his chances with the exception of that beautiful rook to a8. Right now, maybe Sam, once again, is getting some equality shot in this position.
Thank you.
Sam has unbelievable, and I mean this in the kindest possible way, whenever this shot is on screen, he has unbelievable, incredible Hulk energy.
Determined resistance, tenacious.
No, I mean,
I'm not sure what that means, but
specifically Professor
he certainly does, yes.
Yeah, Bruce Banner, yeah. But really, when I saw the move rook a8 by Maxime, I just thought, splat, oops. We have blundered the game in one move. And the fact that Sam is still in here fighting with a shout, you got to tip your hat.
A lot of credit to him, for not sort of giving up and collapsing.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, I did see that Vincent did not jump at the perpetual. He's played queen takes h4.
Perpetual will still be available.
Still be available.
On further moves. And he's kind of hinting at rook d8 here.
Yeah.
I think what he's doing is he's saying, how confident are you? Let's switch to that for a
Let's
sec.
bring that up on our screens.
The reason he took on h4 is, I mean, his opponent
has 1 minute.
Has 1 minute. Yeah. And rook c7, rook d8 might genuinely become
scary, right?
Yeah, -2. Yeah. You are in trouble.
-2.
You are in trouble, actually. Yeah.
Levon down to 33 seconds left on his clock.
Yeah, that's a very nice spot.
He's got to find what looks like queen d4 according to the engine, but it's 24 seconds with 6 moves to play.
Whoa.
Things get harem scarum right around now when you have no time on your clock and your king is exposed against a queen
15
and rook. The time is ticking down rapidly.
To go. This is not easy.
And he's frozen.
Move.
This next move could be a blunder, and he has captured on c7 and the rook d8 move.
Automatically.
And this is the problem when you have little time, and he's now busted.
That's
He is now busted. You see the eval bar.
The reason he is busted is incredibly difficult to understand from afar. The point is, after Queen B3, there is no mate immediately. But what you do is you give a couple of checks to make sure F7 is protected.
Okay.
And after King E1, apparently the winning plan involves just running the G-pawn all the way to G3.
He's serious.
Which I don't know if you find, honestly.
Well,
G5.
You find Queen H1 and Queen
G5,
H5
and
for
even after B5, the winning move here is G4 with the intention of meeting anything with G3.
By the way, he played Queen H5 in one go without
It's probably the
including-
same, yeah. It's probably the same position.
By the way, I have seen Vincent frequently play this move, G5. Time and time again. I've been surprised watching how often he actually pushes this G-pawn in his games.
Okay.
So I would not be stunned if G5 lands on the board. But it is true, you probably look for other things other than G5 in a moment like this one.
Yeah.
But he's also got 13 minutes. It's not like he's got 30 seconds and he has to rush.
Right.
He can stare at this board. He could even play Queen H1, Queen back to H5, just in case he needs more time to calculate. But he could spend the next 10 minutes, guys, looking at every single move. How many moves are there on the board? There's Queen H1.
All kinds of rook.
And then what else?
Rook A8 makes a lot of sense.
Rook A8 makes sense.
Rook A8 probably, judging by my screen, probably throws the win away.
Well, yeah.
Because I guess Queen D1 becomes playable. My guess would be.
He'll look at that. He'll look at that for sure. He'll look at Rook A8. He'll look at Queen H1. He'll start with Queen H1, the most forcing move on the board.
Right.
He'll look and soon realize maybe that doesn't work. Or maybe he'll go Queen H1 and Rook A8. He'll do some combo. He'll spend the next 10 minutes, or he should. And then he might start looking for other things.
By the way, G5 looks like one of those move of the year type of situations.
Well,
because
it goes into collections.
It goes into collections.
It goes into collections. It goes into every coach's scrapbook.
It's completely off script. I mean, it's not connected to it. It doesn't look like it is connected to anything.
I'm going to say something.
Yeah.
I had a game against Patrick Wolf many years ago. Oh, it's so sad I didn't win that game. But I got in a position I couldn't find what to do. And I spent over 40 minutes on the position. At the time, it was long enough that there were no cell phones, there were no worries about cheating.
Right.
I went into the restroom and washed my face and came back to the board. And I sat there and I'm like, why can't I find a move? And I looked up at the demo board, because we had a demo board and it wasn't a digital demo board, a physical demo board. I looked up at the demo board.
Oh, why didn't you play
the move G5 jumped into my brain, and it was the move in the position.
Wow.
And I went on to have a fantastic position. Time pressure, those 40 minutes cost me later. I messed up and got a draw. So
I mean, if he finds
he needs to relax. The first thing he needs to do is relax. Maybe he needs to go wash his face.
The problem is, what I'm seeing on his face is that he's shaking his head a little bit. I don't think he sees the move G5 right now.
I wanted to say exactly the opposite. I think he actually arrived at something. Maybe not anymore. Yeah, now he is.
You think he sees it?
But he doesn't have to rush.
Queen F3,
This is the problem. He's acting like he has to play a move, and I feel like that's what cost him in this moment. He did not have to rush. Yeah. He should have just leaned back in the chair, breathed in a little bit. He's not in any time pressure, and it so often happens that a player who is not in time pressure thinks they just need to play with energy. He has only 3 moves to make with 13 minutes on his clock. Stop and think.
But it is so difficult.
Such a showstopper, yeah. I mean,
it is.
No, not the move G5. I'm not talking about the move G5. I'm talking about the attitude and the moment you're in.
I'm agreeing with you on that.
I got to get to 3. I got 13 moves. This is where I talk about making your opponent suffer. Let me look at everything. Just look.
Position is, and this is one of the most difficult dilemmas that you get as a professional chess player, especially when your opponent is down to his last 30 seconds on his clock. It looks like a simple position. Nobody taps you on the shoulder and tells you this is the moment. This is when
exactly.
When you get G5. You see check on H1, you see Queen F3 to make it even more difficult for your opponent, and your opponent only has a few seconds to react to that. Do you stop and think for 10 minutes and maybe you find G5, or do you play Queen F3 and still pose problems to your opponent? That's a very difficult dilemma, and I'm seeing it in every single tournament from players from all ranges.
That's exactly the thing I learned as a player coming up.
Yeah.
Is when you have your opponent in time pressure and you have plenty of time, that's your moment. You make them suffer. You sit, you look, you breathe, you control those nerves. The one of the hardest things to do, as you're pointing out, Cristian. One of the hardest things to do.
Yeah.
But that's the lesson we learn. And every player watching this, we've seen it happen time and time again, yes?
Oh, yes.
Every player watching say, just because my opponent in time pressure, it's not my turn to move quickly, because I'll blow things when that happens. That's the biggest object lesson.
Missed opportunity, but I understand from Levon's last move, rook a7.
He wants to bring it back.
He wants to
A1,
bring
D1, or A2, D2 even, giving up on F2. You just need this rook in play. Black needs to go for the rook lift. You now need to go for like rook D5 with the idea of rook F5 or rook H5. It's still not entirely equal. I mean, it is now objectively a draw, I think. But if you do play rook D5...
if you don't mind, go ahead, play rook D5.
You still have to play somewhat precisely with white.
Because the queen posted up on F3 for a reason. You wanted to go rook H5, rook H1, and queen takes F2 check.
Sorry, look at his hand. Look at the nervousness. You see that on
No,
Vincent?
I missed it. Sorry.
This is the kind of thing you learn as commentators when you watch enough. How nervous is he with 10 minutes on the clock to make two moves?
But now, seemingly, it's very difficult to make a properly bad move. Rook A8 followed by rook A2 is okay. The immediate rook A2 is okay. Queen C2 is okay.
Why is rook A2 okay?
Because we want to put it on D2, or perhaps even E2 in some cases. What would you like to play here?
Rook H5 and take your F2 pawn.
Yeah, rook E2 only move.
20 seconds to find this, not easy.
Okay. This is not, I mean, you really hate misplacing your pieces like this. I like Queen C2. I like Queen C2, by the way. He played Queen C2.
Because wasn't there Queen H1 check and rook D5 check and that?
I guess we run.
And just a rook as an E2 is not vulnerable?
I have no idea why that isn't winning. Hang on a second. Queen H1.
Right.
King G2. Yeah, we just run.
We just run.
We just run, and then we use the rook as a
shield.
As a shield, yeah.
Amazing.
Apparently fine. Yeah.
Wow.
Very, very difficult. I like Queen C2. It also brings you one move closer to...
and you're threatening mate.
I think that's the key point.
Yeah.
That's the key point.
Mate.
G6. Another question is, because my engine started saying before B5 might be required. If you do have to play B5 on move 40, it's not very enjoyable.
You don't play B5 on move 40.
Yeah. You can still go rook A2, though. Rook A2 with the intention of meeting rook H5 with Queen E2 now. Although you're still kind of suffering after Queen D5, this is still far from enjoyable. Like Queen C2 now is the only move that doesn't resign.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yeah. No, Levon is not out of the woods entirely.
Okay.
That's for sure.
But now Vincent does need to go G6, and he should do it quick, because Rook A8 is a serious threat. You're not going to go Rook D8. Just go G6, make space for your king.
Yeah.
He reminds me again of Fabi from yesterday. Remember when Fabi was doing well against Jorden?
Jorden, yeah.
And Fabi had the same body posture. The same,
yeah, he was,
oh my gosh, the guy's in time pressure, I need a move.
Right.
If Levon had 10 minutes on the clock, Vincent wouldn't be acting like this.
I think he would be calmer, yeah. I think
he'd be so much calmer. He'd just be looking at the board trying to find something because he's got so much time. Your opponent's clock starts to take over your brain, and he wants there to desperately be a win. I think he's got to be like a Magnus.
We're staying with this, but in the meantime,
there's no danger to him.
Yeah.
He always has a
G6.
draw. And he did play
that
G6.
Was move 39.
Move 39,
this
yeah.
is Levon critical right now.
Yeah, Levon has
B5.
B5 or Rook A2. Everything else probably just straight up loses.
Yeah, this is Rook A8.
No, he's going to play Rook A8. He's going to take his time.
Yeah, he just needs move 40.
He needs a free move.
But for some reason, getting the king to H7 appears to be very important for Black, and there's like a full pawn difference between Rook A2 and Rook A8 check.
Well, no choice here. King H7. Let's go. And why is this?
And a lot of body reactions going on right now.
Why is this so much worse?
Again, from Vincent.
The answer is?
We would need to compare the two positions. It's the same moves, but the evaluation has bottomed out.
Look at Vincent, guys. Look, he's going through gyrations. Almost
feels like
pain.
it looks like he's given up the win or something.
No, I think
he's shaking his head like he did something wrong. I mean, what?
Yeah, I mean, you never play King G7 anyway, so I don't think, like you play King H7 and you pass the move to your opponent and you go from there.
It's your baton. They made time control. Let's jump to some of the other games that are ongoing.
Yeah,
How is MVL?
MVL is still solving the study. He began the study solving on 17 minutes. He is now down to 4. He hasn't solved it yet, but he also hasn't made a mistake yet, which is very important. Because
his accuracy is
if he doesn't play queen b3 here, the evaluation is basically zeros.
Okay.
But importantly, he is still thinking. This is sort of the second. First best is to play queen b3 already.
Right.
Second best is not to play anything at all just yet.
Right.
Apologies.
Great stuff. Christian, over to you.
That was the perfect description, by the way, Peter. It's a study. Because right now, queen to b3, first of all, I don't think you can calculate it all the way until the end. I think you just have to trust your intuition. Take a look at the variations. Queen to b3, we just got to move rook to c1.
Oh, okay.
He just played rook to c1, which does allow queen to a7, played, by the way, and then the knight will drop back, and it does seem like right now black is safe. What he had to do was absolutely incredible. Queen to b3, king to queen to d5, king to h3. What you need to understand at this point is that you cannot break the pin as white. Wherever you put the queen, you're going to lose that knight. So you actually need to go, for example, queen to c5 first, rook to c1, queen takes f5, g4, check. Check after queen f5, g4. And now after knight to d2, you need to understand that this endgame, the knight is just simply not coming back to a safe square, which is pretty much impossible to calculate from the get-go. I was looking at the variations, rook to c4, knight to d2, rook to f4, knight to b3, and now rook to a4 being the only move in the position.
What?
Don't
Good
ask
luck.
me why. Don't ask me why.
Good
We
luck.
can analyze this endgame for the next 30 minutes and still not be sure as to why. That's why I said it's just pretty much impossible to understand everything and to actually calculate everything that needs to be calculated, which he played rook to c1, queen to a7.
I think he's going to play king f1 now, and black still needs to play strictly on
Knight
only
d6.
knight d6. Everything
Correct.
else loses. Yeah.
Correct. Knight to d6, and by the way,
Knight d6.
why exactly knight to d6?
He played knight
played
d5.
95.
He played knight d5, and now he's
my
losing
goodness.
again.
How do you defend against the checkmate?
I think he thinks he has the perpetual, but he doesn't have the perpetual.
You can give a check on a6, but then I go king to g1, knight to f3, king to f2. We understand that.
Yeah, I think
Where's
he's
the
sure this is the
perpetual?
perpetual.
I'm
but
hiding my king to h3.
Specifically, king g1 wins. Yeah.
This is unbelievable right now, and it just shows that it's really tough to play with only seconds on your clock in such complex situations where knight to d6 was the only move that would have saved him.
Protecting
Incredible.
the best, right?
Absolutely
Right.
incredible. And unfortunately for Sam, it doesn't seem like he's going to save this one.
I had said earlier,
MVL calms his nerves right now.
I said earlier about the tension in that middle period, building. But once we got down to the clock, it may look like everything is all quiet on the Western Front. No, the clock starts to become the enemy, and this is when the players start blundering. How do you manage the clock? Chess is a competition. It is not pure science, and the clock is part of the battle. And look at this, as the pieces can now flood into the critical zone because the knight's on the wrong square. Sam defending so well and miss that opportunity. Now he's going to lose the game.
Wow. And let's just jump to the game of Fabiano, because I do believe the players are making a repetition, and they have just
I think they're going to be
signaled
made
the
to play one
the
more.
arbiter to come over and say, "Yep, they've done it." And Fabi wants to get out of here. He's like, "I'll take the draw. Thank you very, very much." And let's jump back to that Sevian Maxime, because they have not made time control.
Not yet.
Right?
No.
MVL's got
has
just a minute.
Yeah, down to a minute and a bit, but it's move 39. He just needs to calculate this.
But I'm a bit shocked. Why did Sam not spend a single second on this knight to d6 versus knight to e5 decision?
Yeah, I
what
don't
did
know.
he calculate?
He
because
had a
queen
minute,
e8,
by
rook
the
c8
way.
is coming.
He had a minute and a half.
Correct.
Judging
That's
by,
what I'm saying. Queen e8, rook c8 is the only thing you're calculating. What did he calculate to try to defend the mate? I don't understand, because first of all, he had what,
He missed
15 minutes?
He missed king g1. If not for king g1, everything else is a
G1.
draw.
Yeah.
It's specifically king g1.
He played it so fast. He made that decision so quickly. I'm actually puzzled because, again, MVL just spent 15 minutes on this decision to play rook c1.
Rook c1 was
Yeah.
associated with
Sam
rook
was
c8
calculating all of these things
as well.
on his time, and he made this move knight to e5 so quickly.
Important to
this
know
is
that
somewhat of a gift right now.
Important to know that you will not have this back. You need to do it now, because if you give black a tempo, you will never have it again.
King h7 and forget about it.
And he's going to go for it.
And actually, this is move 40, so he can. But okay, I mean, having played rook c8, he will play queen e8.
Yes.
Because
not only that, it's it's Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. When I give him my very complex studies, Maxime is Maurice.
I know.
I mean, come on. If there's a win, I'm finding it. And he is back to the board, and now he will look, and he'll look at Queen 8, and he'll calculate, and he's not intimidated, afraid, worried about your checks. He will see that the checks run out, and he's already seen it, as a matter of fact.
I think him playing rook c8 was very much an indication that this puzzle he did solve.
Peter, I've always associated you as one of the world's great chess calculators. The players of today, they're phenomenal.
They
phenomenal in their calculating
There's recently
ability.
been some discourse on the topic of generational comparisons, and
I wanted to ask you about that.
Yeah, I don't particularly want to engage with the entire topic. It's somewhat arbitrary, but.
Did you see Maxime there?
Withdrew.
Do what we all did. Look at my score sheet.
Right.
It looks like it's move 40. Let me look at his score sheet.
I want to make
sure it's move 40.
Make my 41.
I think he also got up to maybe look at the demonstration board somewhere.
That's to make 100% sure. Sorry, finish your point.
Yeah, but honestly, I do think that the current players are better calculators than the players of yesteryear. Because of just how much solving they tend to do.
Right.
And on that topic, I actually want to seamlessly bring it back to Maxime, because for me, it was very interesting, because I grew up, I mean, obviously the books which were just compendiums of combinations you were supposed to solve, they still existed, but they were not as numerous as they are right now. And the online resources did not exist at all in the mid-80s and early 90s. When
There are 70,000 problems for you to solve, kid.
Yeah.
No, I got like a book of 200.
For our generation, like you solved the positions at the back of the informant.
Right.
And those were your regular like
challenges.
80 studies, like 40 tactical studies and 40 endgame studies, or whatever the number was, right? And then I think when I became a quote-unquote established player, I more or less stopped solving altogether, because like tactical awareness was never really my weakest point. I had a lot more work to do on positional understanding. Endgames are still a weak point even now when I'm 50. You know, there were things to cover, and tactics were never really a problem as such. So I kind of stopped doing it. And then when I was drafted to play the second season of Grand Chess League in London in 2024 instead of commentating, I was on the same team with Young Indians and MVL. And on a bus trip to the round, every single person apart from me would take out a phone and like solve 10 positions. And I thought, maybe I'm missing something here.
Right.
Maybe this is why they're still active chess players, and I am only really playing for the same team as them because the people didn't get visas. You know?
Is this a young person's habit? Is what
Training,
I'm asking, because
solving.
Fabiano doesn't really solve a lot of
I have a
positions.
feeling. I think it's generational.
He solves when he plays.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
He solves when, let's say, he's looking at opening ideas, and then he tries to solve questions along the way, right? But he never focuses on one position at a time, or like 10 positions at a time.
But it was interesting to see, specifically MVL was very interesting to me, because like the Young Indians, by that point I've worked with Prague a little bit, and I was not shocked at all to see that generation solving constantly. Right. But MVL was right there with them, doing it daily, doing it consistently, as a kind of a warm-up for the games, and as basically as a kind of part of his routine. And that was very, very interesting to me, because MVL is, I feel like he's much closer to my generation than he is to theirs. And it's a marked difference with like how I approached continuing to work on my chess.
I do believe that MVL's way of doing things is better, to be honest. I do think even if you're like 30, 35, you're already an established 2750, 2800, in that range for many, many years, you should still do your tactics at all times, because that skill deteriorates so quickly.
Yeah, it's like a muscle.
You missed a couple of months of not playing and not actually being in the heat of the battle and not being forced to calculate, and that skill deteriorates. And it's much more difficult to get it back, in fact, you know?
But on that note, take a player like Sam Sevian. Isn't he doing puzzle calculations?
I would assume so. I don't know him as well. But
He's a tremendous calculator.
Routine. Yeah.
Sam is a tremendous calculator. He just blundered in time pressure.
Yeah, I've analyzed with Sam, and it's extraordinary what he's seeing.
No,
and how fast
he's a machine.
He
I remember back in the day interviewing him. He was a shy kid. You try to pull words out of his mouth.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I got.
But as soon as you said,
questions.
And so in the game, if he had played this, he went from being Mr. Wallflower to suddenly the most verbose, loquacious. Well, I could have done. And it could have been. Oh, that's how you get this guy to talk.
Right.
Now he's more mature and a bit more experienced, and even has a great sense of humor as well. So you can get some good stuff out of him just straight.
By the way,
man,
Peter,
he calculates like a machine. And
now
this one he's looking at now he's calculating and realizing
he knows,
there's no perpetual
this is
check.
Actually over. What did I miss?
The Great Hulk is because of the biceps, right? I mean, you saw those guns hiding under that suit. I mean, Sam is going to the gym.
Yeah.
We know that for sure.
Wow.
I think he relaxed.
The clock moving, by the way.
I think he just relaxed, to be honest, because again, he had 1 minute and 30 seconds. He's been playing a lot of his moves with only a few seconds on his clock. You could argue that with only 2 moves to go. At that point, you're like, okay, let me just spend my time and find those last 2 moves. I have a choice to make. 95 is not my only move. I am allowing this rook c8, queen e8, which creates a checkmating threat in 1 move. I need to have something ready for that. So he just relaxed, probably calculated this idea with queen to a6 from afar and missed that move, king to g1, and never rechecked it, which is a problem.
Never rechecked.
Never rechecked.
Those are
he
the
was
words.
Just a bit too confident.
When you have
his
time,
calculation.
there is no reason to rush.
Yeah.
And I can preach it till the cows come home. It's about game management. And the clock is part of game management. It's part of our profession. And you've got to be aware at every situation where you are, what's going on. Do I need to take a breath? One of the things we talk about often is the sin of the 41st move.
Yeah.
Right? That's something we know. I say it and all of us go, yep, been there, done that, seen it.
Right.
Because you get to move 41 and you do what Cristian said, you relax. You make a quick move and then you go, what did I just do? No, that's the moment you have to stop and really look at the board.
Well, he wasn't at move 40.
No, in this case, no. I'm not referring to it at all.
Yes.
I'm just talking about those kind of things that you get as a vet, experience, to know there are certain situations that you have to manage away that have nothing to do with the actual moves or the position on the board. That all has to do with your psychological makeup, mindset, situational awareness.
And speaking of that experience, that's exactly why MVL, when he reached move 40, he went out from the board, checked on the grand screen if this is move 40, came back, calculated with ease, and then played the move queen to e8.
Just a quick note that Victor Korchnoi, who kept the world's worst score sheet, his score sheets were just terrible. He oftentimes blitzed out move 41 as well, because he himself did not trust his score sheet to be accurate to move 40.
More of a philosophical question right now. Should we still write score sheets as chess players?
No.
Now that we have everything basically mapped out digitally?
No,
it's
really.
a relic of the past. I get it. It's beautiful to have it and to preserve it in history.
Right.
But should we still have that? And
No.
so many rules, by the way, attached to that.
Exactly.
Like you cannot write 2 moves in advance, even if you know that there's going to be a lot of trades.
And move 50 rule.
You miss 5 moves,
or 3 move
you're in trouble.
repetition.
There's so many rules attached to that.
They do it in golf.
By the way, King
Okay.
G1, they still have the score sheets.
In golf,
Yeah.
you write everything, you sign at the end. Of course I'm done. Everybody saw that I was finished.
And
I
by
got to
the way,
go to
you
the
get
clubhouse to
forfeited
sign.
if your score is wrong. You said I made a par instead of 1 under or something. That's it. You're done.
Still here, even in this digital age. And we see it in a number of activities as well. But
King G1, by the way, on the
It's
board.
over.
That's the winning move.
King is headed to
There's
H3.
no perpetual check. White's king gets to H3, and there's no way that Sam can stave off mate. While we keep this one potentially resignation coming up, I want to point out Levon Aronian made his time control, and just now, finally,
Made a losing move?
Made his move, which...
He had no good moves anymore.
He didn't have any good moves.
Yeah,
but
hard to criticize his choice. It's not
Exactly.
better or worse than many of the other options he had.
Right, and he's just played rook a3, but it looks like, well, this is going to be a second, if you don't mind calling that game up on your screen.
Yeah, he's gone rook a3 instead of the things we discussed. And
he wants to try rook d3, right?
Of course, yeah. And rook h5 is the most obvious move in the position. You can also throw in rook f5, creating a very unpleasant threat of queen h1 check. If you, let's say if you play rook d3.
Okay, yeah.
I have, oops. Oh,
that's
that
fine.
actually,
that's fine.
That is good enough. Yeah, for my purposes, this is good enough.
Right, and this is your skewer.
This
Nice.
is my skewer along the second rank, and black wins. Right. But I think most people would just play rook h5 here. It's the most straightforward.
Right.
I guess you play queen e2.
Otherwise, we're going to play queen rook h1 and take.
And now black can continue with quiet moves. I think the most unpleasant move here is the move queen f3, e4. Showing why just how many threats I can generate.
B4 is hanging.
Yeah, everything. Queen b1 is a
Check
massive threat.
B1 is hanging.
And the position starts collapsing. The only move that is not -4.5 is queen e2, a2. First of all, you're never going to play that.
That's crazy.
Because you're moving it away from where it's supposed to be defending some squares, but you're also losing. Like now it's -4 even here. And shockingly, the strongest move for black is rook h5, f5. Just once again illustrating to white how completely tied up everything is.
Wow.
And then we can maybe even
taking
collect your queen side and then continue attacking.
Not taking the pawn with check on b4.
Just this.
Which, you know, wild horses couldn't stop me from catching.
Yeah, but
the pawn on
obviously,
b4.
if you want to play more forcingly, you can go rook h1, check, king d2. This actually isn't as clean, but black is still fully in control of the queen f5 here. Also a very, very ugly position for white.
Nobody wants to take on b4 with check. This is crazy. All right.
Yeah, actually, that's f7 is hanging, so I guess it gives white a bit of breathing space. We get to play rook c3, now we have to spend a tempo protecting f7.
That's what
and we somewhat consolidate, like king g7, queen c4. As you note from the bar, this is much closer to survivable situations for white.
Than what it was a moment ago. The current position on the board once again?
Rook a3, and Vincent is thinking, as he should.
I'm playing rook h5 with both hands, but you're saying that's not even the best move.
I think they're fairly equal in
rook
evaluation.
f5
rook f5 and rook h5.
Remarkable. Two quick things as we need to jump back to the other game before Sam
Between
stops.
Sam
look
and
at Vincent's body language now.
Yeah.
Plenty of time on the clock for both
so
sides.
much calmer.
I can relax.
Right?
My opponent's no longer in time pressure. I can relax.
You're right. You're right.
Absolutely hilarious.
It's kind of remarkable.
Just completely different kind of look. But he's looking around now trying to calculate his way out of this. But we should see the other one because I think
Maxime and Sam.
Sam has 2 checks, and that'll be the end.
Right.
Literally 2 more checks to play.
And he's doing now what he should have done on move 39, proper due diligence, checking every move in the position. That should have been done a bit earlier.
I mean, actually he has, when I say 2 checks, I mean there are 2 more checks that he will play. Or
Queen
can play. So
A7
it's queen b6, king g2.
Right.
And then you only have queen b2, and then king h3, and that's the end.
And that's it, yeah.
It's queen a1, king g2, and then you have 2 choices. Queen b2 or queen a2, and then king h3, and that's the end.
And that's the end, yeah.
There's also queen a7, which is the same as queen b6, basically.
Yeah, you can try knight f3, king f2, but that just throws away the knight, and then white runs away just
And
as
actually, knight f3 is clearly the only way to hope for some kind of random perpet showing up. But the king's just going to take your knight and then waltz around.
That is not difficult at all. Like
just,
king g2 and king f2 both completely winning.
Well, king g2, yeah, king g2 knight e1, right? c8 is
King g2 knight e1, we can still play both king f2 and king g1 back. Everything else now is a draw, but
okay,
those
that's
2
a
moves
little too annoying.
Okay.
Yeah, just play king f2, yeah.
Yeah, king f2. Let's just be accurate about it.
But the problem with this one, it clearly isn't perpet, because even if you could somehow check the king for whatever.
From the perfect
this
square.
queen could always show up.
Yeah, we can go back with queen e4, but
back
also
home, and
but
then
also king
that ends
g4.
that.
King g4, king h4 is basically made.
But this is also a problem. And he started with a check on a b7, it looks like.
I think he's waiting for MVL to come back to the board.
I think he
more
played
than
queen
anything,
b7 check.
I think he played queen b6 just to,
queen b6,
just to get his
queen
opponent
b6
into
check.
the chair.
And now king g2 is coming.
Get him into the chair,
Yeah.
so you can properly resign with your opponent sitting in front of you.
Resigning to an empty board is unpleasant. So you play something to bring him back,
And now king h3, and that will prompt a resignation.
For Maxime, it has to be said, an absolutely must-win game.
Crucial.
Early in the tournament,
Crucial
I
game,
know, but he's white, he's playing the wild card player. He's got to win the tournament to get to the finals and hope. And there's the handshake.
There it is, yeah.
Sam will be distraught to realize that rook a8 didn't lose the game for him. He had knight d6. Maurice, big win for Maxime.
Huge necessary win, absolutely, for the Frenchman. And he gets the point. He is now tied for first with Fabi.
Right.
At +1.
Yep.
And
made a stake for the bonus
also
prize.
I think well, I'm wondering who might be upset that he won. He's doing well. But I don't think a couple of players are that worried right now.
Yeah, I think they're not worried yet. They might be, if he gets to +3, maybe people will start slightly.
Because they're going to need points
Wesley,
if he gets
Vincent.
if he gets 13 points. Then Javokhir, and by winning the event, clear. Javokhir and Vincent will need to have a good score. Now, it's likely they'll get one of them will get a good score, good enough to overtake him. But I mean, that's a big win for Maxime.
Oh boy, and I'm seeing the game of Wesley looks increasingly like it's triple zeros. Jorden defending.
Jorden needs to make 2 more precise moves, and he will make a draw. And I think he will make those moves. And on that note, let's check in with our bonus coverage of the Cairns Cup.
Absolutely. Over to you, Almira and Nasi.
Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to the Cairns Cup. Almira, we already had 2 results while 3 games are still in progress, so let's update the viewers on how the day has gone so far.
Yes, let's do it. And we have 2 draws. Stavrolat Solakidou drew Anna Mazichuk with the white pieces, and Bibisara Saubaeva drew against Vachier-Lagrave. Not the results we were hoping for, Nazi. You know, I was rooting for 4 decisive games today.
Hey, but the 3 games that we have remaining, we expect all decisive results. And let's jump back to those games. I'm going to start with Divya Deshmukh against Alice Lee, because we expected that game to be a draw. We had this rook endgame, and it was the critical move of 40. And it's a very well-known thing, Almira, in your experience, I'm sure, and I've had this many times, that move 40 is when big blunders happen.
Of course, and this was not an exception. I think that Divya hesitated between 2 moves. She wanted to play rook e6 and keep the rook on the 6 file, or to play rook a1 or rook on the a2, like on the a file. So I think it's very important to understand the difference in these games.
It is indeed, and I see we don't have the correct live board. We're waiting to get, there we go, Divya against Alice. So in this position, correct move was rook e6, and Divya would have drawn the endgame. Easy to say, but hard to do. She played rook a1, and after this, Alice found all the correct moves. She starts with rook d5 check. If you go forward, which is what Divya wants to do, you lose another pawn after rook h5. She can't afford to do this. Sorry, my mouse is misbehaving. So after rook d5 check, white played king f6. Now Alice followed with a5. And now you can see that she can shield her king behind the pawn, and this pawn is just unstoppable. White wants to take the kingside pawns, but they're easily defendable. So let's catch up with the current position. Divya played king g7, check, and now Alice is moving forward with the king.
As I wanted to tell you that this is probably the French mouse, you know, because French, they're always on strike, they're irreverential. So,
and our mouse is going on a strike.
And the thing is that this variation clearly illustrates the difference between rook a1 and rook e6, because the king cannot support the pawn push.
And let's just show. So if we start giving checks.
So rook b1, king c4.
And after rook a1, now we can just go back rook a7 and both support this pawn and defend h7 pawn. It seems like an easy win from here on. Who could have predicted?
Of course, and because now you can push a4, and this is it, of course.
It's unstoppable. The youngest player and the last seed of this event might go 2-0 starting this event. Let's jump to another game. Carissa Ip against Alexandra Kostyniuk. The game is almost over. I'll point out just a couple moves ago where Carissa managed to break through. She got the pawn on g6, and the threats of queen h4, queen h7 are so serious that Kostyniuk's position is just collapsing. So you can see next couple of moves, Alexandra tried to some desperate moves, right? Just to get rid of the pawn on g6, but it didn't work out. Carissa played absolutely the best moves, and now you're never getting out of this pin.
And I wanted to tell that both players, Carissa Ip and Alice Lee, are looking for their grandmaster norms. If Alice will start with 2 out of 2, this will be one of the greatest claims, you know, in this tournament. But Carissa Ip is actually looking at her final grandmaster norm.
She is.
So she needs to win this game, and I think both players need 6 out of 9 to accomplish that.
And they both have very good chances. In the current position, I think Alexandra just calculating her final moves, because this game is about to be over. This rook is about to be lost. You have to move your queen. Only square available I see is d1. And after this, I can simply give you a check and then just pick up the hanging rook.
Yes, so we are about to have a handshake in this game. You have to acknowledge, yes, that your opponent was better.
In this game, and you can see on this graph, game progress, White was just better the entire game, and then Carissa just outplayed Kostyniuk. Congratulations, Carissa. She bounced back after a painful loss yesterday, and we wish that Alexandra can recover from such a bad start.
Of course, and Carissa has just won against the former world champion and the World Cup winner. Alexandra Kostyniuk, I think, is one of the most title players in this field.
And in the world.
In the world, yes.
And let's jump into one more game we have going on. That's another former world champion. Tanjongi is playing Hampi Koneru. And we have a very funny material imbalance. Funny because White has a queen for just 2 bishops. But can Black build some kind of a fortress?
The thing is, Nazi, now I think that Tanjongi can even take on e6. Let's say you will take on e6, win this pawn. Yes. Let's say queen e8.
And win the pawn.
Just win the pawn, and then you cannot keep your rook.
But do you win the pawn?
No, I mean not immediately.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me allow you to take the pawn.
Yes, so
and
you
then
cannot. Yes, you cannot keep your rook on the 4th, and I will win the e4 pawn. So I simply need to prepare this.
So the plan is to sacrifice the exchange and win both of these pawns, and that would be an easy win.
Can I play queen a6?
All right. You're very direct with your threat.
So
okay, let me move the rook somewhere.
And I want maybe to take rook e6.
Yep, you're getting this, and
e6.
I'm just hoping at least I can keep the e4 pawn, and then.
Oh wow!
Then
rook
maybe
e5.
I can survive.
I missed this move. Oh okay, no! This is not correct.
All right, and.
No!
This can happen. We cannot.
You cannot do this
like
at home, no. But what else?
Yeah, Tan needs to find a different way. You know, we can play this position for a long time. You keep improving the position. maybe black will run out of useful moves and weaken something?
No, yes, you're absolutely right. So I cannot allow rook c5, maybe queen b7, queen b6,
And walk-
shouldering
oops.
you a little bit, and
Exactly.
then to take
And
queen
then
e6.
take.
Yes.
So it's still tricky. And of course, Hampi is hoping that she has some kind of a fortress, but we don't believe in fortresses. Not when it's a queen against two bishops.
Like, I believe in miracles, Nazi, and especially that those fortresses are very often come out of our imagination. Yes, we have to imagine a position where it will hold. So it's a study-like position. However, yes, I think a very simple sacrifice will decide the game.
Indeed, and she just played this move, queen a6. She's definitely eyeing the rook e6, but we'll see.
But then rook c5 is a very precise move here. But then maybe let's wait a little bit.
Maybe play queen b6
Queen
now.
b6, yes. Where do you go? Rook e5.
I'm going to stand on e5.
Okay, and now maybe queen d6. Okay, I'm not losing anything yet.
Yeah,
okay.
you can even make
Yes,
queen
queen
c6 and just wait for me to move the rook. Because I don't have easy moves like king g6. Because you can keep pressuring me. But you know what? I'm starting to think that this is not as straightforward as I thought it was. Luckily, Tan does have enough time on her clock to figure out how to outplay this position. But I'm going to stop my analysis because I have a very special guest with me. Four-time U.S. Women Champion Carissa Yip, who just managed to defeat former world champion Alexandra Karstenyuk. Welcome, welcome.
Hi, Nazi.
How are you feeling right now?
I feel good. It was a worse game than I wanted it to be from my end, but I managed to pull it out in the end.
Oh, absolutely. You kind of outplayed almost the entire game. We can go back. Tell me about the opening choice. Were you expecting the Petrov?
Yeah, I was to some level, but I mean, she plays it pretty often. But we played a Kyle Khan recently, like just last month in Beal. So I wasn't sure, and I actually I hadn't checked this knight f6, so I was.
What were you expecting, knight c3?
Yeah, just classic. But okay, knight f6 is kind of a solid attempt, and I remember this like h3 g4 idea, but after that I was kind of on my own. But yeah, I knew this position should be pretty nice for white.
Yes, it's definitely. We were happy to see h3 g4, in the Petrov. And you just mentioned you played her last month. How did that game go? What was the result?
It was a tough game. I lost that one. Yeah.
But you got your revenge.
Something like that.
All right. So at what point did you think you were starting to be better in this game?
Oh, man. I really bungled it. I felt like around like moves 15 to 18.
Okay, I'm going to jump right here.
Honestly, when this knight b5 came onto the board, I was kind of pretty annoyed. I mean, I was looking at some like knight a2, knight e2. It just felt like, her pieces were getting unnecessarily active.
And you, of course, don't want to trade.
Yeah, I don't want to take. So I played knight e2, but I just burned so much time on this move. And then I was kind of I just want to make sure I wasn't low on time again after what happened yesterday, because I had this like one move blunder that threw the game away when I had just like seconds left. So
it's a great
just
strategy.
want to avoid that.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything can happen in time trouble.
Yeah.
And then you guys got to this position where I was surprised by f takes e. Were you expecting this?
To some level, yes, because I felt she probably wanted to keep the game complicated, again, since I'm low on time. But I think structurally it just becomes kind of difficult for black.
Because it looks like 3 hanging pawns, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I didn't realize how good it was for me. So I was kind of mostly trying to focus on maintaining control, not letting anything goofy happen.
And then I'm sure you were tempted to play g5, but you were looking for the right moment.
I was not tempted to play g5,
No?
to be honest. I mean, I want to, but g5, knight h5, and I just felt like, I really liked my bishop on g3 for now because it was putting so much pressure on d6. So again, I kind of just want to maintain the position and see what she does.
Keep the pressure on.
Yeah, exactly.
Makes sense. That's why you played rook d2 and this move knight g5 here.
Yeah, I felt exchanging knights should make it less dangerous for me at least. But yeah, now position becomes kind of equalish.
So you want to have no risk type of position.
Yeah, I mean, again, I was kind of stressed with this low time issue, so just wanted 0 risk.
All right, and then I'm going to jump right towards the end. Once you got the pawn on g6, you knew that you were winning, right? This position here.
Yeah, I felt I should be winning, but yeah, I just need to kind of find the right moves. Yeah,
well, you found all the best moves?
Yeah, I've also been looking at queen g4, queen f5 to go into the endgame, which I felt should be, yeah, again, no risk. But then I was like, enough of this no risk mentality. We could just try to win it here.
That's not your personality, right?
We could just try to win it here, exactly.
And that was a good choice. You did manage to completely destroy her position. So going into tomorrow, how are you feeling?
Definitely feel better. I feel like it's always good to bounce back with a win. And yeah, I haven't checked who I'm playing tomorrow yet, but I'll get started on that soon.
All right, congrats again, Carissa, and thank you for joining us. Back to you guys at the Sinquefield Cup.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our coverage of the 2026 Sinquefield Cup. We have a few results, so let's just take a quick gander at the standings.
Absolutely. We have 2 games finished so far in this round, and with those games in the scorebook, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave beating Sevian joins Fabiano Caruana at the top of the leaderboard on a point and a half out of 2. Potentially a couple of people might join them, actually. We might have a very, very productive day in terms of decisive results.
But we have a very special guest. Maxime is with Maurice in studio.
Yes, thanks, Yaz. We are with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Maxime, you basically had to start winning some games if you're going to win this tournament, and you did it in this one. But there was a moment when he could have defended at the very end. He played 95 instead of knight d6. Were you aware of this defense that he had?
First of all, I was unaware, and I was still unaware that after 95 I was winning. I thought I had messed it up quite badly.
Why was that? 95, it seemed like you understood rook c8 and queen.
I found it, but
e8.
only because I found this move king g1, which I had not foreseen. Because what really happened is I was spending all my time on rook d1, king h1, and the same idea, but now there's queen b7 and queen b1, and actually black is probably winning even. But so yeah, no, there were really a couple of moments like, but I feel like yeah, here I didn't like so much my position, but I was happy to find this idea with knight d5.
By the way, you're not a traditional English player, let's say that. Yasser, of course, was saying, yes, Maxime, finally joining.
I played the English with some last year in the Sinquefield Cup, actually. So
yes, that I know, but it's good to see you've expanded your repertoire.
Yeah, it's not the first time, so you know, but it's, you know, sometimes I just feel like in this tournament I need more fights and more pieces on the board. That's it. And
is that somehow endorsing c4 over e4?
These days, yeah, e4 is quite too many direct lines against. So anyway, yeah, I was happy to find this idea, but still it didn't feel so clear. So like this position, yeah, I saw actually queen d6, but I couldn't believe it. And I thought at worst I have this, but this is actually pretty equalish, I guess. But anyway, queen takes a8 came, and here I was happy with knight c7 somehow, because I had spent a lot of time on this one. And here, yeah, rook a8 is confirmed to be.
Wild stuff, but it did look like 92.
Yeah, 92. Yeah, but I had this idea queen d4, and I thought I have some chances, like I will exchange queens by force, but of course, some fell into my trap. But I thought, actually here I wanted this. Some more engine is really
not happy
and bothered, like
yes, exactly.
Yes,
not intimidated whatsoever.
But rook d8, yeah, of course, was a very nice surprise, and I had this trick in mind. But it just, I couldn't find rook f4. I thought about it. I didn't think it was that good, but maybe it is. Maybe it's what I like. The position was really complicated from start.
Definitely
to finish.
a complex position. Again, it's a long ways away. Obviously, there's another 7 rounds to go, but it must look nice. Feel nice with your name atop the leaderboard.
It's definitely a good thing, and like you said, I need to start winning games, but there's a long way to go, and some other players are winning games. So we'll see how it goes. I'll take it game per game, and happy to be showing very decent chess today and yesterday as well, and hopefully keep that trend going.
As I said, the world's a brighter place when Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is playing in the tournament and in St. Louis and on the Grand Chess Tour. So good luck with the rest of it. And playing well. Yes, let's add that. I know it's very important.
Yeah. All right.
Good luck
you,
in the rest of your games.
And playing in the finals, I might add. Thank you, Maxime, and good luck in your campaign to get to the finals. One player, surprisingly, Wesley Peter, we are stunned.
We are stunned, and also I am very much not looking forward to it, because we are about to have to explain a rook ending to our viewers, which I personally do not understand. And I was very, very convinced this is not just a draw, but a pretty straightforward draw.
A trivial draw.
But it turned out to be a lot more study-like than we anticipated.
Absolutely.
And it is now lost for Jorden. If we bring up the analysis board, there was an interesting turning point a bit earlier, because you could choose just to put the pawn on d3 here, let's say g3, g4, play something like h6, rook d5, and try to preserve this shape. Yeah. And I guess what Jorden was worried about is that, let's say, if you play king g6 here, and you start getting pushed back, maybe you do lose. And actually, in this position, the engine says the only move that makes a draw is h6, h5. And if you don't play h6, h5, you actually do lose. And he ended up choosing a different way to make a draw. He played rook g2, rook takes g3, and rook c3. And Wesley absolutely correctly played king d2, because if you do play h4, h5, you would like to preserve the h-pawn, of course. But then king f6, king e6 just makes an immediate draw, because you can't support the c-pawn. So Wesley gave up the pawn on h4. Jorden did take it. Now rook h1, strictly the only move. This you can believe, because you can't allow c6. Sure. King b4. And in this position, shockingly to us, we came back to the studio after a small break, and the screen was showing us king f6 draw, king f7 draw, everything else loses. And this is incredibly, incredibly counterintuitive, because it seems like there shouldn't be much of a difference between, let's say, rook c1, a move that Jorden did play, and the move king f6. But the difference is you have to bring the king as close as possible, and then very importantly in this position, you have to start pushing your pawn down the board. And having gotten h5 in, king b6, h4, you will now make a draw, apparently.
Wow.
And if you begin with rook c1, which is what he's done, now after king b5, you apparently are not in time, because you will never have the h7, h5 resource. And why just queens? The current position is check, king a6, check, king b7, rook b1, and I'm expecting king c7.
Sure.
What I think Jorden will try is this move rook b5.
Okay.
But regrettably for him, after king c6, you can't preserve this pin. Rook a5, king b6 allows us to start pushing.
Once again.
And if you play, let's say, rook b1, we can even play king d7. And if rook b5 again, we can now, even king e6 is now winning with the intention of giving some kind of a check. Or even C6. Playing c6, yeah. Actually, I can now start offering pawn endings, because the king is not in the square.
You're just too fast.
Yeah, so somewhat shockingly,
King C7 on
King
the
C7
board.
on the board. This is a 1v1 rook ending, which is just lost.
For Jorden, this is going to be so distressing
this is
because
heartbreaking.
he's gotten 2 rounds in a row. He's gotten his preparation in ahead of his opponent. He came out of the opening great position.
Today with a
actually.
great position, yeah.
Yeah, and he had to draw literally right up until the last 5 moves or so. Wow. Cristian, stunning.
Well, I just want to drill the point that you guys are making about this absolutely study-like position and endgame. To be honest, up until, let's say, 20 years ago, before the emergence of the engines, this position would have been given as lost in any book that you would have found on the market. But take a look at this. Take a look at how it would have been equal in this one. So, king to e6, that's fine. I get it. Let's say king to e7. Actually, after king to f7, c6 is the most testing. Now the only move is king to e7. And let's say you continue, king to b5. Now the only move is h5. But the question is why? b6, rook to c1, king to b6, and you passed the midline. And after rook to d8, by the way, the only move in the position that makes a draw is king to e6. This is just impossible to find from afar. Not king to f6, because that allows the check, followed by the rook covering the c file, and that finishes the job, promotion of the pawn. Not h3, because obviously this is just a simple win. You take, and next move I'm going to go rook to h8 and pick up the pawn on the h file. So to be able to calculate all of these things and to understand the fact that right now, after you push the pawn enough, now you're going to go and try to get the king close to the pawn with the move king to e6. This is pretty much impossible, to my eyes, at least. And understandably, Jorden made some mistakes in this one. Right now, he's losing, but just an incredible endgame. And kudos to Wesley for putting enough pressure to actually get to this position and to this point to make it almost impossible for Jorden to find the right path for equality.
Yeah. Thank you, Cristian. I mean, such reduced material, Peter, but just as what Cristian was showing us, only moves, they're incredibly deep, and it's, I mean, I thought this was a trivial draw.
So did I, and I mean, huge credit must go to Wesley for, once again, not abandoning hope, because at some point it really does look like it no longer really matters what you do, because it's a fairly straightforward basic endgame 1v1.
Yeah.
You know, how difficult can it be?
Right.
The answer turns out to be pretty difficult.
Exactly.
And he continued asking questions, and eventually did force a mistake out of Jorden. And now, yeah, king e6, I think, is probably even king d6 might be winning, but king e6 is.
Well, king d6, king f7.
Yeah, but this is why.
And then it becomes a bit tricky. I don't know if it's still
Sorry,
probably it is.
King d6, king f7.
Yeah, king d6, king f7 might not be winning.
Still winning.
Still winning, but it becomes tricky. Yeah, no reason to allow it. I think king e6 is by far the cleanest, because we are simply threatening c6.
Right.
If king f8, c6 no longer wins, but rook d8 followed by c6 wins very trivially.
Right.
And what else do you even have? Like, if you allow c6, you lose, and you can't stop it.
If you allow c6, you lose, and you can't stop it. Well, that's a summation right there, right? Oh, my.
I just don't think this was findable for Jorden, especially not with 3 minutes on the clock. To be honest, give him 30 minutes. I don't know if he finds it. It's just so difficult to go all the way so deep, and then suddenly you realize you passed with the pawn over the halfway margin, and then connect the king with the pawn with king to e6. Only move at that point.
I think
almost impossible.
I think you might get there simply move by beginning with king f6 and king f7, and then just making only moves not to resign, and continuing to make only moves not to resign, and eventually realizing that I have to play king e6 in that position that Cristian was showing. So
it's crazy to me. You can't lose. You can't use your h pawn as some decoy, like throwing in h5, and it's just too late. I mean, c6 and.
Honestly, I think even rook takes h5 is winning quite easily by that point.
Right.
But c6 is faster, yeah.
So you had to leave the rook on h1, play
so
h5
so that h5 exists, yeah.
Wow. Wow. And Jorden is now coming to grips with a horrible realization. He's going to lose a rook and pawn end game that was a draw. Oof.
King e6.
King e6 found by Wesley, yeah, and
with precision.
That is it. From here, I think it's extremely trivial to convert.
Yeah, this is just too easy at this point.
Yeah.
He's nowhere close.
Wow. I know we like handshakes and all that good stuff, but how is Vincent doing in his game with Levon?
Yeah. That one continues. And
because we're going to see a lot of decisive games. We've already got one. Wesley going to be number 2.
Let's stay with this one.
Okay.
Sure. Just because Jorden still has 2 minutes, and I think it
might be over shortly.
Yeah. I will just say that the game between Levon and Vincent continued along one of the lines we were showing.
Okay.
And Levon actually did find that move Queen A2, which I said nobody will ever play, which was the only way not to resign in that position.
Right.
He is still busted, though, and Vincent on the verge of achieving a very significant win with the black pieces.
Yeah.
Still needs to play precisely, but he is in control.
Okay, we're back to the game of Wesley. Jorden down to 2 minutes.
We never left, Yasser.
Yeah. Well, I was watching the Vincent game there on
1:42 left on the clock.
Yeah.
The pawn flying down the board. Your pawn still sitting way back home on h7. And most critically, your king cut off 2 ways. Usually you just want 1 way to cut the king off. 2 ways usually means you're done. And here, it's done. The pawn is just too fast. Yeah. And these endgames, I mean, we all know you got to know your rook and pawn endings. And the worst part is, even when you do,
but this one isn't
it's not easy to solve these things.
This one, it looked like it might be something that you just have in books, but it really wasn't. It's one of those where knowing basics will help you, but you still just need to calculate.
Yes.
And,
that's why rook endgames are so difficult. So difficult.
I'm reminded by a rook ending. If you don't mind, just play the move King G6 for a moment. C6. Yep. King D7. Pardon me. Rook B6. King D7. H5.
And that's a resignation right there, by the way.
C7.
Yep. Rook B7.
Rook B7.
Resignation. We're not seeing the position, guys. We're just seeing the winner and the disconsolate, unfortunate Jorden, who played 2 fantastic opening preps.
Right.
I mean, fantastic. And end up 0-2. This is how important openings are, folks. You can memorize your openings all you want, but chess is chess. And you can get the position you want on the board, but it's all about being able to play and make decisions. And there are going to be so many decisions after the opening. And this is what happened to him in both games where he got, with black, fantastic positions. Right out of the opening, he was unable to hold them against 2 elite players.
The problem for Jorden right now is that his path is not getting any easier. And he started off with 2 losses. These are sharks right now smelling blood in the water. And they know exactly where to press. They know the guy that they need to try as hard as they can. This is the problem for Jorden.
He has white against Levon tomorrow. Probably, judging by how things stand right now, probably a battle between 2 extremely unhappy players. Levon is on the verge of losing with the white pieces as well.
Maybe a good time to stop the bleeding.
We'll see, yeah. I think Jorden probably wouldn't mind, but Levon might actually go for something crazy. We'll find out tomorrow.
Because you mentioned Levon, let's jump to that game. And Levon, why is Levon going down? Because...
One of the things we were looking at was actually found by...
Queen F5.
Rook F5 here is the computer suggestion, but I think Rook H1, Queen F5, which is maybe the second best, is a very nice
approach.
Sport. Yeah. And the position starts crumbling. If you play King E2...
Which looks like...
I thought Rook C1 was winning, but actually the fastest is simply to go Rook H2, and shockingly, after King E1, Queen F3, you will now start... This is still so difficult. Queen E2, the winning move appears to be Queen G5, continuing to tear the position apart. And as you can see on your screen, this is the progress all level until roundabout move 34, and then it started going
south,
all the way south for Levon. Yeah.
Wow. It's funny because this exact position with what you have on the screen, Peter, queen on d5, rook on h2, is something you wanted like 10 moves earlier when there was a rook on d8 and a queen on f3.
And he's finally getting it. And even here, it continues sort of with quiet moves, because after queen d3, there is still no immediate mate. But you can go queen h1 check. Now, if king e2, queen g2, you have finally lost your f2 pawn, and with it the game, of course. And if you play queen f1, we continue denying you squares. Queen e4.
Amazing.
If queen d3 now, queen h4 even.
I'm sorry. These zigzags don't make any sense.
But it's just an illustration of just how impossible it is to stabilize.
Crazy.
You continue seemingly keeping things under control, but the threats never stop, and the king on h7 is so completely safe that eventually something will crumble and you will lose.
And that's the key. The fact of the matter is, in major piece endings, we've seen this time and time again, queen and majors on the board, the single biggest factor is king safety. The single biggest factor. Right now, black is so-called down a pawn. Yeah, but white is down shelter for the king. And that is the key feature that Vincent understands, has understood when he gave up his c7 pawn a long time ago. Can we make that king suffer? And that's what happens in these endgames. And the difference between the kings are showing themselves, it is showing itself quite starkly in this situation.
Wow.
Now, the reality is sometimes you want to calculate the forcible winning line, and it's not there. You have to just keep applying pressure. It may be there, but you're not going to calculate it because you're not an engine. But you'll push and push and probe and make sure, the biggest thing, that your opponent doesn't trade anything off. As long as you can keep the pieces on, where will the white king ever find shelter? Maybe b6?
Well,
good luck getting there.
Honestly, you can dream, but it's not going to be allowed there.
Yeah.
It probably would be a lot safer on b6 than
a lot safer. Put a rook on c7 or even a queen there and a king on b6, and you might start thinking about winning the game.
Right.
But you're not getting that far.
You're not getting there at all.
Very fortunate if you could dodge through.
We also lost touch with the game between Prague and Javokhir. Prague did win a pawn. I mean, we had other action elsewhere, and we thought that this game was headed towards a draw. Is that still the case?
It still is, but Prague actually preserved something afloat. He will play a2, a3 here, I'm pretty sure, because otherwise I think the checks from b8 and a8 will be enough.
Produce a draw,
yeah, and the machine goes rook h8 here and starts, basically, you need to start pushing your own passer. Rook h8, rook h5, and then let's say if knight d6, we go f5 and...
Is this a completely clear ending for you?
No. No, I think you can still lose even this one. The engine does say this is a draw, but really? I'm pretty sure you can absolutely still lose even this one, because if let's say you
a4, let's go.
Imagine this one already on a5, and it will no longer look as cozy. But the engine obviously is unimpressed by any of this. It like goes knight d5 and then goes f4, f3, and says once it reaches f3, white will really need to start paying attention.
I get it now.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, so Javokhir still has, after a2, a3 to find.
There's still some work to be done. Yeah.
Yeah, rook h8 does look like an obvious move, though. Okay.
No, it's not the only move, but it's maybe the cleanest, and he has played a3 by now. Let's take a look at the updated standings, though, with Wesley beating Jorden.
With 2 games remaining, we have some decisive games.
Yeah. Finally, more than one already, and we might have even more decisive games today. But so far, a triumvirate at the top with Fabi still on +1 and being joined by Wesley, who beat Jorden, and MVL, who beat Sam Sevian. Jorden having a bit of a mare so far on 0 out of 2.
Oof. For sure.
And still 2 games in progress. Arguably, all 2 of them could end in decisive results as well.
Although we must say we're expecting Vincent at this exact moment to be our 3rd winner of today, as We have three players making a claim on the bonus prize.
And by the way,
victories only.
Levon heard our show clearly and is now beginning to embark upon the trip towards the b6 square. I like king c3.
Yes.
And the engine now says that the only thing that wins begins with rook c1 check. Rook c1 check is not a difficult move. Now king b3 is the only thing that doesn't resign immediately, because if you go back to d2, you basically resign after rook f1. This is
right.
This is not salvageable. But you can and you should play king b3, aiming it towards the a4 square.
Okay.
And now the win is check,
d3 check,
and then check
on b5.
And then we take one off the board. Finally, we not rook c4. Sorry, rook takes c5.
Rook takes c5.
We finally actually take something off the board.
You know, I've been trying to take that b4 pawn for like the last 10 minutes.
And white would like to play rook a5 here, but regrettably after queen d3, king a4, there is rook takes a5, which is the only winning move, but it's very harsh.
Oh no!
It's not. You don't just lose. Yeah, you don't just lose the pawn. You also have to trade the queens. Yeah.
Oh no!
And this pawn ending is not very difficult to win with the king immediately running towards g2.
Trivial. Nice, nice. But again, rook c1 check.
If
queen
he doesn't
d3
do it
check,
though, it's zeros on my screen.
But that's an easy calculation. If you don't mind, rook c1 check, king b3, queen d3 check, king a4. Queen b5 check, queen b5 check, king b3, rook takes c5. Pause here. No trickies here. Rook a7.
You can sort of stabilize with queen g2, but you're still in the same situation. Your king is extremely unsafe, and you're no longer even up material.
Right, and you're
but you can and you probably should do something like this.
This was like the best thing to do.
Yeah.
Right.
No matter what.
It's still king safety.
This is where your king is
safety.
At least hanging out with your homies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something forced him to find something, and that extra pawn mattered. That he pressed pause and grabbed the pawn and gave you a chance to reorganize, even if the engine's claiming
Could Levon pull a second one out of the bag after yesterday?
I don't know.
This feels too far gone. Rook b5 and c5. What black is actually black is hunting the king and
c5,
winning.
queen c3,
queen c3,
0.6.
No,
yeah.
I was
actually zeros now, just zeros.
Just draw.
Yeah,
because I was going to play
if you
rook
take on
takes.
b4, the pawn ending is now drawn. It will come back to e1 in time.
Crazy.
In time.
Let's point out that Vincent is now behind Levon on the clock.
No kidding.
As well.
Wow.
So
that happened fast.
It's easy to envision. You know why? Because his name is Levon Aronian, or some people say Levonian.
Levonian.
And that alter ego Levonian, but when he comes out, he says, "You young kids, I'm going to show you how tough of a fighter I am, and I'm not just going to hand you any draws. We'll be here for a while. You're going to suffer. You're going to make a ton of moves, and then maybe you might beat me, but there's always a trick." He actually says of himself,
I'm the
jester.
Yeah.
That's what he says. I'm a jester. And he loves making people miss. Swing and a miss. Oops, sorry. You thought you had me, but you don't.
Whoop. Yeah, and
it's not that we don't all love it. It's that some people just have the...
He did play rook c1.
Character.
Yeah, king b3 instantly played by Levon. He, of course, knows
everything else loses.
That's the only way to keep the game afloat. He is incredibly slippery.
We don't have the board. The live board.
Yeah, let me bring up the current position.
Just hit live at the bottom.
Yeah, he's got it. So we're expecting queen d3 check, all very forcing, king a4, queen.
Only thing that
b5
wins,
check.
If you.
By the way, taking that pawn, that's not what you want.
Not easy, no.
You don't want to take the pawn. You want to smack his king around.
Well, what you really want to do is go queen d3 check, king a4, queen b5 check, king b3, rook c4. Take the b pawn.
We have queen g2.
That's the problem.
Let's show it. Let's show it. You guys are analyzing it. Everybody sees it in their head.
this is what we really want to do, is smack that b4
Yeah,
pawn off the
if we
board.
could win this one, we would have been winning. But now after queen d2, we have actually thrown things away.
We're back to trying rook takes c5, and maybe we should
But
have
it's
started
not,
with that.
Yeah, not as strong here as it was on the previous move.
Exactly. Let's start with that.
And the thing is, once Vincent calculates rook takes c5 and he sees queen d2, he's going to say, where's my easy win?
Yeah, we have to start sort of all over again.
Yeah. I got to outplay the guy.
In
He
fact,
went all the way to the other side and found his pieces.
Yeah, in fact, I will say that I'm slightly shocked how bad this is, because it is 3 against 3, and there are no direct threats anymore. Machine goes rook f5 and says -2, simply because white is incredibly passive, and it's, once again, sort of impossible to organize any kind of sustained defense. But we're not winning by force. We're just winning because our pieces are better, and eventually you will force concessions. But that's if you're an engine,
right?
And they're not.
No,
And he doesn't see the clear win, and you can see the multiple reactions on his face as he's hoping there's a forced winning line. It's not there. He's going to have to outplay his opponent. He's down to 3 minutes. Make that under 3 minutes now.
I'm beginning to think Levon might get away with it again.
Oh, I thought that 10, 20 moves ago. This is Levon Aronian. It doesn't matter what the position is, as long as it's not forcibly winning.
He can't keep getting away with this.
It's incredible.
As the famous quote goes, yeah. And he has not played queen d3. No, he has. No, he has. Sorry.
King a4 came
for
right
a brief
away.
moment there, the queen stuck on e4, and I thought something strange has happened.
Exactly. Well, it's one of those things, as the players glide the pieces across the squares along the diagonal, the computer is registering each step of the way.
Only one plan.
Well, he can actually, although without the clear number to look forward to, there's not much point in playing queen a6, queen c4, queen b5. Yeah, queen b5, king b3, and just take on c5. You can't really gain very much time.
I might have played one repetition there, queen a6.
Yeah.
And then rook takes c5.
You could still do it, actually. Queen c4, queen a6, queen c4, queen b5, still allowed without allowing a threefold.
Just to gain...
Get like a minute and a half.
Exactly.
Look, but here's the moment, right?
Right.
Rook c5, bite the bullet. You have no forced win. Stop looking. Play chess from here. But he needs to make a decision, and he's done it.
Because
impressive.
It's not just winning a pawn. You still can reset for future attacks. Queen d3 check, as you showed that lovely line with rook a5. You force the win of a pawn in the trade.
Levon is not going to blunder that.
No,
Levon will play queen d2.
Yes,
I am absolutely convinced Levon will play queen d2, and quite quickly as well.
Right.
And then the game kind of resets from there.
But it's, if you don't mind, queen d2, rook d5, queen e1.
No, you have to throw in the check. Actually, immediate queen rook d5 is much weaker, apparently, because of the queen. Actually, maybe not much weaker, but somewhat weak. He's played rook a7. I may have jinxed him a little bit.
Uh-oh.
Rook a7 loses to rook c1. And you can't re-establish coordinate. Yeah, that's not going to be very easy. That's not going to be very easy.
C1.
Just giving up the pawn on f7 with check, playing king h6, and then giving mate.
I'm not sure he's finding rook c1 though. You think he's finding rook c1?
I'm not sure. I'd find rook c1. You think he?
Wesley So has joined us in studio, and he's confident that Vincent will find rook c1. Wesley, why are you so confident he's going to find rook c1? There's a pawn hanging on f7.
I'm just saying, if I have to bet money, I bet he would find it.
If you had to bet money, even.
Because theater guys don't believe.
You are confident in your colleagues for sure. With 2 minutes and 10 seconds left.
Yeah, because Vincent is a really great player, and his calculation is really, really good. It's one of his main strengths, calculating.
You think he'll throw in a couple of checks before he does that, though?
Probably to gain time, yeah. But I'm sure is it the only way?
Queen d3, queen b5 seems to be the only way to win right now.
The thing is, rook
c1, rook f7.
Yeah, this is a dramatic moment because if he wins, he's going to be tied for first with you.
Yeah.
And Fabi and MVL. This is a critical moment, certainly in the event.
I'm actually very curious to see if he'll find. I'm very confident he'll find it, but we can wait.
Minute and 30 seconds for Vincent. Right now is becoming dire.
Yeah, time.
Let me show you what I
turbo
think is a problem.
issue.
Let's say rook c1, we take on f7.
Of course.
King h6 is a draw now, so the only winning move is king f7.
King g8, attacking the rook on that.
Because my problem was I thought it's king h6, and then I couldn't find any mate at all after queen g2, and in fact there is no mate after queen g2. He's gone queen c4 check for now.
Okay,
It doesn't
he
look-
just started with the check,
He
in a
can
little
repeat,
time.
Yeah, he can
Gaining
repeat.
time.
Yeah.
You don't have to pay as yet.
King a3.
Queen d3,
Yeah,
king
he'll play
a4, and
queen
queen
d3.
d5.
The king will go to a4.
You got a minute and 30 seconds if you play it
Is
fast.
queen d1 winning?
Queen d1, queen b3.
Queen b3, yeah.
Rook.
Is that
Yeah, this is also winning, but you have first of all you have to see that queen f1 exists.
Queen f1 is insane. Yeah.
Wow.
And then after queen a2, you will still have to find rook c1. You're absolutely back at square
You
one
have to
here.
go queen
It's the
b5,
same
rook c1.
position.
That's crazy.
This is kind of a shocker.
Wait.
It's not happening.
After queen a2?
No, white played
We
queen
have to go queen b5 and rook c1 again. Yeah.
And that's how you repeat moves.
Yeah, right?
I don't think the odds are in his favor to actually
No,
find it
no.
right now. I think it's
light
easy to go
position?
something like queen b5, king b3, and then go rook f5.
Absolutely.
Defend the pawn on
Actually,
f7
let's,
and keep the game
let's
going.
ask the engine.
you know?
What happens if I play rook f5 here? Have I thrown everything away?
Okay, rook f5.
Queen c2, 0-70.
Yeah.
0-30 now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not winning.
Not winning.
But it's
no.
easy
So
to
queen
play
b5
like this.
on the board.
Okay.
And here we go. King b3, the wily Levon Aronian.
Yeah.
Moment of truth, my money, huh?
The moment of truth. How much did you bet, Wesley?
Yeah, how much money?
Queen c4 repeating.
Is it a
Okay, this
is
is
it
a draw
threefold?
now
Is it
because
a
king
threefold?
b3 will be a threefold.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, he's not claiming, so it's not.
He
a
went
threefold.
king a3.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
think it's threefold.
Yeah, but when he
yet.
gets back.
It's a threefold now. He can't get it back.
So why didn't he claim? I don't think it's a
No,
threefold.
No, he
yet,
didn't get
but
to
he can't
b3
get it.
yet.
What
He
I
means
mean is he
after
can't
queen
get it
b5
back.
check.
When he plays king b3, that's a threefold.
Yeah.
After queen b5, king b3.
You can no longer go queen d3, queen b5 because then Levon can claim. I think he's planning to take on a2 and go rook c2. Okay, no, but this is just a threefold now.
Do you think he's going to claim?
No, I don't think.
Not a
Not-
threefold.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Let's see. Let's see.
He can still go to
He
d1.
can play queen g1 now, but he can't play queen b5 anymore.
Wow, it's an insane game, yeah.
Oh, man.
Queen d1?
He's going to rook.
And rook d5. Wesley had bet all of us $20,000.
Okay.
And we're having a four-way split on that bet.
e3, e4, only move that doesn't lose, by the way.
Okay, that's a hard move.
Yeah.
Actually,
nobody
Vincent,
Now it's time for a new bet.
Vincent always lets me down. In Norway, Prague had to beat him in the classical.
Yes.
And I thought to myself, Vincent would never lose.
And guess what?
Yeah, guess what?
Amazing.
Yeah, Vincent. Oh, no.
E4 right now is the only move.
e4, only thing that doesn't lose, apparently.
But except Levon has 8 minutes plus now. It's no longer time pressure for him. And I'll make this point that I made earlier to you guys. When your opponent's in time pressure the way Vincent is, you've got to look like Levon.
E4.
E4.
Look at that look. This guy's not rushing. He's cool. He's calm. He knows I'm so close to stealing the money from the young kid.
Money.
Is what he does. He goes right in the pockets. Give me that.
Wow.
I'm not sure he knows. I'm not sure he knows.
No, he knows he's close. He's not. I'm not saying he knows it's a draw. I'm saying he knows he's got tricks going.
has
He
tricks.
survived the first wave. He survived the second wave. Now, if he could just find the right sequence, he just senses the opportunity is here. But what to do now? And E4, if he finds E4, that's
So why is rook takes f7
why is
so
rook f7
bad?
losing?
Rook f7,
Can we understand
Thank
that?
you.
I'm actually
Yeah, I was
sorry.
one king h6, I guess. Yeah. And then let's say you go
And now
back
you
or
can't
something.
stabilize anymore. Queen a6,
And queen a6 is a big problem
Yeah.
also.
Let's say you
Queen
go
a6
back, rook a7.
Rook a7?
Rook A7, Queen B5.
Or then you go to
Queen
the...
d5. Yeah,
And rook
I have rook d3 now. I didn't have rook d3 previously, but I have rook d3.
And then keep going. King c2.
King b3.
Maybe queen f5 or something like
Queen
that.
f5,
What is the move?
No, I think c5, say rook d3.
No,
It
C5 is
says
better
rook
than
d5 or rook d8.
So instead of rook d3,
Instead
you
of
have
rook
to go
d3,
c5.
something was winning. Yeah. c5 was winning here.
C5 on the. Come on, this is ridiculous.
No.
All right, let's let Levon, as he's meditating, it'll probably take a few minutes. Let's get to Wesley's win, which Wesley, this first of all, starting the opening itself.
Yeah.
The way he came after you in the opening, I just got to get to the
Yeah.
to the top, and you played knight takes b5, and he played a4. How confident were you in this opening prep?
Very unconfident. I think last time I checked this line was 12 years ago.
Ooh. 12 years.
Yeah, because when I played Queen B3, I was hoping he'd go Rook A7, which I played myself with black. And then he played B5, and I was like, shit. And yeah, last time I think I looked at this was like the 2014 or some Reykjavik Open. Also, Ding Liren had white against Elionov. But then, yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing with Jorden. He plays so many lines. Like many of them are not good lines, but he prepares them well. And I was like, hey, this is a free pawn. And I couldn't remember anything. And then after night, I just realized that white probably slightly worse, even despite the pawn. But yeah, I was very unhappy at all with how the opening
with this position. And he could have played Queen E7 here, apparently. Did
Yeah.
you see that move at all? Or you were just playing best move as you could?
Yeah, I was just trying to survive. I was just trying to survive this point, try to equalize with white. But I thought I was going to go Bishop D3. It's bad. Okay.
It's not great, yeah.
Yeah, I could take, and then Rook G8. Yeah.
Yeah, some trouble.
Yeah.
Instead, he let you out of the middle.
Yeah, I was
and-
very happy when I thirded queens.
When you got this move, this nice F4 in castles.
Yeah, and then castle. And then I thought, okay, I can't be worse here. But actually here, I thought he had immediate draw with Rook B8. I'm not sure he saw it. Yeah, like Rook B4. Then I was just going to repeat moves with Knight A3 just to get the hell out of this game. Yeah, but
Wesley, I never heard you.
yeah, okay. Apologies. Yeah. But I mean, sometimes you're caught in prep and there's not much you can do, and this is one of those days. Okay, but then he gave me chances, and I'm not sure how big, but he gave me some chances here. I didn't want to play Bishop A1, trap my bishop. Okay, but of course. Yeah, of course, this Rook endgame is just a draw. Yeah.
You say just a draw. We were shocked.
Rook C4.
We were shocked at the very end when the Rook in 1 versus Rook was so complicated. Were you confident? At which point did you become confident in the Rook in 1 versus Rook in 1?
When he resigned?
When you resigned?
He resigned. Yeah, okay, I was 100% sure the Rook endgame.
You felt like this was drawn?
Well, I thought this should be easy, yeah? Like, even if he just plays like D3, yeah? And then I don't know. I don't know if he plays H6 or not. Or maybe he didn't just sit. He just sit King G8 or something.
Yeah, that draws too.
Yeah, he was a bit worried I start pushing. But I think this is just an easy draw, yeah? Just sit on the, sit wherever. But okay, here he thought he has to, I was a bit surprised he went for this because now he has to calculate. Actually, I thought H5 draws, but apparently it's losing.
Only King of7 and King of6 draw.
I thought this was a draw. Okay, here. I even told Anastasia that this draws, and she made me do a video.
Rook D1. Rook D1 wins, I think.
Okay, Rook D1, Rook C2, Rook H1. Check. Check. I just want to see why this is winning. The Rook B1. Oh. Wow, I didn't see Rook B1.
With King B8 and...
Okay, so actually this was a very tricky endgame then because after King B4, he has to start calculating, which he didn't have to earlier. And then when he gave a check, it's just lost, yeah. So.
Wow.
Levon is playing for a win now, by the way.
Oh, Levon's playing for a win?
What? He did find E4.
Wow.
Just briefly. Wow. We will, although, I don't know, Wesley, do you want to show more of that rook ending?
No, we're good now. I mean, yeah, I think he didn't need to go for this.
We're good now. So after E4, Vincent gave a couple of checks and then went Rook D4, Rook F7. I'm guessing missing that after King H6, there is Rook H7 check, which is kind of regrettable because that's the only thing that doesn't lose.
Whoa.
But Rook H7 check. Now the queen ending.
And he's found it. It's on the board. Rook H7 just played.
Or you resign, yeah, and...
Because King G8, there's Queen A8 and Queen A7.
Yeah. So the queen ending is just straight up lost. You have to actually bite the bullet and go King G5, F4 check.
Okay. Oh my goodness.
And now you have to go back to F6.
Okay.
And now after Rook F7,
King E6.
This because we provoked F4, for some reason he just loses this.
Wait, so
the machine says King E8, Queen takes G4, G5. Nobody does that. No.
Good luck finding that, and suddenly a massive turnaround.
Wait, so Levon's gonna win, yeah? G, this is the only way to draw.
Wow.
Oh, you tricky Levon. Levonian.
Yeah. This is
It's the Levonian man. This
trickster.
guy is incredible.
This is like my blitz game against him a few days ago.
Yeah.
I was very happy and then played rook c5.
Wow.
Levon
Rook
is winning
and
this
Queen
one.
A7.
You've seen Levon.
You
pull
never
these
defend
tricks.
this with
Yeah,
a minute
all
and
the
30
time.
I mean,
seconds.
as an Olympic teammate, you've seen him do it just all the time.
Yeah, he looks so sad. You think he's about to resign. No, you can never rest against Levon until he resigns because he's super experienced. Also, he's very good at tactics. He's very tricky player. That's why in the American Cup, even though I had winning position piece up, I never relaxed until he resigned.
Keymer has 3 problems right now: his clock, his position, and his psychological state.
And also, he hates life with the
His
he
psychological
absolutely
state is
hates
damaged
life. And
right now.
Yeah, it's going to impact his play. Yeah, okay, now he's just busted. He needed to provoke a 4, but nobody does that. Nobody provokes a 4.
No, he busted now.
And he
went from winning to a complete turnaround.
Yeah. What's the about?
Dead.
Last 3?
3.5.
So it's no drawing chance. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I think Vincent should have just gone for a draw because with 1 minute, it's his weakness.
But he thought he was winning. He thought he found a win.
He missed rook h7.
Because if it doesn't exist, you resign, actually. It's kind of a bit polarizing.
Incredible turnaround.
Yeah, I think
You've got to love Levon. I'm sorry. You've got to love Levon. This is what veteran experience, understanding of all the psychological factors, the clock factors. He has it all.
And you love his shirt.
You love that too, his style.
Fashion.
I love his shirt today.
It's
Like a painting.
Wesley, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
I don't want to put any additional pressure on you. You have a lot of pressure already on your shoulders. I picked you to win the tournament, so don't overdo it.
Thank you.
Don't mess it up.
Really
Don't mess it up. Okay.
Thank you, guys.
And now, and Levon is like, he's new life. It's like a phoenix. He's just he's alive, and he's thinking to himself.
And I think there are some people out there who would feel a slight sense of awkwardness because you've been busted for so long. Levon will feel none of that.
No, he'll thrive.
Levon is really enjoying this.
He's very happy right now.
Yeah.
Yes.
You can from this game you can appreciate what Javokhir was saying. That in the card games, Levon is tricking them.
I told you, Levon loves stealing from the kids.
Wow.
That's what Levon does.
Look at the...
I mean, the flip in this game, and the disaster for all down
Vincent,
to now a shift.
We're back to a draw.
Vincent all the way out of the opening. Out of the opening, he was slightly better. Then he was completely winning for a long time.
Very long time.
For about, I don't know, that's
looks
25
like 20
moves, or like 20 moves or so.
20 moves for sure. Yeah.
And then suddenly he's just losing.
Wow, it's that rook h. What a shot. E4, by the way, that was also from Levon.
It began with finding E4 and finding it quickly as well.
Yeah,
Levon told me something which I call the Levon Aronian rule, which is give a strong player position with 5 or 6 decent moves. He hates those. You may not find the right way to go. Give a strong player a position where there's only one move, and we find it.
Yeah.
And that's what Levon did.
Yeah, E4.
You needed to find E4, and you say, oh, that's a hard move. No. Levon is fully capable. He'll look around and say, that's my only move. Boom, it's on the board.
Right.
And rook h7, yeah, I'll find that too. And Levon just keeps finding only moves. That's what he does.
We're in a queen and pawn ending, and I know the Val bar is through the roof, but we all know that queen and pawn end games have, let's say, rules of their own, Peter.
Yeah, and I think we were on air together when we established the most important rule of the queen endings.
Yeah.
Which is, if at all possible, do not play them.
Yeah, that is an important rule. How confident? You're a pawn up as white. How confident you're going to
I think pretty confident because your king is also sort of better. With the king on h6, I think it's going to be difficult to screw it up properly with white because...
Also, the rhythm.
Yeah, he played king c3, which is maybe not the fastest, but it's definitely one of the top moves.
Threatening queen d2 check.
Yeah.
But notice the rhythm of Levon's play as well. He didn't play king c3 as though he were in time pressure because his opponent's in time pressure. I keep beating the dead horse there. He played king c3 nice and slowly, want to hypnotize you. Just play slowly as well.
But this is a great move because right now,
King H5.
Queen D2 is a big problem.
King
right?
H5. Get out of the threat. King H5. Get
gotta
out
be
of
the
Queen D2.
Perhaps something like this.
But then you allow my king to go up, right? King C4. Are you actually allowed that?
No,
King
my
C4,
queen
King
is.
C5?
Oh, sorry.
King C4, we have Queen F7, and you can't go forward. You have to,
because of
go
Queen
back again
A7.
because I have Queen A7. Yeah.
1 minute to try to find that for Vincent right now.
The engine goes King D2, G5, and goes Queen E3, and then reestablishes control. But actually getting G5 in is maybe slightly better because I have a feeling that the way engine was winning the position after Queen E2 was actually trading C6 for F2, and then queening the B pawn very, very quickly. And in all of those race-type situations, getting G6, G5 in just gets your pawn one step closer to actually becoming a real threat.
You were trading the pawn, the F2 pawn by going queen.
He's under
H
30
check or
seconds
something?
now.
Yeah.
To be honest, I think this is going to finish very quickly.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to be
Really?
able to find the best moves to be able to stay in the game.
I don't think both of them will be able to find the best.
It's just so
It's
difficult.
just a thankless defense.
So difficult to refocus here with if you're Vincent because you know what you've done.
Oh yeah, no, there's no question that your
Queen A6 is actually not bad at all.
That's a good move.
Best move appears to be King B3, which is unlikely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Queen A6. So here I'm looking at Queen D2 check. For some strange reason, I like the idea of moving my king maybe to E5.
Yeah, I would very much like it in the center of the board, frankly,
Exactly.
because then it will be harder to give it checks without maybe interposing into
Precisely
some
so.
kind of a counter check. So I would be interested in something like Queen E3, King G4 maybe even, but maybe we don't get to progress because of Queen B6 checks. As I mentioned, pretty much every single line on my screen involves the king going back to B3. Or
Really?
or
What
back
about
to D2.
the king going all the way to the other side? King D2 perhaps.
Yeah.
King D2, King E3, and then try to hide the king on
Yeah.
that side. And maybe start pushing the E-pawn
You know,
after that.
the biggest thing is actually that queen on D4 guarding every single pawn.
Right.
And if you could just make a couple of dance moves, and I'm not saying that because I love to dance, but a couple of moves with the king that cost your opponent time on the clock. Because you're going to provoke a blunder, and there goes a move king to D2.
Right.
As Cristian suggested, maybe you're headed to G4, maybe you're
I
headed
think he's
to
going
G2.
on the other side and then wants to push the E-pawn.
We'll see. But the queen doesn't have to move. That's the critical point. The queen can sit there and lord over the board in the center, controlling everything, and then force your opponent to stop and look around. He's decided that F4 is a critical move to play here.
G5.
I mean G5, stopping F4.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like we might be interested in pushing the E-pawn now. There might be value in just going E5 straight away and trying to win the game that way.
I do have a Queen A2 check, so E5.
Let's take a look. Yeah, E5, Queen A2 check. We go to E3. What happens if Queen B3 check? We have Queen D3 because I have Queen D6 check.
I missed the same thing. I was
Yeah.
going to take
I was
your pawn.
trying to figure out why it wasn't worried about Queen B3 check, and yeah, now I realize.
Show the variation.
Yeah,
Queen
Queen
takes,
takes. Before
Queen
we have
D6
Queen D6
check.
check, and regrettably for Black,
We're not in the square.
One move too far.
We can't enter
This
the
is a
square.
queen.
Yeah.
I think the only thing that would stop Levon from playing this is its concreteness.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
Right? Like it just, you better be right when you push this pawn because you're bringing it in the orbit of Black's king as well.
Absolutely agree with
King
all
can
of
come
that,
over to
yeah.
G6 and maybe start challenging you to defend it, not immediately, but after a couple of moves. So this may be what holds him back. And he needs a practical way to play right now with his time where it is and Vincent's time where it is because finding the force win is simply not easy.
Yeah,
As you pointed out, playing these queen endings, you're not finding force wins, you're finding good constructions.
Yeah, you go from setup to setup, and currently everything is very much under protection. And I absolutely agree. If you want to play E5, E6, you want to make doubly, trebly sure that you don't blunder it somewhere, because
Yes.
that's the way things go. Things go astray. Yeah.
Because the queen is so perfect, guarding everything.
It, as you said, protects all your pawns and maybe even shelters your king from a number of checks. There's one other game going on,
Absolutely
guys.
is, yeah.
And let's just check in on Pragg. We know for the last 20-odd moves, he's been nursing an extra pawn. Has he made progress, Peter?
Well, interestingly, even the rook endings now appear to be, you can take on b4 and go f5, and despite white having two connected outside passers, the fact that black starts running first appears to be enough. Somewhat, I guess, a kind of a rhyming with the endgame we saw between Wesley and Jorden.
Just now, yeah.
The question is, if I try to, but black doesn't really have a comfortable way to avoid the knight trade. I was wondering if, like, it's possible to make a mistake, just trying not to trade any pieces, but you're never playing knight e7, for instance.
No,
it's just not a move that occurs to you, I don't think, because a4, a5, a6 starts happening quite quickly, and it feels very strange to do that.
Right.
So I think you actually... And
knight b6 isn't...
Knight b6 blunders a knight, unfortunately. I would have been interested in that move, but yeah, if not for the fact that rook c6 check exists, yeah.
Yeah, in fact, that's a dream come true.
And just to illustrate how much leeway black has, king e6 apparently, giving white a move, is still a draw.
That
just as long as we don't blunder rook d4. Like the threat currently is rook d4 and trading more than one piece. That would be bad. Yeah. But as long as we sidestep that, we can even wait for a tempo.
And you're saying knight b4, rook b4.
Yeah, but the most direct thing is this. Yeah, takes, f5, and if a4, we go king e5. a5, we go f4 even. a6.
It starts to get scary.
Well, rook h8. Seems to be just enough. Seems to be just enough. Let's say
just in time without the king. Guys, we're hitting a critical threshold in the other game.
Yeah,
Levon, despite having over 5 minutes on his clock,
has just played f3.
Finally moved after ticking all the way down to 121. Okay. So we need to get back to that position as
played f3.
They're going to be playing virtually on increment the rest of the way.
Doesn't really throw anything away. It's a kind of a slow move which doesn't change very much.
He's trying to keep that king away from g4, perhaps. King h5, king g4 is never possible for black anymore.
Yeah.
And create that shield for his own king as well.
And maybe start running towards g4 himself. But mainly just kind of passing the move over to the other side and saying, okay, your turn.
20 seconds.
This is what I meant by saying you look for constructions, setups. He's not calculating anything forced. He's just making good moves. He's not rushing. He doesn't have to force the e5 idea.
Queen a2 check.
He's going to make his opponent walk into something.
He's going towards g3. And by the way, it's starting to get worse for black, it seems like.
Yeah, queen a2, the engine was not in favor of. But it's just so incredibly difficult to play this as a weaker side because you have really kind of, there's nothing to orient towards. It's just pure calculation, move after move after move, and as long as your opponent doesn't blunder.
Problem is right now you have to defend against two ideas. You have to defend the c6 pawn, and you have to defend against king f2, king g3, and that's going to put more pressure on the g5 pawn. And if you don't manage to get the queen around both of those tasks,
ticking down, queen b3 check on the board.
King f2.
King f2 kind of running away.
Seems very logical, aiming towards g3, g4 squares. And
I think he's busted right now.
Well, note, Levon's not rushing. He's just playing consistent moves. He's not trying to make his opponent fall on the clock. He's just saying, this was my plan. Get my king over here.
Right.
And you take your time.
I don't know if he has too much time, Maurice. He has 15 seconds.
Queen seats.
Oh, he has no time, but he's not. Levon's not trying to use the clock, is my point. He's just, keep going. I have a plan, and my plan is to get my king over the other side, and then you're not going to have any checks, and then we're going to start over.
So king g3, queen c1, asking
my screen is suggesting king g3, c5 is somehow top line.
c5?
It's busted.
Yeah,
what?
Which I think is an indication of just how lost this is.
It's just busted.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, king g3, queen c1.
Yes.
What about queen c5?
Queen f4 check?
King g2. Maybe it is winning.
King g2, queen d2, king g3. King h3, sorry.
Queen d7
king
check?
g3.
No, I think Vincent will play queen c1 in a heartbeat, and then we have to calculate a little bit more. Why is this so bad? We can put the queen on f7 and then go king g4, king f5.
You can do what?
Queen f6, queen f7. And then I can actually, let's say after king h6, I can start pushing forward with king.
Because you've defended the f4 square.
And
That's
we've,
very
yeah,
nice.
we've taken away the f4 square from the
Ooh,
queen.
and
This
queen
game is over.
h5 is on your
10 seconds
agenda.
left.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, he's
Only
going to do
move,
that.
only
and,
hope.
Yeah, and this is what he's losing to. I think Levon has spotted queen f6.
Queen f6 is a nasty,
Again.
nasty killer.
Just look at the way Levon. Look at Levon.
Levon is just stretching right
Yes.
He's always stretching.
These are the OGs, the gangsters.
And
He
now
knows.
And queen f6.
He knows this young buckaroo is going down.
There's a bit of a
Vincent
smile there. from
Yeah,
Levon
there's
as
a
well.
big smile inside, I'll tell you right now. And when he comes in here to be interviewed, he'll be laughing. He's not feeling sorry for anybody. Like, yeah, I was dead.
I
Sure.
got it away with another one. Count me out.
Yeah.
Queen f7.
Queen f7,
check,
king
exit.
g4, and we win the. Yeah, and Levon's
He
quite
now just
quickly
sees the win.
also,
Yeah, he's got it.
And this is why the engine was playing c5, because after b takes c5, queen takes c5 would have been a check to the king on f5.
Gotcha. Right.
This is how you explain really strange artifacts like c6, c5, putting the pawn on breeze in that position. Yeah.
Understood.
Yeah, and yeah, here after king h6, king g4, queen g1, king f5, you actually get mated because there are no more checks to give.
And you queen g6. Here we have it. King g4.
I thought I had a very funny trick with the pawn on c5 is to move queen g4 check.
Yeah. It's very regrettable, actually, for Vincent that there's still a pawn on g5, because without the pawn on g5, this would have been a draw.
Ooh.
Yeah, queen g4 check, unfortunately, yeah, king e5, right?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Try the little sneakies.
I know, those
Sneakies,
stalemate ideas.
Yeah, or as without the c-pawn, this would have been a move to try, but yeah, probably king e5 is still winning, actually. Yeah.
No, king e5 still seems to
do the trick.
I just want to point the fact that we've seen some unusual nerves from Vincent, starting all the way when he had that opportunity to play g5. I haven't seen a single picture of Vincent without him shaking his head.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that he was in control objectively throughout the game. It just feels like he didn't believe in his chances, in himself, and he didn't believe that he's going to find the right way forward.
10 seconds.
I think there was a period
10
where he was
seconds.
pretty sure he was.
5
seconds ticking
everybody.
down. He realizes the one check that he has.
Oh, he doesn't need
Oh, that loses everybody.
Queen a3, but we can go queen h5, g5 with check, and
Yeah.
Or we can probably go for some kind of a mating attack as well. It doesn't really matter what we do anymore with white.
Look at Vincent's face now.
Shock.
That's the look of a
shock.
Defeated man in
Yeah.
shock. Can't believe. Went from winning.
Yeah, this is a full point swing, right? It's
Went from winning to clear draw if he wanted it to now losing. We all have been here. This is the worst feeling, 100%.
Also, you had it in the bag with the black pieces. You
Oh.
don't very often win with black pieces at the Sinquefield Cup.
Right.
To have such an opportunity to actually catch up with the leader and let's not forget, Vincent is really fighting for those top 4 qualification spots.
Yeah, if he goes to -1, his qualification
He's in trouble.
starts becoming less.
He's in trouble at that point. Yes.
There are 2 players, right,
Vincent,
knocking on the
and
door.
if Sindarov
the way,
overcomes him, leapfrogs him in the points in this tournament, that's it.
That's it. That's
That's
right.
it.
That's why that game that is occurring as we speak between Prague and Javokhir is so crucial as well.
Yeah, you're
Guess
right.
what?
Here we go.
Fabi's doing well, number 1. Wesley's doing well, +1. So you're not displacing any of those guys.
Nope.
So if Sindarov catches up to you, you're busted. That's it.
No,
Who is-
they're
who
actually
is
in a
third
one-on-one
position?
competition, a half a point difference.
Yes.
That's the real competition.
Correct. Who is in third position? I'm trying to remember.
Prague.
Prague. Okay, so Prague is doing fine as well. No, Wesley is in second.
Prague is actually in second.
Prague is in second. Wesley's
Prague
in
is in
third.
second.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Wesley won.
Yeah.
So Wesley, as things
By the
stand,
way,
is
if you
very,
could,
very secure.
Update your board.
Yeah.
Because
well,
actually, he played Queen H5.
Yeah, Levon
check,
could have gone for more maybe, but even this is like trivially winning, of course. Levon had an option, just briefly to show, if you want to be properly clean here, you can play, well, not Queen F5, sorry, that's a mouse slip. Queen F6, King H7, King H5, and just go for a mating attack like this. But what he's doing is, of course, completely fine. You can take on C6 and this completely winning. You can play queen f5 and then start pushing with the king after securing safe passage towards f5. It's just a matter of taste.
Wow. Boy, for a moment there, I stopped breathing.
Yeah.
I mean,
should we check on the other game?
Yeah,
as
there
well,
was actually a bit of a
Sure.
swing there because Javokhir actually did not trade.
Prague went down to 1 second. He just made a move.
Yeah, and
What?
he was apparently
30
he was
once?
winning here. Prague was winning, Machine says, in this position.
oh my
Because
word.
the knights did not come off, and had Prague found the move knight f4 here, the engine says this is now potentially just good enough for white to win. But he did play knight f2. I guess what he missed is that after rook f3, knight e4 looks like he's winning a pawn, but after f5, knight d2, king c5, the fork is not actually winning any material. And rook d3, rook h3 played. Now f5, f4 is coming in, and Sindarov, I think, is back into reasonably safe territory.
18 seconds for Prague.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Is that really true? B4 check?
King b5.
King B... No, king...
He played king a2.
I want to go king a2 and king b3. So f4, b4 check. I want to get my passed pawn and king b3. This was my dream.
Yeah. Now you can't even get that because with the pawn on f4, I don't have to play king b5, but you probably could and should have begun with
Fair.
b4 check, and now king b5. But that Machine goes king a4 here.
Hilarious.
Machine goes king a4 here and says that this is a very easy draw now.
Stops me from playing the desired
Yeah.
king b3.
Instead, f4, b4 check happened, and now, of course, king b5 is completely unnecessary. I think it's safer to play king b6.
Of course.
And
I still play king b3 though, right?
yeah, rook h5, Machine suggests. Like, even this
I
rook
don't think
ending-
this is trivial.
No, this is not.
I don't think this is trivial.
I don't think so.
No, game is
either.
not over. Game is not
No.
over for sure.
A4, knight.
A4, I think it goes rook d5, I suspect.
Rook d5.
King c6 he played.
Yeah.
Which makes a lot of sense. Just stay out of the checks with the knight. No knight c4, trade
No
the
rook
knights.
d6 business
No
either.
rook d6. King c6 makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair, fair, fair.
But
We
still,
are-
a4. Let's keep going, right?
We are keeping an eye on the Levon versus Vincent queen and pawn ending. Levon 2 pawns up. We're expecting a third win of the day.
By the way,
in
king
Levon's
b3
favor.
was played.
Yep.
And we're expecting rook d5. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you notice a pattern here that the engine feels the only really clean way to save this position is to trade rooks, not queens. Queens are gone, long gone. Yeah. So 2 ways it tries to save it is one is consistently rook h5, d5, and the other one is rook g3 and then knight somewhere.
Jump.
Just immediately starting to offer rook trades.
In the case of rook g3, however, I have a knight e4 disappointment, don't I?
And now it goes, yeah, this is less clean, yeah.
I'm sorry, gentlemen. The engine, sorry, the other game,
Yes.
Levon just played a very nasty move.
Did he really?
And it's the kind of move that could freeze you. Because he just played queen f4 in the game.
Yeah.
And this move by Levon, with him leaning back like he's on a couch, you can't take the b pawn because of queen c7. You don't start checking because you just help the king. And so you don't have a queen g7 check. You don't want to play queen g2 because it helps the king to go up the board.
I guess you play king e6 for now.
You need some kind of reasonable waiting move.
I think after king e6 he wants to play e5, I think that's his point. Because we are so winning, we can throw one away.
Right.
Right.
And
the way Vincent's-
down to 10 seconds now, and he's taking the pawn, which means he's giving Levon the queen and 2 pawns versus queen ending, which...
Remember the H and G pawn?
Yes.
Two pawns being
But
drawn.
these are not
They're not
H and G.
H and G. No.
These are not H and G.
These are very healthy E4, F3 connected passers.
Yeah.
Levon not hesitating. I'll take that pawn off the board. No counterpoint
And no
for
check
you.
anywhere, so white will get the first check.
Yeah.
This one's definitely busted. We can go back to the other one, but that was a critical moment in the game.
No, thank you, Maurice, for pointing that out. Absolutely. The other one I'm seeing Prague trying to enter into a rook ending?
The one that is interesting is that you can actually do this.
Really?
If you wanted to, you can actually do this. You have to be very certain you're not losing this position.
That's right.
But you're not.
And you just...
And the thing is, we're not even trying to win the A3 pawn.
No,
we're
you're
just
trying to block.
Yeah, like we're standing here. We're
crazy.
But to me, if you don't actually go for this knight x4,
you might be in trouble.
You might be in trouble.
You might be in trouble.
Really?
And
so I think it's a critical moment.
And this is where, once again, we come to that conversation about sort of knowing your endgame basics.
Yeah.
And how confident you are about your endgame basics.
This
Which
is a big
says
moment
knight d5
right
might not be losing, but...
Yeah, but knight d5, we go a4, you start having knight d5 ideas if you move away from
it. He's not convinced
d5.
he's not losing.
Knight d5.
Knight d5.
Yeah. No. This is still not over.
If a4, I guess we go rook g5, g3 here.
He really wants to
He really does want to.
Yeah.
But
no, but those are so easily drawn.
Yes.
If the rooks come off, those are very, very comfortably drawn.
a4 on the board. Yeah, and now without king a4 to get away from that rook g3, it doesn't seem like you have a good way to defend against
You can
that.
try knight g2, but then rook e5, e3 comes in, and rook g5 played very quickly by Javokhir. Yeah, he's going to fold
rook
this.
g5. Okay, hold on. Help me out here, Peter. Rook g5, king a3.
Okay, rook g3.
Check.
King, I guess b7.
Knight f3.
Knight
f3. We have knight e3.
I don't think you're getting away from that.
I'm not getting away from
Shockingly, b5, rook takes f3, king b4 is a draw.
That wasn't my intended line of play, by the way.
But I'm pretty sure Yasser did not mean that. This is so funny. This is actually the only thing that draws here. Everything else you resign.
Knight e5, knight c4, knight e1, knight c2.
10 seconds for Prague.
10 seconds for Prague. Let's see the current position, Peter, as Javokhir.
Knight d2.
Yeah. Just important not to, like, he's done it on 2 seconds, and I'm sure if we ask him afterwards, he'll tell us he was always in control. But
did he realize he made the move with 2 seconds?
Well, he played one with 1 second.
To play.
It seems Prague enjoys this type of situations.
I don't know if enjoys is the word to describe it, but he sort of knows what he's doing.
Confident.
Yeah. Yes. He knows what he's doing. Yeah, I've seen him do it many a time.
The other game has hit move 81. They're still going at it in that queen and pawn ending.
Yeah, and Levon is making very significant progress in that one.
Wait, was knight d2 also move 81?
Yeah.
They're both exactly at move 81 right now.
Nice spot there, Maurice. Yeah.
It's the simulation.
So I assume Prague's intention is to meet rook e3, rook g3 with rook f3.
No, you can play knight f3 here because
there's no check.
Knight f3 has no checks, and also we have checks for our knight.
Okay.
It's on the same position.
So rook g3, knight e3.
Yeah, but rook e5, e3, I think. Okay, he's played rook g3. Yeah, Prague will play knight f3 very quickly because nothing else makes any sense. And there's no direct draw anymore. Rook g8 might be the only thing that doesn't lose. Yeah, rook g3 wasn't great. Rook e5 was a lot cleaner.
This is not
rook e5 and rook e3 was what you had prescribed.
Oh, this is now tricky. Okay, knight e3 might be losing because it's not in the top 3.
Wow.
Knight d4 check, white wins. Knight d4, knight e2, knight takes f4. Game is over.
This is over. This is over. There's
Game
no
is
check.
over.
Knight e2.
I think Sindarov just spotted it, by the way. By the look of his face.
30 seconds. Knight d4, you have to try king d5. You have to try king d5, knight e2, king e4.
Then rook d4.
But regrettably, after rook d4, king e5, rook d8, you can't re-establish control. If rook f3, we can start pushing a5. There are no discovered checks that do anything. And
okay, at least that's a chance.
That's the only thing you have, but it loses.
Bad as it is, but Prague again, no time on the clock, and it looks like he's reaching for the knight.
He's going for it. He's going for it, guys.
6, 5, come on.
Time ticking.
3.
He's found it.
King d5
Sindarov
played.
also realized how bad things are, and he instantly goes king d5. Now, knight e2, only thing that wins.
By the way,
and rook d4 will be the only thing that wins. And I suspect rook d8 might be the only thing that wins as well. But I think it's possible to make them. I think those moves are possible to make.
Yes.
You think rook d8 is the one move that you find?
In this position after rook d, yeah,
You're somewhat
only move
forced
that
at
wins,
that
yeah.
point,
Only
yes.
move that wins.
Knight e2 check was easy, king e5.
I think rook
by the way,
d4
he
is a
played
bit
that
more
move with
difficult.
3 seconds to
Rook
go.
d8 also wins here, by the way.
Okay, that's good news actually.
Rook d8 also
that's
wins
good news
here.
for Prague.
But actually, that's more sensible because you're keeping rook e8 check.
Yeah, and knight
takes
c3
f4,
check if you need it.
And knight c3 check.
And the
Yeah,
idea,
they're
I
reserved.
think, being that
14,
if you
by the
go
way.
rook d8, rook
Well,
h3,
second.
rook e8, king f3, you have knight g1.
You have knight g1 as well.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That is a good point.
So-
7. Yep.
Rook d8.
Rook d8 played.
Sindarov is in trouble, and I think he's starting to realize it.
Yeah.
Well, when he played the move rook g3, that was a step in the wrong direction.
Yeah, that was
Rook
not. Yeah, you
rook
needed to
e5 was
continue
required.
insisting on taking the rooks off. Yeah.
Wow. Oh my goodness. How many wins do we have already?
We might have 4.
That would be extraordinary.
Anish, the only,
Safe,
haven,
reliable,
safe haven in this tournament. Yeah.
the reliable, dependable. That was the word I was looking for.
3.5
It almost felt like we kept on beating a dead horse.
Rook f3.
But we can just go a5 now, is the point.
No important discovery.
Might be even stronger to go knight c3 and b5 because then black really has no counterplay.
Why aren't I
You
playing?
need like 5 moves to get
Yeah,
that pawn going.
Yeah.
Because
Knight c3's got to be the move.
It's got to be the.
Knight
There's no
c3,
reason
then-
to play around.
And then you push the b pawn maybe.
Right, and you
faster
put
than
your
a.
rook in front of your
You're
f
so
pawn as
fast.
well.
Yeah.
You're so fast at that point. Yeah, this is over. Knight c3, he sees it.
Yeah. And he finally, okay, no, actually no, I was going to say he finally got himself some ballast on the clock, but no, 6 seconds.
6 seconds.
no ballast provided. No.
No extra buffer.
No.
I think we're going to see an instantaneous a5.
You think a5 or b5 is going to happen? I think both are good. But
The a pawn is the furthest one away.
yeah, I think most people do play a5 in this spot. Yeah.
Pre-move.
And Sindarov going.
And that was actually a fantastic defensive effort up until basically that moment by the challenger. And then
Javokhir. Yeah.
even he's human, shockingly.
Well, he was so impressive in Cyprus. I really, except for the first game and the one with Fabi, I didn't see him in trouble. And
yeah.
But the 3 leaders on the Grand Chess Tour are about to show
why they're leading the tournament.
they're leading the tour. Wesley, Prague, Fabi already showed it. So if Prague does it, they're saying, listen, we're cementing our place in the finals.
And
Keymer may have been totally depressed, and then you look over and say, oh, good.
Yeah, this is a bit of a
Sindarov
wild
lost the game. All right, it was bad, but it's not as bad.
And MVL is watching this thinking, hang on a second.
Oh, yes. The
Hang
board
on a
spot
second.
might be up for grabs if these 2 guys keep tanking.
Yeah. Is there any room on the boat for me?
That would be the beginning of a miracle.
And by the
And
way,
Sindarov
just
plays MVL tomorrow?
Peeking ahead. I'm sorry, I was about to say, peeking
We
ahead.
got some goodies.
Round 3. And Fabi.
Battle of the
And
Americans,
Vincent
Fabi
plays
versus
Prague
Wesley.
tomorrow as well. Amazing matchups coming.
Wow.
By the way, do we know what happened in the other side of this this matchup? Because there's also Vachier-Lagrave versus Bibisara today. Do we know how that ended?
I haven't been
We will find out.
I mean, not to spoil
We'll let the
other
ladies
stream. Yeah.
take care of that.
Right. By the way, just getting news. 3 wins.
We're not going to tell
in
who
the
won,
fight.
but
Yeah, exactly.
3 out of 5 is.
We're going to give you a partial. We're going to give a partial. A partial score. And now Prague has gotten some,
Rook
as you say,
A1,
ballast.
Rook A1 tried, and now you can actually start running the second one as well. Machine says B5 is the cleanest.
B5 looks...
Not that A6 throws anything away, but you can actually start running too. Because the rook can't really get... I think this is why it was playing B5 in some positions, because there is no even Rook F1, A1 to try.
Right. B5 looks...
Yeah, B5. If F3,
very,
I
very
think Rook E8
powerful.
check wins the... No, it doesn't. No.
It wins the knight.
No, b5, I think if f3, you can just go b6, b7, b8, check.
That's important.
Which is relevant, yeah.
Yes. b5, f3, b6.
Sindarov hoping for a miracle
17.
with 15
Prague.
seconds left now for Prague. Hoping his f-pawn might somehow
he
do
is
something, but
soaking up
Prague
every
needs to make a move, and he's not looking.
every second.
A6.
He's gone a6. This is still winning, yeah. Rook a1, b5, and what happens if f3?
Well, no choice now. Rook
Then
A.
you probably start giving checks.
Rook e8,
Rook e8
wait
followed
for
by-
king d4, and then rook f8, and just win the f-pawn.
Yes.
And see how completely useless that knight on a3 is, because it's been completely dominated by the knight on c3.
Wow. And by the way, that knight on
Although,
c3 is a...
Guys, this
What?
is still, because knight c4 exists,
Rook
and
f4?
now the rook f4, king e5, and you have to realize you can actually take on f3 because this fork is...
King b2.
Because of the existence of king b2 is not
Nice.
as potent as all that.
Not over till it's over.
Absolutely not, yeah. The other one is going to be over very soon, though, because Levon is making very, very significant progress. And
Let's see the live position.
just for a brief moment, let's switch to the other one. Yeah, the pawns have progressed. There are no checks
King
because
is
they always
very safe.
run into interpositions.
And Levon is way ahead on the clock as well.
Yeah,
Okay.
We don't have to
this one
switch
is done.
to that
back
one.
to
Let's stay with
Javokhir.
Prague.
F3 played. Even rook d2 is winning, but I think you probably don't want to. Although, honestly, rook d2 is completely fine. And then at some point you play knight a4 and you queen all of your stuff on the other side of the board. But rook e8 is faster. If you do play rook f8, though, and allow knight f5, maybe you're less happy then. But he did give a check.
I think
king
rook
d4.
d2 was more controlled. Rook e8 right now opens up the possibility of this king d3, king d4, king d3, and then you have to calculate.
King d3 does nothing, though, right?
No.
I mean, rook e4 is just not the move. You have to go rook f8.
Yeah.
I mean, the engine also says even this is winning.
Yeah, why is this not winning? Rook
Also
A4?
completely winning. Yeah, also completely winning.
Maybe this is the way to go. Let's see.
Because
king
it's-
d4.
Let's see which one he chooses. I didn't see rook f4 existed. Yeah, that's also
Right.
pretty good. Yeah. This is very, very clean.
For sure. But
There's
the
no
ama-
checks against the white king.
It's just
Quite an impressive position.
Peter, you've worked with Prague, you've done some training. Why does he make this conscious decision to go underneath 5 seconds? Doesn't this thrill-seeking, doesn't this...
I don't know. I would already be like in a puddle
Exactly.
under the table if I
Here he is
did this for
again.
myself.
Under 5 seconds, and he has played the...
You also have
he
to
did
be,
it with 2 seconds.
You
this
really
time.
have to trust your motorics, right? Because
Yeah.
if something goes badly wrong with your execution,
You
like
the rook slips out of your hand.
You might be done.
Exactly.
And that's not really all that great. Yeah. Vincent about to resign, but we can stay here, I guess.
King
Is
D3?
king c5? No, king c. Yeah, is king,
King
c5
c5 is
a
an
move?
attempt.
Yeah,
Yeah, king
he tried
c5 is
king
definitely an
c5, yeah.
attempt.
He tries king c5.
Because we take the knight.
Yeah, and
I think it's
rook
actually
e-
the better move.
Yeah, knight a4 and a7 wins on the spot. Is rook e3 f2 completely winning?
And we do have a
No, this is a draw.
resignation.
If you take on e3, it's a draw.
What?
Yes.
kidding.
So king c5
Levon wins.
is a fantastic try, actually, by...
No, it's a great move. Great move.
Yeah,
he played rook
he's
f4.
played rook f4, which is good enough. Yeah, that is still good enough.
Sorry, you have to show me why rook e3 was only a draw.
Because of
But-
f2.
Because of f2
and then
you-
check on
King
e5?
d4.
King takes b5, king takes b5, king takes...
No, check on e5, sorry.
King b6? No, king d6, apparently.
I've got 2 connected pass pawns.
Yeah. Hang on a second, because I think there is still something in the live position that we need to discuss. If you
Sure.
go knight d5 here,
Sorry.
although,
Rook-
yeah, like if you take on d5, and if you take on f3, is this a draw? Yeah. This is what I wanted to show.
No, but with good reason.
This is what I
I'm
wanted to
shocked
show.
that
This is a draw. So if you go knight d5,
You
the
have to-
way to win is either you take, and you find the
king
move
b4.
king b4. Although, yeah, king b4 is fine.
King
b4 is
b4, please.
findable. No, this is not difficult.
I mean, if king b4 doesn't
Hang on.
win...
Knight d5, king takes b5.
I've got a knight
Yeah, knight b4 is good. Knight
Incr?
b4 is good enough, I guess. Yeah. Rook f6 is also winning.
Okay, a little
No, but
trickier,
like-
but fair.
No, but there's still a couple of decisions left in this game. It's not over.
There's some tricks.
It's not over, no. He has to play 95. If he doesn't play 95, it becomes trivially easy to convert. But if he does find 95, this kind of restarts for a moment.
The problem is finding knight d5, knowing that it's losing, but also realizing it's your best try,
Right.
so to speak.
Well, you know
Well,
you're
it
losing
is.
at this point.
Yeah, exactly.
You know you're busted.
So
You've done
which
something
one?
wrong.
Which one among the busted positions do you play? That's the last of the tricks.
Who gives you the best
Impossible to tell.
Yeah, but you need the best cheapo you can find.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The Art of the Cheapo, written by Levon Aronian.
If he ever writes a book.
Yeah, he's gone 95.
He's going to join us
and
soon.
Yeah.
Pragg has 35 seconds to figure this out.
Yeah. The art of the cheapo.
Rook c4 check also winning. But
Okay, my question is rook f5?
f2, yeah. This is the. Otherwise, rook f5 would be
Rook
trivially simple.
f5,
but-
f2, and a7.
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably.
Wow, A7, what a move.
If I played,
Rook F5.
That's
And
the
he did it
easier
with 9 seconds
of
on
one.
his clock.
But
Castling,
actually,
right?
now,
F2?
if you don't play a7, you've thrown it away.
No,
But he will
no,
play.
he
A7.
will play
He will
A7.
play a7. He will play a7.
we are expecting the move a7. It's on your board right now, but he must find it.
Yeah. Half a minute to play.
Seal
but
the deal
I
with
think.
No seconds
he's
left.
ready to
Yeah,
play.
no
There-
problem
there
for
it is,
Pragg.
yeah, there
He didn't even wait to go under 5 seconds this time.
he was ready.
Yeah.
He was
No,
always
he saw
ready.
it when he played rook f5. Yeah.
For sure.
This is why he played rook f5.
Okay.
Honestly,
so-
nice conversion by the young man once he was given a chance.
Yes. I
So-
found some really good
Apart from
moves.
leaving himself 2 seconds consistently for like 15 moves in a row, there's nothing to criticize.
Well, it's the 2 seconds consistently, and I think we could start with that.
Yeah.
My goodness. I mean, giving his supporters heart troubles.
I'm trying to remember. There was a game at the Rapid and Blitz recently
If you
of
could
Pragg.
update your board there.
He was playing on increment, and he had a very difficult conversion, and he managed to find every single best move. I'm trying to remember which one that was, but I've seen this trajectory for Prague's games and his conversion quite a few times now.
Well, my horse is taking a hit this round, but whoever picked Pragg. Did anyone pick Pragg?
I picked Wesley.
No.
Yeah, that's what I had asked. I had asked Cristian that. Why don't you pick Pragg?
I picked Vincent.
But you picked Vincent, and I thought Pragg was a good pick for someone at least. So we all have egg on our faces. The fact that
And
nobody.
Here, there's one final small detail, because after rook a7, rook f5, rook d7,
Yes.
you take with the knight, and that's the only move that wins yet again.
And you got to discover
Because
check
we have
on
knight
F6.
f6 check in the end.
Oh, we're so close.
And of course, if you take on d5, we have king b4.
Yep.
And this pawn ending is
Wins.
not,
well, we should
not very
show why not rook takes d5
Yeah.
also.
Yeah, well.
That's
Because you
not
might,
taking
you
the
might for a
knight.
second forget that there's a difference, but there is a bit of a difference.
Yeah.
And now it's Sindarov with no time on his clock as he desperately looks around and he realizes the game is over. Pragg has defeated the World Championship challenger.
Congratulations to Pragg. That
So,
was a huge victory.
So after Cyprus, next two classical games, actually, they go in favor of Pragg. I think he beat him with the black pieces in Romania.
He did. He did.
Wow.
Yeah.
Not only that, Sindarov, since September 2025, has lost 2 games, both against Praggnanandhaa.
Impressive.
That's
By
it.
the way, it was a whitewash today.
Fabi,
Vincent-
the only one escaping.
Fabi survived.
Yeah. Vincent should have won with black, let's be clear on that
Yeah.
one. But still, white won 4 games. The tournament started with 4 draws, but that was that was a bloody round.
We rarely see rounds like this. 4 wins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Usually we're happy 4 wins at the halfway point.
Yeah.
4 wins in 1 round?
Yeah.
That's extraordinary.
Here's what our day looked like, Peter.
And there you have it, the final standings after today's round. White won 4 games out of 5, and we have half the field in the tie for first, Fabi, and then the 4 winners today, Wesley, Pragg, Levon, and MVL. Anish, the only person on 50%. Then 3 players on -1, including Javokhir and Keymer, and Jorden still not bothering the scorers.
And from MVL's point of view, this is almost perfect because he wants Fabi, Wesley, and Pragg to do well. He wants Javokhir, Vincent to do terribly, and he wants to win the tournament if he's going to get into the finals. Unexpected results. I did not see this coming. And for Jorden, I mean, he is the most sour. He had some marvelous preparation.
I wanna say that Cristian, when he was giving his original talk, I think before the game even began, he said, "I think this one will end decisively." The one between Pragg and.
They haven't made a draw in how long? I don't know. I don't remember the last draw between these 2 guys.
Still, I thought that was bold, and you turned out to be entirely correct.
Nice. These players just simply don't like to make draws against each other. It seems like there's a brewing rivalry between the 2 of them. Sindarov won 2 games at the Kansas, the most important moment. Then Pragg comes back after being psychologically damaged. Again, you're losing against a guy twice at the most important juncture in your career, and then you manage to come back and win back-to-back games in classical chess. This is just incredible. This is going to be a rivalry that we're going to see for many years into the future. Just incredible.
Well, that's the way I felt about the GCT tour, and almost a changing of the guard. The young lions that we're on tour with today, I think their next 5-10 years they could easily dominate. And well, I'm going to toss in Nodebek as well as somebody to. And maybe,
guys, I just want to mention the fact that we were discussing about Jorden and him meeting Levon, 2 wounded players in tomorrow's round.
Right.
That's when Levon was completely lost.
Right.
And then he flipped the switch, flipped it around, took advantage of Vincent's mistakes, and right now, in fact, he's with us in the studio.
I'm getting ready to. Trickster!
Levon, Aronian with me now. Levon, you're not a nice man. You just take the money out of the kids' pockets, and you do it with a smile on your face.
I got so lucky.
You say luck, but yesterday, Javokhir came in, he said, I was beating Levon every single game, St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, and I play cards with him all the time. It doesn't seem to matter. This guy figures out a way. How do you do it?
I just, I mean, my task is pretty easy, just trying to put the maximum resistance. I mean, normally I'm the one who's trying to win, but I've been playing so badly yesterday and today, so I have to use my other skills.
How did you learn these survival skills? Because it's really an art form to be able to come back from the dead and to get a 1.5 points out of 2 games you could have had 0-2.
When you're growing up without electricity and water, and you live like that for 4 years, I think you're not afraid of anything anymore.
Love that. Love that, Levon. Tell us, when did this game start to turn around in your mind? Or you saw it going the wrong way, and then suddenly you said, whoa, I've got to make this right.
Yeah, somehow I spent too much time in the opening. I was not expecting this. It's a very annoying line, this bishop c5. And then I was trying to put some pressure, but then I think he really played very well. This knight g5 sequence was, I realized that it's very, very dangerous. And then, I blundered something when I was down on time. I think it was holdable, but probably somewhere like earlier here. I was feeling that this should be, whoops.
I think rook a8 was, and move forward, he created a problem.
Yeah, I knew that. Right but it's still extremely annoying, Yeah, I wanted to play b5, but I was like, it's so annoying. Yeah, and then, of course, the turnaround came when I saw this, when I saw that this is probably a draw. Yeah. Oh, it's still not a draw.
No, the moment he took on c5, you were worse. Right here.
Yeah.
You decided your king needed to be with some company, but
well, it's not like I had choice. Yeah.
but you didn't really have a choice. But you still chose this defense, and then he seemed to be nervous in your time pressure. Did you feel that at the board that he didn't seem confident?
Well, here you have to calculate some things, and I think that made him nervous. Yeah, I saw that rook c1 is very, very strong. Yeah.
Yes, excuse me. Let me just fix this.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I knew that it's not going to work. But then when I got e4, then I was so happy because now I'm finally back in the game.
let's get to that point in the game because it was a critical moment where you had to find this only move right here.
Yeah. This
You
was
told me
lucky
something
moment.
a long time ago, which I call the Levon Aronian rule, which is if strong player is in a position with multiple moves, he may not find the move, but if it's only one move, he'll find the move.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And you did find this e4 move.
Yeah, otherwise I have to resign. Yeah. And
tough as it was. How tiring is it to be dodging bullets every game?
Well, you know, it's not too tiring because the emotions are good. Yeah. If I would lose, of course, I would be very tired. But now that I survived this, yeah, it's a testament to my trickiness, which is making me happy.
We love it. You make us happy as well, Levon. Congratulations on your victory. Great fight. And I love that quote about living without electricity. Indeed, you're a survivor. Congratulations. Good luck in the rest of the games.
Thank you very much.
Our congratulations as well, Levon. As we take a pause from our coverage, we want to toss it over to Almira and Nasi for coverage of the Cairns Cup. Over to you, Nasi.
Thank you, guys. We are wrapping up our day here at the Cairns Cup. All the games have finished. We had 5 fantastic fights. Almira, tell us how the results went.
Nazi, we had another 3 decisive games, so let's have a look at the standings. Tan Zhongyi won her 2nd game in a row, but so did Alice Lee. They are leading the tournament with a perfect score, 2 out of 2. And they have distanced themselves from the pack already in the 2nd round. So let's see. Bibisara Saubaeva, Anna Muzichuk, Divya Deshmukh, Carissa Yip and Stavrula Tsolakida, they only have 1 point out of 2.
That's incredible. After only 2 rounds, Tan Zhongyi and Alice are already full point ahead of this chasing pack.
And Hampi Koneru and Vachier-Lagrave Babu, they only have half a point. And what a surprise, Alexandra Kostyanyuk, the former world champion, has 0 out of 2.
That just shows how tough this event is. And Almira, tell us about the upcoming pairings for round 3.
Yes, I'm so excited about the next round. So let's have a look. Anna Muzichuk is playing with the white pieces against Tan Zhongyi. Alice Lee is taking on Bibisara Saubaeva with the white pieces as well. Vachier-Lagrave Babu is playing Stavrula Tsolakidou. Hampi Koneru is facing Carissa Yip, and Alexandra Kostyanyuk will try to win 1 game against Divya Deshmukh.
You know, I'm already looking forward for tomorrow to see more exciting games, Almira. Thank you for watching, and for now, back to you guys in the studio.
And thank you, Nasi and Almira, for an insight that happened in the Cairns Cup. And we have a very special guest in our studio. Maurice, over to you.
Another one of the co-leaders in the event, Indian superstar Praggnanandhaa. Pragg, you two, I don't know what's in the water or what's going on, but it seems like every game is decisive. I know that's not true. We see the numbers. You've played so many games against him in classical chess. It's like you're growing up together, going to war.
Yeah, we barely have draws, which is kind of surprising. But also, like, Javokhir is someone who always pushes till the end, and I also like. I enjoy going for it as well. So we end up getting some fights always, and one of us always pushes till the end. I think today I mean, I didn't believe at some point I'll win that, but I kept pushing, and somehow things started to go wrong for him.
You had a nice position in the opening, and he let you get this really good end game. Then he played G6 and kind of wormed his way out of it. You had to start over. But then it started going wrong for him. You made this point about this exact position. You saw rook e5. Did you feel, like you said, this should have been a draw?
Yeah, I think this is like the best version I can get in like last 20 moves or something. Like I improved so much, but still it's a draw. So that means the position earlier was just so much easier for him. But here already I was getting optimistic because it starts to get tricky. Like this is how you end up losing such positions. So I was getting optimistic, but yeah, I still had to be precise till the end.
Yasser asked a question earlier. Why do you go under 5 seconds so much? Make a move with only 2 seconds on your clock.
Yeah, I shouldn't do that. But you know, I'm still hoping to find something when I have 2 seconds on the clock, but it's not a good idea.
Indeed. Well, you're tied for first. It's still early goings in the tournament, obviously. Any thoughts about the future? You obviously want to qualify again for the tour like you did last year.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, for the finals.
Yeah, every win here is important, so I'm happy that I managed to get, get a good win early, and especially against Javokhir, because he's always someone who's fighting for the top spot, and to get that win against him, it's great. But it doesn't really do much to the event. Like you still have to fight. There is 7 more games, so yeah, we'll see.
All right, we'll see. Thanks for joining us, and good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Our congratulations, Pragg, as we have a big tie. One more look at the standings
Absolutely.
as we get prepared to wrap up our coverage of
Quite a remarkable
Sinquefield Cup.
situation here in the Sinquefield Cup, where genuinely half the field is on +1 and sharing first place. Fabiano is still on +1 and joined by 4 people after today's round. Anish the only one on 50%, and then 4 players below the waterline, with Jorden still on 0 out of 10.
Right, and of course we're delighted to have the Cairns Cup that is being played alongside the Sinquefield Cup. Same dates, of course, and catch the full coverage of the Cairns Cup from beginning to end on YouTube later this evening. Ooh, something to look forward to as well. And as we prepare to wrap up, first we're going to take a look at the predictions and how we all have been doing. Ouch. Somebody took a hit today, but it wasn't me. I know.
I did a big hit.
Ooh, no Prags. No
Peter,
Prags.
you escaped today. You're the only one.
I got away with one today.
Yeah, but VAR's very pleased. Maurice, oh boy, you're gonna have to.
Okay, we can take this off the screen already, man. It's been so long.
Let's talk about round 2, an amazing round. Final thoughts.
For the storyline,
Great.
4 decisive games. That's
You
all
bet.
with white, but still 4 decisive games, and 5 players tied for first, not because they drew all their games, but because victories are coming. And we love it when they come this early. A lot more tournament left to go, but people are desperate for those final spots. So this is what we love to see. I never expect this from an elite classical event.
Right.
50% victorious?
Right.
No, that's out of the first 10 games, 5 wins.
Fantastic.
More than we could ask for.
Well, recapped round 2, but we're going to have to take a peek ahead to round 3, and maybe Cristian, you can just share your thoughts on this upcoming round 3, because we've got some fabulous matches.
Well, let's take a look in that case, but I was going to give my thoughts about today's round, because I think it's quite crucial, and we're seeing some storylines developing. Now you have Vincent and Sindarov battling for that 4th position. Both of them lost today.
Right.
And by the way, Sindarov could have leapfrogged Vincent. All he had to do was defend that one. Take a look at those pairings. The Battle of the Americans, Fabiano versus Wesley. That's a big one. They're tied for the 1st position. They're going to have to put on a show for us. In that one, Pragg with the black pieces against Vincent Keymer. That's another big one. Jorden van Foreest struggling in this event so far, playing against Levon Aronian at 1.5 points, and very jovial as well. Sevian, he's going to have a rough night thinking about that missed opportunity with knight d6. He's facing Anish, Giri, and Javokhir Sindarov versus MVL, who has won his game as well. That's a storyline. Another storyline that's developing is MVL. He's really trying to win this event. I mean, we're not paying too much close attention to him. You know, I wanted to talk about him at the beginning of the show. Maurice said, no, take the other game. Prague.
Chance.
Good idea. That was a good idea. Prague against Sindarov was an amazing game, and what a rivalry brewing between these two players. But I have to say, everybody's putting on a show. Everybody's trying to accomplish their goals in this event. And that means it's going to be a show for us.
Exactly. It's a show you're not going to want to miss. Thank you so much for sharing your time with us. Join us tomorrow for round 3 of the Sinquefield Cup. And meanwhile, good night from St. Louis. Gentlemen, that was great.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.